Chapter 1250, Transfigured Heaven, Stabilizing Divine King. Chapter 1250, Transfigured Heaven, Stabilizing Divine King. Inside a mountain ridge not far from the soul-refining sects, P.A.C., figures huddled together. Several martial artists were currently being hunted down by a desolate beast. Split up and run. This desolate beast's speed is too fast. Once it catches up, none of us can escape. Suddenly, one of them shouted. That desolate beast's aura was turbulent. Moreover, its speed was bizarre, looking like it was about to catch up to the few people. Right at this time, everyone just felt a blur before their eyes, as if a figure pa-s said by them. Boom! Flesh and blood flew everywhere. The few people turned deathly pale from fright and discovered that the desolate beast was already smashed into meat paste. A figure had his back facing them, standing with hands behind his back. The few martial artists could not help exchanging glances, shocked by the other party's skill. Many thanks for Senior taking action to help. The few people bowed their bodies to salute. That person slowly turned around. When everyone saw the other party's face, their faces all changed drastically. Heaven's stabilizing divine king. You're actually not dead. The few people turned pale from fright. The one who saved them was actually Zhuge Qingxian, who they thought had already died inside the soul-refining sects, P.A.C. Jeej, you guys seem to hope for this seat to die very much. Zhuge Qingxian suddenly said with an eerie laugh. The current Zhuge Qingxuan's temperament was akin to a different person from before. Although the Zhuge Qingxian in the past was overbearing, he did not have any sinister feeling at all. But now, just this smile made a chill run down people's spines. Giving him a glance, there was a feeling like falling into an ice cellar. This lowly one doesn't mean that. We heard that your excellency encountered a huge problem in the soul-refining sects, P.A.C., and even thought that person wanted to explain, but was directly cut off by Zhuge Qingxian with a wave of his hand. This seat asks you, where's Yi Yuan now? Zhuge Qingxian said. The few people's expressions changed, virtually shaking their heads at the same time. The heaven-surmounting divine king was the savior of them brothers. How could they betray the heaven-surmounting divine king? Your Excellency, the heaven-surmounting divine king actually came as well? This lowly one never saw him. That person at the front of the few people said. Jeej, still dare to play this sort of little tricks in front of this seat? Looks like the few of you are good brothers, right? Since that's the case, while talking, Zhuge Qingxian casually pointed a finger out. Pierce. A martial artist's forehead directly had a large hole pierced through, toppling stiffly onto the ground without even having time to resist. Fourth brother. When that person in front saw this scene, his eyes turned bloodshot from rage. Give you 3 breaths of time, Zhuge Qingxian said coolly. The eyes of that person in the lead because bloodshot, glaring at Zhuge Qingxian angrily. 3 breaths, your ass. You despicable fellow. You aren't even fit to carry shoes for the heaven-surmounting divine king. Heaven is really blind to actually not make you, this mongrel, die inside. Brothers, even if we're exterminated today, we can't betray the heaven-surmounting divine king either. Attack together with me and kill this vermin. There was a total of 5 people in this party. They were originally itinerant cultivators who became sworn brothers because their temperaments were congenial. The older brother was already a void mystic powerhouse, and the other few people were also all divine king rel powerhouses. They originally did not have much feeling toward the struggle between the heaven-surmounting divine king and heaven-stabilizing divine king. But entering the Fallen Mountain Range this trip, they were first chased by Zhuge Qingxian to be cannon fodders, then moved by Yi Yuan later. Disregard thorough awakening, but to say betraying Yi Yuan, they were not willing. In their hearts, Yi Yuan was the hero of the human race, and their only hope. Betray Yi Yuan was not much different from personally burying the human race. Zhuge Qingxian killed number 4, but did not make them brothers fearful. Instead, it stimulated the courage in their bones. Except, Their strength was utterly not worth mentioning in Zhuge Qingxuan's eyes. Seeing the four people go crazy, Zhuge Qingxian gave a cold laugh and casually pointed a finger out like Cruz. I, plussing dead leaves and branches, killing the four people. Jeej, that brat has such impressive skill to actually seem to have forced a bewitching potion down these people's throats. This feels like the absolute heaven back then. You're far inferior compared to him. Suddenly, the words that Zhuge Qingxian said dripped with sarcasm. The next instant, he recovered to his original tone and said with a cold snort, "None of your business. You were merely a dog that was driven out by absolute heaven to the heavenly Tao back then. That's all. Jeej, your shameless appearance very much has the style of Zhuozong back then. Right now, you and I are of one body. That punk is our common enemy. Don't scold yourself anymore. Without this deity, you can't kill him. Humph. Be more obedient for this seat. Otherwise, this seat wouldn't mind Paris. I, plussing together with you. Screw off. People like you, this deity understands too well. You won't perish together with me. Don't talk rubbish anymore. That punk is probably about to enter the Forbidden region now, already. You let this seat control the body and display the blood escape tracking grand art. I'll definitely find that brat's tracks. If you have a way to track, why didn't you say earlier? Jeej, you didn't ask either. How can this deity's means be what the likes of mortals like you can surmise? Even as Zhuozong back, then also had to fear this deity somewhat. Turns out that on that day, Zhuge Qingxian and Li Gui had a great battle and directly collapsed the SPAC. Originally, Li Gui's strength was a magnitude greater, but at the critical moment, because Li Gui's undying evil ghost was not completed, it resulted in his divine soul having a fatal flaw. Having the opportunity grasped by Zhuge Qingxian, it actually ended up as the outcome of both being defeated and wounded in the end. However, Li Gui's means were truly fantastical. He actually carried a wisp of remnant soul and charged straight into Zhuge Qingxuan's body, wanting to seize possession. The two people had another great battle inside Zhuge Qingxuan's body. In the end, no one could do anything to the other. Who knew that the two people's divine souls actually tangled together in the end? Now the two people were sharing a body. The heaven-stabilizing divine king became neither human nor ghost appearance now. Done. Divine beast realm. Yi Yuan was inexplicably surprised. A drop of fresh blood oozed out on his fingertip. Quick, drip the sacred ancestor blood essence onto the sacred dragon token, the old ancestor hurriedly said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and dripped that drop of blood essence on the sacred dragon token. Boom! A terrifying dragon pressure billowed into the sky. The sound of a dragon roar reverberated throughout the vast expanse of open ground. Yi Yuan felt that his fleshy and blood finally produced a trace of resonance with the sacred dragon token. However, it was merely just a tiny trace. The might of a heavenly divine artifact. With his current strength, he was unable to unleash it at all. Even in the divine Tao era, heavenly divine artifacts were extremely rare too. Wanting to activate the sacred dragon token, one must condense sacred ancestor blood essence with a divine Tao secret art, and then drip it on the sacred dragon token. This kind of divine Tao secret art was condensed with divine inscriptions. For ordinary people to want to comprehend it, it was absolutely not the work of a day. But this was nothing to Yi Yuan, this atavism dragon soul. He only used 3 days' time and thoroughly comprehended this set of divine Tao secret art. Come, give the power a try, the old ancestor said with a faint smile. It was also his first time witnessing the power of the atavism dragon soul. These few days, when he saw Yi Yuan comprehending the divine inscriptions, his jaws really hit the ground in shock. Yi Yuan nodded his head, a rod swung out. Boom! An over 70,000 feet large mountain was leveled to the ground, just like that. Chapter 1251. Battling the Stonemen Again. Chapter 1251. Battling the Stonemen Again. Is this the true power of the sacred dragon token? Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan was also incredibly shocked. An over 70,000 feet mountain, even displaying the Fury Sword Fire Lotus with the evil extermination sword. There was also no way to do it to such an extent. But this sacred dragon token accomplished it easily. Oh, this power is merely the tip of the iceberg of the sacred dragon token. If an origin deity realm used this sacred dragon token, moving mountains and filling the seas are just inconsequential, the old ancestor said with a laugh. Yi Yuan's brows suddenly furrowed. You're going to break through? The old ancestor looked towards Yi Yuan in surprise. Currently, all the essence energy in Yi Yuan's body was surging, his realm very unstable. Clearly, it was the sign of being about to break through. Yi Yuan nodded and said, the sacred dragon token absorbed the sacred ancestor blood essence and returned back large quant. 1. Ties of divine essence directly assisting me to break through the bottleneck. At once, Yi Yuan did not hesitate anymore, breaking through on the spot. To Yi Yuan, the breakthrough of essence energy realm was just water flowing when the CANAI was formed. It already did not cause much of a wave for him. After a day, Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes, emitting rays of brilliant light. After breaking through, Yi Yuan was a first-rate divine king. Just one more step, and he could reach grand completion. At that time, he would be able to refine the Tao-defying pill and salt that fleeting and ephemeral deity realm. The old ancestor was observing the whole process of Yi Yuan's breakthrough all along. A glimmer of shock also flashed across his eyes. I didn't expect that your primary cultivation method is actually a peak divine formula too. Such pure essence energy. When you reach grand completion, this old man probably won't be your match anymore. The old ancestor said with an emotional sigh. Essence, energy, and spirit, 3 paths. What Yi Yuan cultivated were all the top-grade divine Tao arts. Once achieved grand completion, the power would be very terrifying. So much so that it would be even greater compared to the Fong Tian back then. Ancestor is limited by heavenly Tao. That's why you feel so vexed. It's not that your strength is really no good, Yi Yuan said with a smile. The ancestor chuckled and said, Are you leaving now? Yi Yuan nodded and said, I'll go bid farewell to mother, then I'm leaving. The ancestor let out a sigh and said, This path is arduous. I wish you speedy success. When Yi Yuan returned to the cold pool, there naturally could not dispense with a bout of reluctance to part with Ao Jun. But finally, he still bade farewell and left. According to Yi Yuan's estimations, Ao Jun at most still had several decades of longevity inside this cool pool. Wasting an additional day, Ao Jun would be in a little more danger. Although the eternity frost was magical, it was also unable to stop the curse of this land of exile. For her to be able to live until now was already a miracle in itself. The old ancestor sent Yi Yuan and his group out of the peach blossom forest. White Light suddenly looked at Yi Yuan and said with a vicissitude of emotion, Big brother, I really didn't expect that you and I actually still had such an origin. No wonder the first time I laid eyes on you, I felt very cordial. Yi Yuan also sighed endlessly. He completely did not expect that entering the Fall Mountain range this time, it actually resolved the mystery of his background and found a mother that he had never met before. The White Light who went through thick and thin with him was actually the descendant of Mother's close sister. Perhaps everything was really foreordained by heaven. He met with misfortune and entered the endless world, then entered the endless forest and saved White Light. Going in circles for a bit, the two people barged into the land of exile together again. All these were summed up by a fate word. Yeah, haha. The little tiger back then is already a leviathan of the divine realm now, Yi Yuan said with a big laugh. White Light's face involuntarily turned red, and he retorted, To say leviathan, you're the one right, big brother. You're already the human race and demon race's common leader. Lier smiled and said, The two of you brothers stop blowing your own trumpets. Big brother Yuan, where are we going now? Going over from here, It seems like we still have to pass through those Stoneman's territory. If we go over, they will probably find trouble again. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, if they don't come to find trouble with me, I still want to find trouble with them. This young master wants to take a look at whether or not they really can't be killed. The three people came to the foot of the mountain. Yi Yuan did not say a word. Lifting his hand, it was a coiling, dragon heaven devastating palm. Boom! A palm came out. Debris flew everywhere, directly shaving off a small part of the mountain. This intense tremor startled those 10 stone men awake. "Damn in it! Who is it to dare disturb our slumber?" Stonebrave's roar came over. 3 figures landed, looking at him with a smile that was not a smile. "Blockhead, this little lord," I returned. Stonebrave could not help being stifled. Only after staring at Yi Yuan for a long time did he recall who Yi Yuan was and could not help saying in terror, Didn't you enter that peach blossom forest? How can you possibly come out?" This place was neighboring the peach blossom forest. Stonebrave naturally knew about the peach blossom forest terror. He had seen quite a number of people enter the peach blossom forest before, but no one had ever come out before. But this human in front of him actually came out. However vast the world is, which place can I, this little lord, not go it? Just a mere peach blossom forest. This little lord is about to go to the the forbidden region right away. Yi Yuan said disdainfully, the forbidden region? Human, you really dare to boast. That place, even if deity realm powerhouses go in, it's also without return. With just the likes of your bit of strength, you also wish to enter the forbidden region? Stonebrave said in disbelief. You can't go. Doesn't mean that this little lord can't go. Yi Yuan said. Stonebrave burst out laughing when he heard that and said, "What a joke. You can't even go past me. You still want to enter the forbidden region? Brothers, crush him into a meat pancake for me." 10 blockheads attacked together. That spectacle was truly grand. Except, Yi Yuan broke through to first-rate divine king. His strength went up another level. Compared to before, he was much stronger. Yi Yuan's figure moved. The Fury Sword Fire Lotus suddenly attacked, directly welcoming Stonebrave's iron fist. Boom! One of Stonebrave's arms was directly blown away. He looked at Yi Yuan in terror and said in disbelief, "Human, just how long has it been? Your strength actually improved so quickly." Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "This is just starting." Stonebrave gave a loud roar. His body was just like a magnet, sucking the rubble over. Very soon, his arm recovered. "Human, I admit that you're very strong, but our Stoneman clan can't be killed. No matter how powerful your strength is, it's of no avail as well." Stonebrave said. Yi Yuan laughed coldly and said, "Is that so? But this young master doesn't believe that there's someone who can't be killed in this world." Finished talking, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared. Boom! A stoneman was directly blown to stone rubble by the Fury Sword Fire Lotus. Stonebrave was greatly enraged when he saw the situation. Brandis, plussing his fists, he smashed over towards Yi Yuan. However, after Yi Yuan broke through to first-rate Divine King, his movement technique had a substantial increase again, and he flew away in a blink of an eye. That stoneman that was smashed to pieces pieced back together very quickly. Yi Yuan did not reveal a look of surprise. He relied on his movement technique and wandered about between the 10 stonemen. Occasionally attacking, it directly smashed a stoneman to pieces. However, Yi Yuan opened up his perception fully and captured every detail of the battlefield. Suddenly, a hint of a smile flickered across the corners of his mouth. "Human, do you only know how to dodge and hide?" Stonebrave could not catch Yi Yuan and could not help flying into a great rage. Ho-hoo coming. Boom! A sword attacked, directly blowing a stoneman to pieces. However, Yi Yuan's next action made Stonebrave and the rest stop abruptly. Chapter 1252, Heart of Stone. Chapter 1252, Heart of Stone in Yi Yuan's hand. He was grasping a small piece of light gray crystal. This crystal was very small. Placing in a pile of rubble, it was not conspicuous at all. Mixing together with those stone fragments, one could not perceive anything different at all. If one did not look closely, then one could not tell at all. When Stone Brave and the rest saw this scene, each and every one of them was unbelievably panic-stricken and no longer dared to step forward. "Ho! Why aren't you guys attacking anymore? Weren't you still pretty brave just now?" Yi Yuan looked towards Stone Brave with a broad smile and suddenly switched to an astonished expression and said, "Why didn't he revive this time?" Stone Brave and the rest fell silent. They were all stone men. Their faces did not have very rich expressions. But very clearly, an oppressed to the extreme feeling crept out among these stone men. "All not speaking anymore? I wonder what kind of outcome it will be if I crush it. It seems like somebody said just now that they can't be killed." Finished talking, Essence energy fluctuated on Yi Yuan's body, and he was about to crush that piece of crystal. Stone Brave turned pale with fright and hurriedly said, "Don't. We concede." With him saying so, it was equivalent to admitting that this crystal was their weak spot. Actually, it was already not important whether Stone Brave admitted it or not. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Ha, that's more like it. If I didn't guess wrongly, this is your fatal weak spot, right? What do you mean can't be killed? Not even coming up with a good thing when boasting." Others not being able to find the stoneman's weak point, it was because they did not have that strength. Wanting to shatter these stone men into fragments multiple times and even find their weak point from there, this was not what the average person could accomplish. These stone men were all existences comparable to the 10 great divine kings. Stone Brave's strength was even a pinnacle existence among the 10 great divine kings. Wanting to accomplish this was easier said than done. In the process of that fight previously, Yi Yuan took every detail of the field into his sights. Don't look at how his movements were erratic. Actually, he was examining those stone men that were shattered every single time. In the end, he discovered that no matter how he struck them down, those rubble pieces would revolve around this light gray crystal and rejoin. Therefore, this piece of crystal was clearly where the crux of their revival lay. As long as they shattered this crystal, they most likely could not revive anymore. "You? How did you know?" "I'm certain that currently in this divine realm, Body knows about my Stone Men clan's weak point anymore." Stone Brave said gloomily. The Stone Men clan was already extinct in the divine realm. It should be impossible for there to be someone who knew their weak point. But this human in front of them actually really found it. This made him very depressed, very perplexed. "Oh, you all have life. Since there's life, then there's a weak point. As long as one searches diligently, they can always find it. Now, it's your turn to answer this young master's questions. What's this crystal? I feel that it's rather extraordinary." Yi Yuan held this small piece of crystal in his hand and discovered that there was actually faintly a strange undulation transmitting out inside. This undulation was just like a human's heart, beating nonstop. This was probably where the source of the stone men being able to revive nonstop lied. Hearing Yi Yuan's question, Stone Brave hesitated. "Looks like you don't care about your clan member's life. Since that's the case, hold on. I'll talk. This is the heart of stone. It's also the energy source of my Stoneman clan. With it around, we'll have an endless stream of energy," Stone Brave said. Heart of stone? That's also fitting. But it shouldn't stop here, right?" Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Although these stonemen's strength were powerful, their temperaments were very straightforward and did not have much cunningness at all. Stone Brave was a little old-handed, but it was also very limited. Compared to the human race, they were too honest and simple. Although one was unable to observe their expressions, one could also detect many things from their undulations. Stone Brave was not willing to speak of the Heart of Stone. Clearly, there were other concerns. It was also precisely because of this point that Yi Yuan did not deal a killing blow. He felt that these stone men seemed to have a tremendous grudge toward the human race. Hence, that was why he attacked him. Otherwise, with Yi Yuan's disposition, he would have long crushed this heart of stone. Why would he talk so much C-R-A-P with Stone Brave? A little brother, Stone Brave was wrong. Stone Brave shouldn't have opposed you. I beg you to let Stone Bold go. We will escort you out. Stone Brave thoroughly yielded. He was not willing to say what kind of secret this Heart of Stone had, but did not know how to lie either. He could only use this sort of method to implore Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "Could it be that you think this young master is very easygoing? Don't bargain with this young master. You have no leeway to choose. Going to speak or not?" Yi Yuan raised his hand high up, the essence energy on his body rippling once again. Stone Brave's eyes swiveled around, clearly very conflicted. But he finally still steeled his heart and said viciously, "Stone Bold, sorry. The secret of the Heart of Stone should be buried in the annals of history. Otherwise, none of us can live either." Finished talking, Stone Brave raised his hand, and it was a punch. The target was actually Stone Bold's Heart of Stone in Yi Yuan's hand. Yi Yuan could not help being incomparably shocked. He could feel that Stone Brave cared about Stone Bold's life and death very much. But when he forcefully inquired about the Heart of Stone's secrets, Stone Brave actually made such a resolution. It seemed like this Stone of Heart was not ordinary. Yi Yuan's figure moved, lightly dodging Stone Brave's punch. You, this leader, actually want to kill your own clan member in front of everybody." Yi Yuan deliberately mocked. You humans are all so despicable. Big Brother Stone Brave doing so. Isn't it still all forced by you? Brothers, we fight it out with him. Today either he dies or we perish. Plus kill this human. Take revenge for Stone Bold. What made Yi Yuan surprised was that not only did these stone men not have the slightest intention of grumbling at Stone Brave, they become even more bounded by common hatred for the enemy instead. Didn't expect that Big Brother actually became a villain for once today. But these stone men are really honest and frank, White Light said helplessly. There seems to be a very unpleasant past between the stone men and human race, Lear said. The 9 remaining stone men swarmed around Yi Yuan. But after Yi Yuan's strength skyrocketed, they were not a match at all. On the contrary, Yi Yuan counterkilled several stone men again, holding their Heart of Stone in his hands. "RGAM, inhuman, I'll fight it out with you." Suddenly, Stone Brave's entire person seemed to have turned berserk. A dazzling light emitted from his glabella. When the other stone men saw this scene, each and every one of them cried out in shock. "Big Brother Stone Brave, don't." But Stone Brave did not have the intention of stopping. Yi Yuan knew that glabella place was precisely where the Heart of Stone lied. A terrifying undulation came over. Yi Yuan actually felt a sensation of facing death. Not good. That blockhead is going to self-detonate. What a terrifying energy undulation. Big Brother is in danger. White Light exclaimed. White Light's expression changed as he said this. Chapter 1253. World Suppressing Steel. Chapter 1253. World Suppressing Steel. Bit off more than I can chew this time. Yi Yuan never thought that these blockheads could actually still self-detonate. However, he was not really seized with fear and trepidation. Putting aside that even 3 great fiendji. DS could not breach his defense. Even if it was really breached, his Tyrant Dragon regeneration art could still ensure his survival. It was just that he did not expect that this Stone Brave was actually so resolute. Stone Brave's large hand waved, sending all of his clansmen flying, while he himself sped over in Yi Yuan's direction. At this time, his entire body was filled with a horrifying aura, just like a time bomb. At this time, a gentle energy suddenly appeared, wrapping Stone Brave inside. The Stone Brave, who was originally about to explode and already almost disintegrating, was actually suppressed back. That horrifying aura dissipated to nothing just like that. Boom! An enormous stoneman stood in the crowd with a loud bang. Yi Yuan could not help looking towards his new arrival stoneman in surprise. His size was even larger than Stone Brave. The degree of danger was clearly even greater compared to Stone Brave. Patriarch! Patriarch! When those stone men saw him, each one of them was abnormally excited. Patriarch, you finally woke up. This A.M. Inhuman killed Stonebold they all. You have to take revenge for them. Stonebrave said with grief and indignation. He hated Yuan to the bones right now and wished to perish together with him. Of course, this was just his beautiful wish. Yi Yuan looked at this large blockhead, akin to facing a great enemy. Although the other party was a stoneman, the aura coming from the other party's body was actually somewhat similar to the old ancestor. Could it be that this guy, before his eyes, was actually a deity realm powerhouse? That gentle energy earlier was mysterious and hard to fathom, and actually suppressed the stone brave who was about to self-detonate back. That kind of control over energy laws was absolutely not what the present Yi Yuan could achieve. The Stoneman Patriarch did not bother with Stonebrave, but looked towards Yi Yuan instead and said, "Human, on your body, seems to have an aura that this deity is familiar with." This deity, as expected, a deity realm powerhouse. The Stoneman Patriarch's words made Yi Yuan's and his party's faces change. This time, it seemed like they really bit off more than they could chew. Familiar aura? Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, not quite certain what it meant. The Stoneman Patriarch said, "Let this deity thinking it over. It seems like the world suppressing steel's aura." Yi Yuan's brows raised up, and he hoisted up the vast heaven steel in his palm, and said curiously, "You're talking about it?" The Stoneman Patriarch's gaze turned intent, and he said, This is really the world suppressing steel." The Stoneman clan's Patriarch, S.H.I. plus Patian, pays respect to Master. S.H.I. plus Patian suddenly knelt on the ground with one knee. That enormous body shook the entire mountain until it rocked. Seeing this scene, not just the Stoneman clan, even Yi Yuan was stunned too. When did the vast heaven steel become the world's suppressing steel again? Patriarch, what's going on here? Stonebrave was struck senseless by this scene. He seriously could not figure out why Patriarch knelt down toward a human. One had to know that the humans were the Stoneman clan's mortal enemy. Yeah, Patriarch S.H.I. plus, are you mistaken? It's called Vast Heaven Steel, not World Suppressing Steel. Yi Yuan also said rather baffledly. But S.H.I. plus Patian said, "Absolutely won't be wrong. The world suppressing steel's aura is branded on the heart of stone of the Stoneman clan's Patriarch, Pas, sing down from generation to generation. It absolutely won't be wrong." This time, Yi Yuan was truly taken aback from shock. He also perceived that the heart of stone was very important to the Stoneman clan. Something that could be branded on the heart of stone, it was like inheritance memories, which absolutely would not be wrong. Then the problem came. Why was the vast heaven steel called world suppressing steel? Patriarch S.H.I. plus, you get up first. What on earth is going on here? Can you tell me in detail? Yi Yuan did a lifting hand gesture and said. But Stonebrave said with a look of righteous indignation and said, "Patriarch, Stonebold, and their hearts of stone are still in this human's hands. How can you be like this?" Yi Yuan chuckled and said with an awkward look, "It was just joking around with you guys just now. Don't take it for real. Actually, I just want to know the secret of the heart of stone, that's all." Finished talking, Yi Yuan immediately threw the few hearts of stone out. All of a sudden, the shattered rocks all gathered around the hearts of stone. Stonebold and the rest recovered again. This heart of stone was like the 7-inch point of a snake. Once grasped by someone, they would be unable to recover anymore. Even though Yi Yuan released Stonebold and the rest's hearts of stone, Stonebrave did not buy it and was still filled with resentment towards Yi Yuan. In his view, Yi Yuan only did so due to Patriarch's strength, who knew that S.H.I. plus Patian said indifferently, "The heart of stone is where the essence of my Stoneman clan lies." To human martial artists, it's a great tonic item. When human martial artists swallow the heart of stone, not only can their strength advance greatly, they can even comprehend the powers of law inside the heart of stone comprehensively. Originally, my Stoneman clan was a powerful race in the divine realm. But later on, We were captured and killed without restraint by humans. Later, in order to escape the humans' poaching, that's why we hid in the Fall mountain range, eking out a feeble existence till today. Patriarch, you, how can you say this sort of words to a human? Stonebrave said in shock. The heart of stone was the Stoneman clan's original sin. Only then did Yi Yuan understand why Stonebrave and the rest had such strong hostility towards him. An ancient, powerful race declined until like this now. It was all because of greedy humans. With humans' greed, they could really do this kind of unbelievably brutal thing. But towards Stonebrave's shock and anger, Patian was indifferent and said coolly, "The master of the world suppressing steel is our Stoneman clan's master. Even if he exterminates our entire clan, there's also no cause for much criticism. This bit of secret has no need to hide. If master requires it, just take our hearts of stone. There's no harm either." Potion's words struck everyone with alarm. This degree of loyalty, in Yi Yuan's opinion, was undoubtedly foolish loyalty. But Potion's words did not seem to be joking around. With the other party's strength, even if he used the voice of the dragon he might not be a match either. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I have no interest in the hearts of stone. Just now, I was just somewhat curious." Yi Yuan making his position known aroused Stonebrave's snickering instead. High-sounding words. Right now, Patriarch already woke up. Of course you say that you're not interested. But White Light smiled coldly when he heard that and said, with my big brother's comprehension abilities, does he still need your hearts of stone to comprehend heavenly Tao? Growing from the essence Qi realm until now, he merely used 30 over years' time. Stonebrave said in disbelief when he heard that and said, "You're lying. How can a human martial artist possibly have such great talent?" My big brother's improvement, haven't you seen it too? Before he entered the peach blossom forest, and after he came out, how much time Pa said? White Light said coolly. Stonebrave was startled. Only then did he recall this incident, and could not help somewhat believing White Light's words. Yi Yuan had no intention of arguing. He asked Patian, Patriarch you said that the vast heaven steel is the world suppressing steel. Just what's the meaning of this? But Potion's answer made Yi Yuan very surprised. Actually, I don't know either. I just know that our Stoneman clan's mission is to guard the world suppressing steel. Chapter 1254. The Divine Realm Doesn't Have a Fiend Race? Chapter 1254. The Divine Realm Doesn't Have a Fiend Race? I just know that my ancestor guarded the world suppressing steel for generation after generation. All the way until one day, the world suppressing steel's light is no more, becoming dim. Our Stoneman clan's calamity started then. Patian said. Hearing Potion's words, Yi Yuan also sighed endlessly. The human race virtually wiped out the Stoneman clan because of their greed, while the fiend race brought the crisis of race extermination to the human race now. Who was right and who was wrong? Yi Yuan was powerless to argue too. One could only say that this was a world where the weak were prey and the strong feasts. Although Yi Yuan was the human race's leader, he could not represent the human race. Perhaps there were still other races that were already utterly buried in oblivion in the annals of history. But as a member of the human race, Yi Yuan had in UNSHI plus for cable duty to resist the fiend race. As for the Stoneman clan, Yi Yuan could only do his best to ensure their safety and let them carry on. Of course, if an opportunity arose. Patriarch SHI plus regarding the human race's actions, this Yi is very sorry. If I can quell the turmoil of the fiend race, this Yi will definitely open up a chunk of region in the divine realm and let everyone have a place to rest, Yi Yuan said with clasped hands. Although Yi Yuan was not of some character that bemoaned the state of the universe and pitted the fate of mankind, towards clan extermination, this kind of behavior, he felt that it went against heaven and reason. The human race suffering this calamity might not be without the reason of the Stoneman clan. Fiend race? I remember that the divine realm doesn't have this race. S-H-I plus Patian suddenly said. This shock of Yi Yuan's was by no means insignificant. Did not have this race? He did not doubt S-H-I plus Potion's words. He had slumbered here for no idea how many tens of thousands of years. It might even be as long as 1,000,000 years. That was also to say that in the era where S-H-I plus Patian was active, the divine realm did not have the fiend race, this race. Then, where did the current fiend race come from? Yi Yuan was somewhat perturbed. You're certain? The divine realm is so huge. Could there be some races that you don't know of? Yi Yuan felt like he still had to confirm a bit. After all, the divine realm was too large. Apart from already known areas, there were still many unknown lands. Perhaps the fiend race ran out from there? However, S-H-I plus Patian still shook his head and said, the divine realm isn't as large as you imagine. The places that deity realm powerhouses can go are far more than you imagine. But I've never heard before that there's some fiend race. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and forcefully calmed his emotions at this time a little. He suddenly thought of something and asked again, Patriarch S-H-I plus, then have you heard before Immortal Grove region this name? S-H-I plus Patian still shook his head and said, never heard before. Then do you know if there are still higher realms above Origin Deity Realm? Or perhaps, breaking through to the Origin Deity Realm, would one ascend to a higher planes world? Yi Yuan made a detailed inquiry. According to what I know, the Origin Deity Realm shouldn't be the endpoint. My Stoneman clan's ancestors' strength should ride above the Deity Realm. However, seems like they didn't ascend to a higher plane world either. S-H-I plus Patian said. The more he asked, the more puzzled Yi Yuan got. The old ancestor once said before, the four symbols' progenitor strength was unimaginable. It even rode above the Origin Deity Realm. Yi Yuan still remembered the land of ancestral spirits in the White Tiger clan back then. The White Tiger's sacred ancestor turned its nose up at the Deity Realm. This was also to say that even if one broke through to the Origin Deity Realm, they were also unable to ascend. Then, where did the fiend race come from? Yi Yuan felt 1,000 confused thoughts to attend to, just like a ball of huge mess in his mind, completely unable to sort out. Forget it. Since I can't sort it out, then I'll ignore it. Patriarch S-H-I plus previously was all a misunderstanding. Yi Yuan had no intention of offending. We still have urgent matters on hand, and we'll take our leave here, Yi Yuan said with clasped hands. Where is Master going? S-H-I plus Patian asked. We're going to the G-O-D Forbidden region to find the Kumo Divine Wood. Yi Yuan did not hide it and said honestly. Stonebrave could not help being shocked when he heard that and said, you guys really want to go to the G-O-D Forbidden region? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Can it be fake still? Stonebrave even thought that Yi Yuan was boasting. He did not expect that it was actually true. We'll go together with you. S-H-I plus Patian suddenly said. The G-O-D Forbidden region is very dangerous. Patriarch S-H-I plus your clansmen are just these few already. No need to take the risk with me. Yi Yuan froze and said. But S-H-I plus Potion's attitude was very firm, and he said, the Stoneman clan's mission is to guard the world-suppressing steel. Since you're the world-suppressing steel's master, we naturally have to follow you. Even if our bones are ground to powder, we'll have no regrets too. Yi Yuan did not think that this S-H-I plus Potion's attitude was actually so resolute. For a moment, he found it quite hard to choose. This trip he himself actually did not have much assurance either. If he implicated the Stoneman clan and resulted in their clan being exterminated, Yi Yuan would find it hard to set his mind at ease. How about this? You guys stay here temporarily. If I can come out of the Forbidden region, I'll bring you guys out. How's that? Yi Yuan thought about it and said, if he was able to break through to deity realm, everything would naturally be resolved with the greatest of ease. Plus potion strength is Sable. Perhaps I can lend Master a helping hand. Master, regardless of whether you agree or not, plus Patian must follow you. Yi Yuan was helpless. This plus potion strength was probably even above his. If he really wanted to follow him, he was really powerless to do anything. All right then, you guys don't resist. In the future, you all will stay in my quasi-divine artifact. When I need you all, this young master will naturally call you guys out. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, setting off from the Stoneman clan's territory was already not very far from the Forbidden region. In a twinkle, half a month said. Yi Yuan's party finally stepped into the boundaries of the Forbidden region. Big brother, this Forbidden region is simply akin to a ghost city. It looks very bleak and desolate. I feel Guseb. MPS breaking out all over my body. White Light involuntarily shuddered and said. In front of them was a stretch of desolation. Surveying all around, waves of terrifying auras came over. Not just White Light had this feeling. Even Yi Yuan also had a feeling of almost suffocating. It was as if every blade of S and tree here had an extraordinary taste. This place was seemingly a completely different world from the outside world. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's alarm bells went off. Be careful! 2 streaks of terrifying bloodlight suddenly flashed past, sneak attacking them from behind. Yi Yuan's perception was extremely sensitive, but he only captured it when it was just about to arrive as well. These 2 streaks of bloodlight's targets were precisely White Light and Lier. The 2 streaks of bloodlights arrived too quickly. Lier and White Light had no time to react at all. The arrival strength was very powerful. Domain of Sword. Black Tortoise Treasure Body Divine Art. Yi Yuan blocked in front of White Light and Lier with a lunge. Rumble. Rumble. The 2 streaks of bloodline bombarded right onto Yi Yuan's body without any deviation. Poor. Yi Yuan directly spewed out a mouthful of fresh blood, his body flying out backwards. Even the 3 great Fiendji. DS Starburst Grand Art did not breach Yi Yuan's defense. These 2 summing streaks of bloodlight actually wounded Yi Yuan the moment they attacked. Big brother Yuan. When White Light and Lier saw this scene, they cried out in shock at the same time. Jeej, what a powerful defense. Looks like you learned that old tortoise's black tortoise treasure body divine art. But it's far from perfect yet. A strange laugh sounded out. Zhuge Qingxuan's figure appeared in the 3 people's line of sight. Chapter 1255, Divine Tao Second Stage. Chapter 1255, Divine Tao Second Stage. Zhuge Qingxian. When the 3 people saw Zhuge Qingxian, their expressions could not help changing. Yi Yuan thought that Zhuge Qingxian was absolutely not Li Gui's match. Did not expect that he actually escaped from the soul refining sect S.P.A.C. However, it seemed like his entire temperament had a very huge transformation. Are you very surprised? Didn't expect that I'd escape from that place, right? Jeej, boy, you're very decent to actually know how to murder someone with a borrowed knife. But this seat's 1,000,000 years of effort was reduced to naught in a day. This wrath, you'll have to receive it. From the same mouth, 2 completely different voices actually leaped out, making Yi Yuan trio all greatly astonished. But Yi Yuan understood very quickly as well. The soul refining sect master, Li Gui, seemed to have possessed onto Zhuge Qingxuan's body. Except, this was different from seizing possession. Zhuge Qingxian still had his own consciousness. But the current Zhuge Qingxian indeed gave him a very dangerous aura. After the shock, Yi Yuan calmed down very quickly and said with a big laugh, "Ha ha." The exalted heaven-stabilizing divine king actually ended up in such a situation, being neither ghost nor human currently. If let the outside world know, it will probably become a story that will be pious, set on in the entire divine realm, right? Zhuge Qingxuan's face fell. Although he was being spiritually possessed by Li Gui right now, he still retained half of his former personality. This person, valued Face the most. Being shot at by Yi Yuan, he was immediately about to flare up. Hold your horses. If you don't even have this bit of restraint, how can you accomplish important matters? Li Gui urged. You shut your mouth for this seat. Whatever nonsense. Wait till this seat kills Yi Yuan before talking. How could Zhuge Qingxian still listen, cutting him off at once? Jeej, without this deity, do you think that you can kill this boy? No need you to take action. Do you think that this seat's heaven-stabilizing divine king name is called in vain? All right then, all right. This deity won't intervene. In a while, don't come and beg for this deity. Done talking, Li Gui no longer made a sound, seemingly ceding the body's control rights. Yi Yuan, this time, even if the Jade Emperor comes, he can't save you either, Zhuge Qingxian said fiercely. But Yi Yuan just smiled faintly and said, the last time, I wonder who ran away like a dog. Humph. Last time, if not for you engaging in intrigues and schemes, how could this seat possibly lose to you? Zhuge Qingxian said disdainfully. Only the weak will find excuses for their own failure, Yi Yuan said coolly. Then, this seat will take a look today just how strong you are. Zhuge Qingxian laughed coldly and suddenly unleashed a finger. Profound chi finger. One finger unleashed. Plusing, the wind and clouds moved. Yi Yuan's gaze revealed a look of disdain, and he said with a cold smile, This move again? Can you come up with something new? Finished talking, Yi Yuan's evil extermination sword waved. Fury Sword Fire Lotus came out with a whistle, welcoming Zhuge Qingxuan's profound chi finger. However, right at this moment, Yi Yuan just felt his chest suffocate, essence energy like it was blocked. This Fury Sword Fire Lotus move actually nearly did not release. Boom! How could the half-baked Fury Sword Fire Lotus be the profound chi fingers match? Yi Yuan's chest seemed to have been struck by a tremendous force. Opening his mouth, he spewed out a large mouthful of blood, body flying out backward and smashed ruthlessly on the ground, fresh blood drenching his clothes. Big Brother Yuan. Big Brother. Lier and White Light turned pale with fright, not expecting that it would actually be such an outcome. Yi Yuan struggled to his feet, his internal organs already sustained Civ trauma. Fortunately, he had the Tyrant Dragon regeneration art and was currently recovering his injuries frenziedly. Jeej, the taste of this deity's ghost spirit curse is still not bad, right? Li Gui said with a strange laugh. Yi Yuan knew that the problem lay with those two streaks of blood light previously. He did not sense it before, but circulating essence energy right now, Yi Yuan felt that there were two strange forces plugging up his chest, making his essence energy sluggish. This kind of feeling was somewhat similar to the 6 great protectors corrupting blood beads back then. It was just that in terms of power, it was much stronger than that. This was like planting a curse on Yi Yuan's body. Even if he utilized the origin magnetism spirit wood, he was also unable to purge it. As expected, well worth of being a former peak Heaven Glimpse powerhouse. His means were simply inconceivable. Except, a hint of a mocking smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, making Li Gui's expression change. Ghost spirit curse, is it? It sounds like it seems to be very impressive. I wonder if Gueli knows how to undo this ghost spirit curse or not. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. A blood-red figure suddenly appeared beside Yi Yuan. Li Gui's expression was incomparably ugly. Plussing his teeth in hatred, he said, I was wondering why the myriad soul flag disappeared. Turns out that it actually landed in your hands. Li Gui personally refined these evil ghosts. He naturally knew these evil ghosts' prowess. Ordinary martial artists, even if their cultivation realm was extremely high, wanting to subdue these evil ghosts was also impossible. He was unable to imagine how Yi Yuan subdued these evil ghosts. At the thought of his many years of effort becoming a wedding gown for Yi Yuan, Li Gui felt like he was planted with the ghost spirit curse, incredibly stifled. Gueli did not seem to have seen Li Gui. He called out the other 8 evil ghosts and started casting a spell at Yi Yuan. Those evil ghosts were very clear about Li Gui's moves. If Li Gui was at his prime, they naturally could not resolve this ghost spirit curse. But now, their strength was sufficient. How can it be that easy to want to undo the curse? This seat will let you take a look at just what kind of strength the Divine Realms number 1 has. Zhuge Qingxuan's expression turned cold, and he pointed a finger out once more. Profound heaven. Finger. Zhuge Qingxian cried out coldly. The power of this finger was truly unimaginable. Profound calamity finger, profound chi finger, profound heaven finger, these were clearly martial techniques pious, said down directly from the same lineage inside the Brahma Heart Sutra. To be able to comprehend to such a degree, the power was truly boundless. Furthermore, Zhuge Qingxian even comprehended a divine Tao domain. With the addition of the domain, his strength was even more terrifyingly powerful. Yi Yuan's face fell, and he said, "No wonder you're so arrogant. Turns out that you comprehended divine Tao second stage laws. It's too bad. Did you think that only you comprehended it?" Golden light flickered on Yi Yuan's body. A palm came out with an overwhelming momentum. Coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Yi Yuan's dragon race martial techniques improved amazingly fast. When at the land of exile, under the ancestors' guidance, he broke through to divine Tao second stage in one go. Deity realm second stage laws. What it corresponded to was the deity realm power of laws from middle stage grotto profound deity realm. Originally, Zhuge Qingxian and the spirit bristle divine king's laws comprehensions were on the same level, mostly at the late stage of divine Tao first stage. No idea what kind of pointers Zhuge Qingxian received from either. His strength actually improved greatly and already broke through to divine Tao second stage. It was just a shame that Yi Yuan's laws comprehension was much faster than Zhuge Qingxian imagined. The divine Tao second stage, coiling dragon heaven devastating palm versus the divine Tao second stage, profound heaven finger. Originally, it should be an attack that was well matched in strength. But Yi Yuan had the addition of the 9 transformations golden body, sending Zhuge Qingxian flying out with one palm. Divine Realms number 1, truly shameless enough. Yi Yuan said disdainfully. Chapter 1256, Monumental Sword. Chapter 1256, Monumental Sword. After a palm, the 9 evil ghosts revolved around Yi Yuan and cast a spell. Very soon, it thoroughly dispelled his ghost spirit curse. Impossible. How can you possibly comprehend divine Tao second stage laws? Boy, you'll pay the price for your actions. Regardless of whether it was Zhuge Qingxian or Li Gu, they were both hopping mad with rage at this time. One's divine realms number that he took pride in was S.A.T.C. Head. The other's myriad soul flag that he expended huge, painstaking efforts was refined into a treasure by someone else. This kind of feeling simply made people go crazy. Yi Yuan said helplessly, "The two of you are being eccentric. Who should I answer?" "Hey, brat, you're not his match. Let me." Li Gui cried out weirdly. "No way. How can I, the heaven-stabilizing divine king, possibly not be his match?" Zhuge Qingxian said, being unconvinced. He still remembered that outside the holy city back then, it was so arbitrary for him to kill Yi Yuan. Just how long had Pius said? He was no longer his match to this extent. Zhuge Qingxuan's expression flickered incessantly. Clearly, the two divine souls were currently locked in a fierce dispute for the sake of contending for the body's control rights. "You fool! Do you think that your talent is a number one under the heaven? Even your father, I didn't dare say that I was number one under the heaven back then, too. With just the likes of you, this fellow? Li Gui said. Humph. That's because this seat wasn't born in the divine Tao era. Otherwise, this seat's accomplishments might not be beneath Suizong's. But Zhuge Qingxian was BRIMMING with confidence. Finally, Zhuge Qingxuan's true self still occupied the body's initiative. His expression turned cold, his gaze full of madness. All the essence energy in his body seethed. A terrifying aura emitted from his body. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, and he finally became serious. Are you mad? Your law's comprehension isn't sufficient to unleash this level of martial technique yet. Forcefully unleash. Plussing it, the power of laws will suck you dry. Out of Zhuge Qingxuan's mouth, Li Gui cried out strangely. Sure enough, Zhuge Qingxuan's body shriveled up rapidly, but he still unleashed this move without turning back. His hatred toward Yi Yuan already reached the point of disregarding everything. This kind of hatred was even more from his jealousy. Lunatic! You lunatic! If you let this seat take action, why would there be a need to perish together with him? You fool! Li Gui gave a series of strange cries, but Zhuge Qingxian completely ignored him. He wanted to perish together with Yi Yuan. Profound. Divinity. Finger. Zhuge Qingxian, who already shriveled up to a mummified appearance, yelled this last martial technique out of his mouth. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan could not help smiling coldly and said, Paris. Plussing together? You're thinking too much. This kind of martial technique that's forcefully utilized is also fit to perish together with me? Whoosh! Yi Yuan pulled out the evil extermination sword. A terrifying sword intent billowed into the sky. Zhuge Qingxuan's aura was strong, but this sword intent of Yi Yuan's was stronger than him, overshadowing him instantly. Witnessing Yi Yuan's imposing momentum, Li Gui cried out with surprise again. Evil Extermination Sword. This is the Evil Extermination Sword formula's third level, Monumental Sword. You pighead. Even though the Evil Extermination Sword formula has no grade, comprehending the Monumental Sword, you're absolutely not a match. Li Gui clearly understood the Evil Extermination Sword formula very well. Yi Yuan had not made a move yet, and he already saw through the depths. The Evil Extermination Sword formula was the general outline out of Vast Heaven Sword Art. It fundamentally did not have a grade, but in terms of power, this move, Monumental Sword, was absolutely much stronger than Zhuge Qingxuan's half-baked profound divinity finger. The two were not on the same level at all. Li Gui knew that Zhuge Qingxian was a genius that appeared once every 100,000 years and originally pinned high hopes on him. But when he saw this sword of Yi Yuan's, he knew that Zhuge Qingxian and Yi Yuan were not on the same level at all. Yi Yuan was absolutely a genius that appeared once every million years. Even the absolute heaven back then also definitely did not have Yi Yuan's talent. Even though the Evil Extermination Sword formula was the Vast Heaven Sword Art's elementary chapter, it was absolutely not that easy to comprehend divine Tao laws. On the contrary, comprehending this sword art was very difficult. But Yi Yuan actually already comprehended to the third level, Monumental Sword, which was also to say that Yi Yuan was about to start officially cultivating the Vast Heaven Sword Art. That was the truly terrifying cultivation method. However, the profound divinity finger was already Zhuge Qingxuan's final trump card. He stubbornly used this move to have a decisive showdown with Yi Yuan. Rumble. Two mighty, incomparably profound divine Tao laws collided. A terrifying undulation spread out, directly leveling the originally desolate surroundings. This showdown was worthy of being called the Divine Realm's apex confrontation. The number one divine king who had lasted for 2,000 years officially withdrew from the stage of history today. Even if Zhuge Qingxian obtained Kanua's guidance, his concepts a notch more skillful. even if his essence energy realm was even higher than Yi Yuan's. The result was still utter defeat. Zhuge Qingxuan's body was like a kite with a broken string, flying out backward powerlessly, as a mace. Plussing heavily onto the ground, and no longer made sound. However, Yi Yuan's situation was not considered good. The injuries previously were already not light. This time, forcefully deploying the monumental sword, it virtually drained all of his essence energy. Don't look at how between Yi Yuan and Zhuge Qingxian, there was just a difference of a tiny little minor realm. But this kind of expert showdown, if Yi Yuan did not use all of his power, he could not gain any advantage at all. For him to be able to defeat Zhuge Qingxian, it was entirely because of divine Dao Law's cruise. Plussing. Yi Yuan's expression was white as paper, his entire body dead exhausted. Are you all right, big brother? After confirming that Yi Yuan was just a little short on essence energy, White Light said with an excited look, "Haha, really awesome. Didn't expect that, big brother. Your evil extermination sword formula actually already broke through to the 3rd level. I think that your talent in Sword Dao isn't the slightest bit inferior to the atavism Dragon Soul. Big brother, you finished off the heaven-stabilizing Divine King. Now, you're the true Divine Realm's #1. Yi Yuan swallowed an essence energy recovering medicinal pills and shook his head as he said with a smile, Divine Realm's #1? Hoo-hoo, that's simply a joke. Senior Fong Tian coming up with this is in order to motivate the human race martial artists to strive forward. What isn't counted inside are too many. It's too bad that it didn't achieve the expected results. Only Zhuge Qingxian, this kind of people, would immerse in it and be unable to extricate themselves. The divine realm was too large. Even if Fong Tian could pry into heaven's secrets, it was also impossible to take everybody into calculation. At least inside this Fall Mountain range, there were quite a number of powerful existences whose strength was much stronger than the 10 great divine kings. And inside this terrifying Forbidden region, who knew how many powerful existences there were yet? The divine realm's #1. Even the absolute heaven back then did not dare to make such a grand boast either, right? Zhuge Qingxian regarded himself highly and forcibly occupied the 10 great divine kings' first place year in year out, and really thought that he was invincible under the heavens. Little did he imagine that he was merely a frog at the bottom of a well. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's expression changed. Boy, I really have to thank you very much. That fool was beaten by you until he fell into slumber. This deity can finally control this body. Zhuge Qingxian, who originally did not have much aura anymore, suddenly surged with an imposing momentum. Chapter 1257, Double Combo. Chapter 1257, Double Combo Go. Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, making a prompt decision and directly put himself and Li away inside the vast heaven pag. And attached it onto White Light's body. He and White Light did not need much communication at all. One look was sufficient. Virtually right away, White Light displayed his movement technique and ran like mad. Even though White Light did not have Yi Yuan's kind of greater teleportation remarkable ability, his speed was not much slower than Yi Yuan's. The name of the flowing light White Light was not called in vain. Even Li Gui also did not expect that Yi Yuan was so decisive, and actually turned tail and ran. Being stunned for a brief moment, White Light already disappeared. This boy is indeed a talent. He's not sloven at all when doing things. No idea how many times stronger he is compared to Zhuge Qingxian, that fool. After a mild surprise, Li Gui gave a praise, and his figure moved, chasing after White Light. His figure was actually fast as lightning and was even much faster than White Light. White Light's shock was by no means insignificant and said to Yi Yuan inside the vast heaven pag, big brother, this guy's speed is so fast. Ignore him. You just run and wait for my instruction. Yi Yuan said solemnly. Yi Yuan at this time was currently desperately recovering essence energy inside the vast heaven pag. Oda, white light and Li Gui's figures, one in front and one at the back, rushed speedily through the G.O.D. forbidden region. This chase was 4 hours. The two people already entered G.O.D. knows how far into the G.O.D. forbidden region. Jeej, brat, your speed is decent. But playing speed in front of this seat, this is displaying your slight skill in front of an expert. Li Gui gave a strange laugh. White Light's distance from him was just around 100,000 feet. White Light. Right at this time, White Light's figure suddenly vanished. Li Gui's expression changed. A feeling of danger welled up in his heart. Roar. A heaven-shaking dragon roar echoed out. A terrifying energy undulation, salt. Li Gui's expression changed again, and he exclaimed, Sacred Dragon Token, the Lord of the Dragon Clan. A terrific lad. This Li Gui was well-deserving of being a deity realm big shot back then. It was very familiar with the Sacred Dragon Token as well. But Li Gui did not panic in the face of danger. His two hands swiftly painted something in front of his chest. A powerful divine Tao power of laws instantly condensed and formed. Ghost Drawing Talisman. Boom. The Sacred Dragon Token's attack arrived with a howl. That Ghost Drawing Talisman was just drawn finish, and the attack already arrived. Even if Li Gui's Ghost Drawing Talisman was incomparably powerful, his figure was also smashed flying backward, his innards churning. The Sacred Dragon Token is very strong. It's too bad that you're too weak. Li Gui said disdainfully. Is that so? Yi Yuan's voice sounded out beside Li Gui's ear akin to a death-hastening talisman. This shock of Li Gui's was by no means insignificant. When did Yi Yuan suddenly teleport beside him? However, Yi Yuan would not give him time to think. A dragon roar billowed into the sky. Voice of the Dragon G.O.D. Yi Yuan was merely 100 feet away from Li Gui currently. This kind of amplitude could simply be described with horrifying. Li Gui was just like being electrocuted, his entire body twitching. Even the whites of his eyes rolled out. However, Li Gui was a former peak heaven glimpse existence in the end. Just like the old ancestor, facing the voice of the Dragon G.O.D., he was not completely powerless to retaliate. Even though Li Gui was unable to unleash the power of a deity realm powerhouse, his strength was likely even above Feng Tian's. After all, Li Gui was once a peak heaven glimpse deity realm existence. A bizarre power of law emitted from his body. Except the voice of the Dragon G.O.D.'s penetrative power was too strong. Even if his means were exceptionally formidable, it was also unable to completely isolate the power of the voice of the Dragon G.O.D. This double combo had long been calculated by Yi Yuan. Although the power of the Sacred Dragon Token was strong, dealing with Li Gui, this kind of powerhouse, Yi Yuan reckoned that it was slightly lacking. Just as Yi Yuan expected, even though his sneak attack had some effect, it did not pose too great of a threat to Li Gui. So after he unleashed the Sacred Dragon Token, he made use of the cover of the energy utilization and came to Li Gui's side with a greater teleportation, and threw him a big one. 1 breath, 2 breaths. White Light go! Yi Yuan and White Light completed the switch in an instant. White Light sped rapidly towards the depths of the G.O.D. forbidden region. The whites of Li Gui's eyes finally rolled back. His eyes, nose, ears, all seeped with blackish-red bloodstains. Clearly, he had sustained severe injuries. Looking at White Light's distant back view, Li Gui revealed a look of great terror. Voice of the Dragon G.O.D. It must be the voice of the Dragon G.O.D. That's the paramount martial technique that only the dragon race's progenitor knows. How did that boy learn it? Li Gui revealed a horrified look as he said, Humph. Blew your own trumpet too hard, right? Didn't you say that you could kill him? In the end? You were almost finished off. Zhuge Qingxian actually already woke up from his deep sleep at G.O.D. knows when. But he just happened to see the scene of Li Gui suffering a major loss and could not refrain from ridiculing. But he was actually also very surprised by Li Gui's failure. He was aware of Li Gui's strength. Peak heaven glimpse deity realm, this kind of strength, and he actually still failed to take Yi Yuan down. Humph. What do you know? That move just now was called Voice of the Dragon G.O.D. This move was long lost in the Dragon Clan already. That boy actually learned this kind of heaven-defying martial technique, truly terrifying. Li Gui said, "Hell, looks like you're scared." Zhuge Qingxian mocked mercilessly. Scared? Heh, this brat ruined my million years of painstaking effort. Not killing him. How will it give vent to the anger in this deity's heart? Even if he's absolute heaven's reincarnation, this deity will also make him never to reincarnate for all of eternity. Li Gui said with a cold smile. Big brother, why didn't you let me finish him off? White light, asked Yi Yuan. Just now, that Li Gui was clearly already short on strength. It was precisely the best time to eliminate him. But Yi Yuan chose to leave without the least bit of hesitation. How can the power of heaven glimpse deity realm be what the likes of us can imagine? I saw Senior Fong Tian attacking on that day. Li Gui's strength is even stronger than him. How can he be finished off so easily? Yi Yuan said with a bitter smile. White Light was also greatly surprised and said, even if there isn't divine Tao cultivation realm, his strength is also so terrifying. Of course, powerhouses capable of breaking through to deity realm, which one isn't an extraordinary genius? But even so, the comprehension of divine Tao laws are also in units of 10,000 years. How can the disparity in between this be a tiny bit? Even if I enter seclusion and comprehend with all my power, it's also impossible to reach their boundary within a short period. If not for this, why would I need to face a slim chance of survival and come to this it's Fall Mountain Range to search for the opportunity to become a deity? Achieving deity realm is our only way out. Otherwise, body is Kanua's match. Yi Yuan said solemnly. Only then did White Light know Yi Yuan's painstaking thoughts and care, as well as Kanua's terror. Big brother, this Forbidden region is so large. Where do we go to find the Kunwa Divine Wood? Furthermore, we have never seen the Kunwa Divine Wood before as well. White Light suddenly thought of a very serious problem and asked. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, keep going forward and see fate. Heaven will always leave a door open. Big brother, something seems to be off. We seem to have entered some incredible place. White Light suddenly said. Chapter 1258, Death Marsh. Chapter 1258. Death Marsh. In front of them was a marshland that stretched as far as the eye could see. The surroundings were deathly silent. It was truly a profound silence that prevailed over all. It was as if all sound were swallowed up. This kind of serenity made people uneasy. Just now, White Light fled without choosing any path and did not see the road ahead clearly at all. Unknowingly, they already entered deep into this black marshland. Swuz. Plus Yi Yuan's figure emerged and swept a glance around the surrounding situation, his expression becoming very ugly. Big brother, this place isn't right. How about we return the way we came? White Light swallowed his saliva and said. White Light felt ill at ease. Even with his strength, he felt a sense of danger. This swamp was absolutely not ordinary. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, can't go back anymore. Didn't you realize that this marshland disrupted the SPAC, and it's already impossible to determine the north and south? Turning back, we'll definitely won't be walking the path that we came from. White Light was alarmed and could not help perceiving it carefully and discovered that it was indeed, just as Yi Yuan said, he already could not differentiate north, south, east, or west anymore. Big brother, this, White Light said rather panicky. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's heart stirred, and he let S-H-I plus Patian out. Master, S-H-I plus Patian said respectfully. Do you know what place this is? Yi Yuan asked. If I didn't guess wrongly, this place should be the Death Marsh of the Legends. S-H-I, plus Patian said. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he said in shock, You're saying that this place is the graveyard of deity realms known as the Death Marsh. S-H-I, plus Patian said in surprise. Turns out that Master has also heard of the Death Marsh. That's right. The Death Marsh is indeed known as the graveyard of deity realms. It has swallowed up G. Oh, D knows how many deity realm powerhouses life before. White Light was horrified and said, That dangerous. Then aren't we dead for sure? Just what's in here? For deity realm powerhouses to actually not be a match either. S-H-I, plus Patian said, What's inside the Death Marsh? And oh, body knows. Because those who have barged inside are all dead. But I heard that the Death Marsh's ruler is the legendary Death Soul Tree. Death Soul Tree? There's really such a thing in the world? Yi Yuan said in surprise. White Light had a blank look as he said, What are you all talking about? What on earth is a Death Soul Tree? Yi Yuan's expression became very ugly, and he said grimly, I've once seen before sporadic records in ancient CLA. S-6 This Death Soul Tree is the same as the Kunwa Divine Wood, both being legendary existences. Legends have it that in a distant era, an earth-shaking powerhouse died harboring resentment. When he died, the resentment surged to the sky, condensing and didn't dissipate, finally turning into a Death Soul Tree. After the Death Soul Tree was born, it would always show up in various places of the divine realm bizarrely and randomly, devouring the life of powerhouses, becoming stronger and stronger, and killed all of its enemies. Legends say that regardless of how powerful the martial artist, as long as they enter inside the 100,000 feet radius of the Death Soul Tree, they would have their divine souls taken away, without the slightest margin to retaliate. White Light said in shock, This is also too ridiculous, right? The divine soul of deity, realm, powerhouses, it takes away as it pleases. But S-H-I, plus Patian said, What Master said is right. The Death Soul Tree is even more powerful than you imagine. It might have already Serpa. Said deity realm. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and said to the pair, You guys help to guard me. Wait for me to recover my strength. Then we'll move out. And be careful. The consumption of using the voice of the dragon G-O-D was huge. He still wanted to recuperate for a while, but this Death Marsh did not seem to want to give him this chance. Gurgle. Inside the marsh, air bubbles rose up in the black waters, breaking the tranquility of this Death Marsh. Yi Yuan stared at the marshland with an ugly expression, wondering what kind of thing would be inside. Swaz. H. Plus a gray-brown shadow rushed out of the marshland all at once, speeding toward Yi Yuan. This was an enormous crocodile. That crocodile opened his gaping maws and chomped down at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's face fell. The domain of sword and black tortoise treasure body divine art were unleashed at the same time. Bang! With a loud bang, the crocodile seemed to have hit an iron plate and fell weakly into the swamp. Seeing this scene, White Light could not help laughing and said, This Dumba. To actually dare bite Big Brother. Doesn't it know that what Big Brother cultivates is related to Tortoise SH? However, White Light discovered that only he alone was laughing. Yi Yuan's expression was incomparably solemn as he said, This is a blackwater giant crocodile. What powerful strength! The power of that attack earlier was likely not beneath the human race's 10 great divine kings. White Light was somewhat uncertain what it meant and said, Just an ordinary 10 great divine kings. What doesn't it count for to us? One naturally doesn't mean anything. But if it was several thousands or tens of thousands? Yi Yuan said solemnly, as if affirming Yi Yuan's words. This black water swamp started seething all at once. Gurgle. Seeing this scene, White Light's expression changed drastically. The scene in the next moment made the three people's scalp tingle. countless blackwater giant crocodiles emerged from the marshland. As long as the eye could see, it was full of crocodiles. This number was probably no less than several tens of thousands. One already had the strength of the 10 great divine kings. Several tens of thousands added together. Even if Yi Yuan had 3 heads and 6 arms, he was not a match either. These guys are not easy to deal with. Go, Yi Yuan said in a low voice. The 3 people did not hesitate in the slightest and instantly scampered off. Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus how could the blackwater giant crocodiles give them a chance? For a moment, countless figures scurried after. Yi Yuan flipped his hand, and a fury sword fire lotus instantly burst forth. Boom! A terrifying energy exploded, directly carving out A-B-L-O-O-D-Y path. However, what took the 3 people by surprise was that Yi Yuan's fury sword fire lotus merely just shook away these blackwater giant crocodiles. It actually did not kill them. With Yi Yuan's present strength, killing 10 great divine King CLA's powerhouses was not difficult. But this attack actually did not succeed. These guys have such a powerful defensive capability. Head over there. The blackwater giant crocodiles, there are fewer. Yi Yuan shouted. The blackwater giant crocodiles launched attacks at the 3 people continuously. The 3 people did not dare to slight it either and unleashed all of their ability, driving away those blackwater giant crocodiles. Monumental sword. Yi Yuan's physical exertion was immense. Currently, he could only use essence energy martial techniques too. He did not dare to hold back in the slightest. The moment he made his move, it was the monumental sword. A terrifying sword intent wreaked havoc, finally splitting those thick-fleshed blackwater giant crocodiles into pieces. They headed for this relatively lesser area right from the start. This sword finally slaughtered out ABLOODY path, breaking out of the blackwater giant crocodile's encirclement. The 3 people's figures swept past hastily. How could they dare to remain in the least bit? Yi Yuan's physical strength had yet to recover. His essence energy consumption was also huge. He was completely unable to carry on fighting. No idea how long they were running away. Finally, there were no more traces of blackwater giant crocodiles behind them before the 3 people stopped. White Light's expression was ashen pale as he said, "That blackwater giant crocodile army can even destroy the divine realm if it's brought outside. I really have no idea just what kind of place this its Fall Mountain ranges to actually be able to produce so many existences rivaling the 10 great divine kings." Before he could respond, Yi Yuan's expression suddenly changed. A feeling of danger welled up in the heart once more. Chapter 1259, Death Soul Tree. Chapter 1259, Death Soul Tree. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several black streaks ambushed Yi Yuan trio at a strange angle. S-H-I plus Potion's iron fist swung, the power of laws spreading out imposingly. He directly blasted those few black streaks to dust. But in the next instant, even more black streaks flew over. The 3 people focused their eyes and looked over. They could not help feeling their scalps tingle. What entered their eyes was all densely packed little black snakes. Although these little snakes' strength could not compare to those blackwater giant crocodiles, they were superior in numbers. It's steel wire black snakes. There are probably millions of them. This place isn't suitable to stay for long. Break out of the encirclement in that direction, Yi Yuan said solemnly. Steel wire black snake strength was slightly weaker, but that was just in comparison with blackwater giant crocodiles. The difference in numbers was plenty to compensate for the deficiency in this bit of strength. In contrast, these few million steel wire black snakes were even more terrifying than those blackwater giant crocodiles. How could Yi Yuan and the others still dare to remain? They desperately broke out of the encirclement in one direction. Fortunately, S-H-I plus Potion strength was powerful enough. Charging along the way, those steel wire black snakes were unable to approach at all. Only after expending a Herculean effort did the three people slaughter their way out of the heavy encirclement of the steel wire black snakes. Sprinting madly along the way, the three people were chased by the steel wire black snakes for goodness knows how long before they gradually retreated. No wonder this place is known as the Death Mars. Plus, how can there be so many horrifying things existing? White Light said with a look of lingering fear. Plus Patian said Blackwater, giant crocodiles, and steel wire black snakes are probably the lowest rank existences in this death marsh. White Light could not help being greatly astonishment when he heard that and said, no wonder this place is known as the Forbidden Region. It truly lives up to its reputation. Even such terrifying existences are only the lowest rank. It was not up to White Light to not be surprised. If the Blackwater, giant crocodiles, and steel wire black snakes ran to the divine realm, they would absolutely be existences that could sweep away everything. It was also that the three people's strengths were extremely formidable, even stronger than deity realm powerhouses whose realms were suppressed, that they could charge out of the encirclement. Otherwise, even if the 10 great divine kings top 5 came in, it was also certain death. But this level of existence was actually merely just a low-level existence. The three people were currently bewildered and doubtful when alarm bells sounded again. White Light could not resist letting loose a torrent of abuse. Are we done here or not? Yi Yuan's brows knitted even tighter. The one who took action along the way was mostly plus Patian. He was making the best use of time to recover his strength. This time, what surrounded them was a bunch of black wraiths. The numbers were even more exceedingly terrifying. The three people expended a considerable effort, slaughtering out of the heavy encirclement once more. Everybody be careful. I feel like there seems to be someone controlling these desolate beasts. They seem to currently be driving us to a certain place. Yi Yuan suddenly said in a low voice. Starting from the second wave, Yi Yuan already had an uneasy feeling in his heart. Those desolate beasts seemed to be deliberately leaving a gap so that they could escape. Once, twice, the third time, each time it was like this. This made Yi Yuan's suspicions even greater. Even though their strength was very formidable and slaughtering out of the heavy encirclement was a matter of course. But those desolate beasts did not really engage in a life-and-death struggle with them. Several times of encirclements all seemed to be guiding them towards a certain direction. White Light was alarmed when he heard and said, no way, right? Who has this strength to be able to manipulate so many horrifying desolate beast hordes? Yi Yuan's expression was very much, but he did not answer. White Light suddenly thought of something and used a consulting gaze to look over toward Yi Yuan, saying in shock and confusion, could it be? Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, apart from the Death Soul Tree, it seems like there are no other possibilities. White Light's expression became pale as a sheet. Even though he was very confident, facing this kind of existence that even deity realm powerhouses were unable to resist, his heart was racing too. Walking all this way, White Light already grew into a true powerhouse who could take charge at one of the fronts. But the Death Soul Tree was different. Perhaps it was an existence that Serpa said the deity realm. Just how strong the Death Soul Tree was, what kind of means it had, they were completely clueless. What they knew was that the Death Soul Tree was not what they were capable of contending with. What to do here? We didn't encounter the Kunwa Divine Wood, but ran into a Death Soul Tree. This is also too unlucky, right? White Light said with a bitter smile. Even if we ran into the Kunwa Divine Wood, it might not be much better than the current situation either, Yi Yuan said. Then what should we do now? White Light said. A glimmer of seriousness flashed across Yi Yuan's eyes, and he said, these dangers are originally things that were within expectations. Didn't we mentally prepare ourselves for this trip? The Forbidden Region is a region that even deity realm powerhouses are unable to cross. White Light's entire body trembled, His emotion stabilized considerably by Yi Yuan's one sentence. Gritting his teeth, he said, "What Big Brother says is right. Hee. In this world, is there still a place that can stump the two of us brothers? Even if it's a blade mountain and sea of fire, White Light will accompany Big Brother and make this trip. What do you say, Big Brother?" Yi Yuan also towered with heroism as he said, "Ha, my good brother. Now that it came to this, we might as well push the boat along the current. Doesn't he want to meet us? Then let us go and take a look at just how strong this legendary Death Soul Tree is." Ha ha ha, Big Brother, with you saying this, I became really interested. White Light said with a hearty laugh. It was not that Yi Yuan did not wish to leave, but he knew that once they did not follow the established route, those desolate beasts would definitely launch attacks at the three of them like crazy. With these desolate beasts' strength and numbers, no matter how strong the three of them were, they would be exhausted to death too. Even if they really killed all of these desolate beasts, whether or not they could escape was still another matter altogether. Since that was the case, they might as well preserve their strength and meet with the perpetrator. S.H.I. plus Patian still had an indifferent appearance, but the slight undulations emitting off his body revealed a tiny hint of change in countenance. These brothers kept a straight face even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of them. This bearing was indeed worthy of being the world-suppressing steel's successor. Since the goal was set, the three people fought all the way. Experiencing several twists and turns again, they came to a stretch of an open field. This wilderness was no longer a marshland, but a stretch of black-color land. On this open field, not a blade of grass grew, looking just like a piece of scorched earth. Looking over, this wilderness no longer had anything on it. There was just a lone big tree. The large tree was pitch black throughout and did not even have a blade of leaf on the branches, being stark naked. On the treetop stood 3 black crows, currently crying out in lament, as if urging people. Crows were inauspicious things. Its appearance tended to accompany death. Seeing this large black tree, Yi Yuan's face involuntarily fell. Could this be the legendary Death Soul Tree? It looks like there doesn't seem to be anything special, White Light suddenly said. The more unremarkable the place is, the more dangerous. See those 3 crows? If my conjectures are right, those 3 crows should be representing us. The Death Soul Tree is telling us that today, the 3 of us will be losing our lives here. Yi Yuan said solemnly. Chapter 1260. The Eyes of the Black Crows. Chapter 1260. The Eyes of the Black Crows. Caw, caw, caw. As if answering Yi Yuan's words, the crows on the treetop gave off extremely unpleasant cries. White Light could not help flying into a great rage the moment he heard. Raising his hand, a palm slapped over. Yi Yuan did not stop White Light, because he also wished to see just how terrifying this Death Soul Tree was. However, the subsequent scene gave the 3 people a huge shock. The heaven and earth essence energy that White Light mustered only advanced a distance of 30 feet and immediately dissipated into nothing. It was as if a force that they were completely unable to understand existed in this SPAC. This, White Light could not help looking at Yi Yuan, a look of shock on his face. This Death Soul Tree indeed lived up to its reputation. But at this time, they hoped for this Death Soul Tree's reputation to fall short of reality even more. Yi Yuan was likewise inexplicably shocked. White Light's strength, he was all too clear. Perfect white tiger physique let White Light comprehend the white tiger dark light divine art to the divine Tao realm long ago. The current White Light strength was even more than a magnitude greater compared to the Soul Martial Divine King, Zhongzijin. But the power of his one palm move actually could not even leave the 30 feet area in front of him. Yi Yuan had never encountered such a bizarre thing before. Just now, he clearly detected a tiny hint of undulation. That kind of undulation, with his current realm, it could not be understood at all. Is this the Death Soul Tree? As expected, ridiculously strong. No wonder even deity realm powerhouses are certain to die. Looks like this death soul tree isn't what our cultivation realm can resist at all. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and said. Suddenly, an ancient and somber voice sounded out by Yi Yuan's ear. That voice sounded incomparably somber, giving people an extremely uncomfortable feeling, just like the crows were talking. Looking closely, wasn't it that crow in the middle that was talking? There's finally such fresh, divine souls taking the initiative to deliver themselves to the door. Your divine soul? It seems to be very tasty. Yi Yuan's expression turned sharp, his entire seemingly being stared at by the death Ji. Oh, D, feeling like his whole divine soul was about to leave his body. The crow was currently staring at Yi Yuan at this time, making Yi Yuan feel that his divine soul was about to collapse and disintegrate. Feeling extreme uneasiness was Yi Yuan's genuine emotion at this time. In the depths of his sea of consciousness, the soul-suppressing pearl faintly emitted a trace of undulation. Soon enough, Yi Yuan's divine soul calmed down. Senior, the three of us had no intention of offending. We just mistakenly entered this place. Hope that Senior will let us go. Yi Yuan forcefully suppressed the oppressiveness in his heart and said with cupped fists, "En, you can actually withstand my divine soul pressure? Interesting, interesting." The crow's voice revealed a mild surprise. It was just that his voice made people's hair stand on end. "Look into my eyes," said the crow as it opened its mouth, as if there was a magical power in its voice. Yi Yuan just felt his divine soul quiver, and that feeling of collapse welled up in his heart once more. Can't look. Absolutely can't look. Yi Yuan also did not know to what extent the soul-suppressing pearl could achieve. He was actually very uncertain in his heart, too. After all, this death soul tree was an existence that Serpa said the deity realm in the legends. In the present age where divine Tao dwindled to zero, that kind of existence virtually as powerful as being able to coexist alongside heavenly Tao. There was absolutely no way to imagine it. Therefore, he did not dare to look at the crow's eyes. Except his body did not seem to obey his command, his gaze involuntarily sting towards that crow in the center. All the cold sweat in Yi Yuan's body seemingly poured out like a fountain. In virtually an instant, his entire body was drenched in sweat. Past life, in this life, even when facing Ji Kanglin back then, he was also not so despaired and powerless before. This was a confrontation on a completely different level. Even if facing heavenly fiend, Dekanoa, he at least had strength left over to resist. At the very least, he could imagine what kind of existence Kanoa was. But now, Yi Yuan did not have the least bit of margin to resist. Yi Yuan wanted to attack to resist, but his body seemed to have a paralyzing spell cast on it, unable to move even a finger at all. The only things that could move were his eyes. Yi Yuan was unable to understand why in the age where divine Tao dwindled to zero, there would still be an existence like this. Could it be that Serpa sing divine Tao, one would be able to not be constrained by heavenly Tao anymore? It was just that there was already no more time to let him ponder over now. Yi Yuan used every last ounce of his strength, wanting to plus FT his gaze towards white light there. Suddenly, his mind shook heavily. He clearly saw white light's divine soul leave the body, flying straight for that crow on the left. As for plus Patian, the Stoneman clan was a very special existence. All of their everything existed inside the Heart of Stone. There was no divine soul at all. But Yi Yuan saw another scene that made him feel alarmed and rage. Luer's divine soul actually flew out of the vast heaven pag. Flying towards that crow on the right. Yi Yuan glared with his eyes wide, feeling like his entire person was about to explode. Powerless. Tremendous powerlessness. Only now did he know that it turned out this third crow was not prepared for plus Patian, but prepared for Luer. As for Luer, because her physique was special, her spirit and flesh could not be separated long ago. The Death Soul tree actually did not prepare a crow for her. However, S.H.I. plus Patian also did not move a muscle currently. Clearly, he was being restrained too. S.H.I. plus potion strength was even greater than Yi Yuan's. He was once a genuine deity realm powerhouse, but he was still not the Death Soul tree's match. Haha. Indeed, pretty decent divine souls. It will definitely be very delicious. Ever since that old fart died, this immortal grove region has declined with each sing day. Now, to be able to eat such tasty divine souls isn't easy anymore. That crow used an extremely unpleasant voice and said. Yi Yuan was already bristling with anger at this time. How could he still listen to this crow's muttering? All of his strength right now was used on resisting the crow. He wanted to save White Light and Lure. The two of their divine souls were currently slowly floating toward the crows. It was as if there were paralyzing spells cast too, totally powerless to resist. It was only to see those two crows open their mouths wide. White Light and Lure's divine souls became smaller and smaller. Finally, the two crows swallowed the two of their divine souls in one mouthful. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan's gaze turned bloodshot from anger. He wanted to make himself move a bit, but he could not do it. He could not even muster a tiny hint of essence energy either. The only things that he could move were his eyes. The crow cried a burst of extremely unpleasant laughter and said to Yi Yuan, "Relax. You'll be reunited with them right away. Don't attempt to resist anything. What can a little fellow who can't even break through to the deity realm do? Come, look into my eyes." An intangible force instantly assaulted Yi Yuan's divine soul. This time, Yi Yuan was unable to hold on anymore. A pair of eyes faced the crow's pair of eyes. In the next instant, Yi Yuan felt as if his divine soul was frozen, involuntarily flying out of his body. Haha, not bad. Really not bad. This divine soul seems to have the blood lineage of the dragon race. Furthermore, it seems very similar to the dragon race's progenitor. Could it be that legendary atavism dragon soul? Ha ha ha, really picked up a treasure, said the crow. The crow let out a burst of carefree but unpleasant to hear laughter. Chapter 1261, Soul Tempest. Chapter 1261, Soul Tempest. DAM, in it. Could it be that even the soul-suppressing pearl isn't this Death Soul tree's match, either? Why doesn't it have any reaction at all? Although Yi Yuan's divine soul was frozen, he did not completely lose his ability to think. His only hope right now was the soul-suppressing pearl. But the soul-suppressing pearl did not react at all. This made him incredibly anxious. Yi Yuan's divine soul was pulled out of the body bit by bit. The crow's eyes were like a bottomless abyss where Yi Yuan fell nonstop. All of a sudden, the soul-suppressing pearl had a trace of undulation once more. Yi Yuan's divine soul that had just left the body halfway was pulled back once more. "En? What's going on?" the crow said in surprise. This move of his had never failed before. Even deity realm powerhouses, as long as they stared at his eyes, they would also not be able to shake off the fate of having their souls absorbed. But today he actually failed. The other party was still a mortal who was not even deity realm. Legends have it that the atavism dragon soul is the dragon race's strongest divine soul. Aochin, that old thing's strength is unfathomable. Being able to resist the netherworld look isn't impossible either. However, unless it's that old thing's main body personally descending. Otherwise, body can save his descendant, muttered the crow to itself. Suddenly, that crow in the center opened up its wings and actually flew onto Yi Yuan's head. Yi Yuan's divine soul that had just settled down was akin to being struck by lightning once more. The crow opened its sharp beak and reached towards the top of Yi Yuan's head. A suction that shook the soul instantly enveloped Yi Yuan's whole body. But in the next instant, the crow cried out in terror. Soul-suppressing pearl. Turns out it's the soul-suppressing pearl. DAM in it. DAM in it. How can it be the soul-suppressing pearl? Arg. The crow seemed to have suffered an immense scare, his cry filled with despair. He flapped his wings twice, wanting to leave Yi Yuan's body. Except it was already too late. A terrifying suction emitted from the top of Yi Yuan's head, directly sucking the black crow in. The black crow did not absorb Yi Yuan's divine soul, but was devoured by Yi Yuan instead. Accurately speaking, it was not Yi Yuan, but the soul-suppressing pearl. Yi Yuan could distinctly sense that the black crow was directly swallowed up by the soul-suppressing pearl. Huff, huff, huff. Yi Yuan gasped heavily for air, finally breaking free from that terrifying shackle. He wanted to go rescue White Light and lure straight away. It was just that before Yi Yuan took action, Yi Yuan just felt his sea of consciousness buzz. A terrifying soul tempest swept out with him as the center. This soul tempest was too frightening. Yi Yuan could not withstand this kind of impact at all. His two eyes rolled back at once, fainting away. A black bead slowly flew out from inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, suspending in the air. For some time, a fierce gale sprang up. With the soul-suppressing pearl as the center, it formed a soul vortex. This vortex became larger and larger. The storm became increasingly stronger. After that old thing died, hasn't the soul-suppressing pearl long gone missing? Why would it appear on this brat? The death soul tree gave off a shrill, miserable scream, seized with immense terror. Except the soul tempest that the soul-suppressing pearl gave off became larger and larger. That horrifying suction, even the death soul tree was actually unable to withstand it too. This storm spread to the entire death marsh very quickly. The entire Forbidden Region's unknown existences all detected this terrifying undulation. This undulation made their hearts palpitate vigorously. Those living in this Forbidden Region were all existences that the divine realm was unable to imagine. In a mountain range, two pairs of eyes were revealed in the darkness. In the eyes, it was full of fear. What kind of aura is this? Such powerful undulations. Looks like it's coming from the death marsh that side. It's the soul-suppressing pearl, one of Immortal Grove Empyrean's personal 3 great magic treasures. It's the Immortal Grove region's supreme soul artifact. 5 million years ago, the Immortal Grove Empyrean perished. With his Tao Vanis. Plus-ing, the soul-suppressing pearl went missing. I didn't expect that 5 million years later, it finally came into being once more. Immortal Grove Empyrean? Who is that? That's the sovereign of this Immortal Grove region, an existence that the likes of us look up to, an existence that even you, Father, look up to? Just how strong is that? How strong? Strong beyond your imagination. Then the Death Soul Tree. That guy dared to provoke the soul-suppressing pearl's new master. That's courting death himself. Body can save him. Once the soul tempest kicks off, those guys will probably all have to restrain themselves a bit. Devouring the Death Soul Tree, the soul-suppressing pearl probably should awaken thoroughly as well. No idea how long had said either. The storm finally settled down. Yi Yuan finally recovered a trace of consciousness and only felt that his head was splitting. Virtually right away, he thought of White Light and Lu and suddenly recalled things. White Light, Lu Yi Yuan cried out in shock. Big brother, young master, we're here. Big brother Yuan, you finally woke up. 3 familiar voices sounded out by his ear, making Yi Yuan feel like he was dreaming. He glanced at White Light and looked at Lu and said in surprise and bewilderment, You guys are fine? White Light said, We don't know what happened either. When we woke up, we were lying here just like you. Lu and I woke up around the same time. Only the time you were in a coma was a little longer. No matter what, seeing that the 2 people were safe and sound, a large rock in Yi Yuan's heart finally landed. Recalling that scene of White Light and Lu being head of their souls, Yi Yuan really felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart at that time. Even now, he was shaking with lingering fear too. Yi Yuan suddenly looked towards Li'er and said, Li'er, you didn't have your soul S. In ATCH. Did you see anything inside the vast heaven pag? Oda? Li'er shook her head and said, although I didn't have my soul seized, I was the same as you all, being restrained by that death soul tree. Later on, the soul tempest started, and I became unaware of everything. The four people exchanged changes. All had vacant looks, totally unaware of what happened in between. There was still the S, H, I, plus Patian by the side, who likewise had a blank look. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he sunk his divine sense into the soul-suppressing pearl. He discovered that the soul-suppressing pearl was still suspended in his sea of consciousness, the same as before. It was as if nothing happened at all. Just what the H-E-L-L is this soul-suppressing pearl. The things that happened before are simply unimaginably mysterious. Yi Yuan said absent-mindedly. Watching white light and Li'er being devoured by the crow, Yi Yuan virtually already ascertained the two of their deaths, but did not expect that after the soul tempest, the two people appeared in front of him again perfectly well. Beyond the wild ecstasy, Yi Yuan was more surprised. This soul-suppressing pearl was seriously unfathomable, making him feel completely at a loss. That death soul tree was a legendary existence, an existence even more horrifying than deity realm powerhouses. But the soul-suppressing pearl actually utterly crushed it. Yi Yuan was suddenly startled and said, we seem to have already exited the death marsh. What about that death soul tree? The other four people had blank faces too. They also did not know what in the world happened. Yi Yuan was helpless and said, all right, don't think anymore if we can't figure it out. We'd best go find the Kunwa divine wood. At this time, inside the soul-suppressing pearl, a phantom gradually condensed. His gaze seemed to pierce through S, P, A, C, landing on Yi Yuan, who was currently pressing on with his journey. Hoo-hoo! 5 million years already, the soul-suppressing pearl finally has a successor. Chapter 1262, Breakthrough, Tier 9 Grand Completion. Chapter 1262, Breakthrough, Tier 9 Grand Completion. Big brother, it's so strange. Isn't it said that the Forbidden Region is the forbidden area of deity realm powerhouses? Why didn't we encounter any more dangers after we came out of the death marsh? From narrowly escaping death inside the death marsh, more than half a month's time already passed, said. White Light discovered to his surprise that it was actually unusually peaceful along the way. That intense sense of danger when they originally stepped foot into the Forbidden Region actually vanished without a trace. This fierce contrast simply made the four people somewhat at a loss on what to do. Even if it was Yi Yuan entering the Forbidden Region this time, he also carried the resolve of not coming out alive. But now it was too easy. The four of them almost became doing sightseeing along the way now. Was this Forbidden Region still the Divine Realm's legendary death trap? Most likely, the reason still lies with the soul-suppressing pearl's abnormal activity at that time. Could it be that all of the living things in this Forbidden Region are all afraid of the soul-suppressing pearl? This isn't too likely, right? Yi Yuan said speechlessly. But White Light said with an excited look, Big brother, this soul-suppressing pearl was what I helped you find back then. Didn't expect that today. It actually had such a great effect to be able to let us travel inside this Forbidden Region akin to walking on flat ground. Yi Yuan smiled and said, your contributions are the greatest, but I keep feeling that it's not that simple. I remember that the Death Soul tree mentioned before Immortal Grove region on that day, while Kanua had also once mentioned the Immortal Grove region before. Can it be that our Divine Realm's original name was called Immortal Grove region? Also, Skydistant had also once said before that the vast Heaven Steel and soul-suppressing pearl were both foreign treasures. Even senior absolute heaven doesn't know their origins. Seems like apart from this divine realm, there's really another S, P, A, C. Liur's heart suddenly stirred and said to Yi Yuan, "Big brother Yuan, do you think those deity realm powerhouses have gone to the other S, P, A, C?" Yi Yuan gave her a strange glance and said with a nod, "Hearing you say so, it's really a possibility. Perhaps they detected in advance heavenly Tao's absence, and body was willing to remain in the divine realm, and all the deity realm powerhouses joined forces and opened up the entrance leading to the other world." The more Yi Yuan said, the more likely it felt. This way, all of the things could be explained. Heavenly Tao being absent, even if they were origin deity realm, they would also have to be suppressed back to Tao profound realm, which deity realm powerhouse was willing. Even if their law's comprehension was any greater, they were merely just a slightly stronger half-deity powerhouse. These people originally stood high above the SES, making them mingle together with mortals again. It was completely impossible for them to be willing. Furthermore, the otherworldly place might be a higher level SPAC. They might have the chance to attain an even higher realm. Yi Yuan felt like he seemed to have touched upon the truth of the 100,000-year mystery that was covered by dust. Immortal Grove Region. Immortal Grove Region. Why is it called Immortal Grove Region? Also, why would Heavenly Tao be missing a part? Those deity realm powerhouses all prided themselves on being exceptional, but left behind such an awful mess. Truly a bunch of D-like existences. Yi Yuan's words were filled with ridicule, being very contemptuous towards those so-called deity realm powerhouses. He did not believe that those deity realm powerhouses did not know the peril of the fiend race. But those people left without turning back and did not even give a warning. Those so-called deity realm powerhouses, Yi Yuan held them in great contempt. If it was really like this, they're simply a group of traws. Plus what a waste of their phenomenal strength, becoming deserters and leaving behind the divine realm's trillions of living things to suffer the fiend race's abyss misery. White Light also said indignantly. Liur sighed and said, "In this world, how many powerhouses are there that take on responsibility like Senior Absolute Heaven, Senior Fong Tian, and Big Brother Yuan?" Those deity realm powerhouses looked at other people leaving. How could they be willing to stay themselves, to be cannon fodders? Perhaps in their eyes, their lives are much more important than these trillions of life. Listening finish, Yi Yuan Trio deeply felt that way too. Probably in those deity realm powerhouses' eyes, they indeed thought that way. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's face fell. A powerful divine sense locked onto him brazenly. "Jeej, I didn't expect to actually run into you guys here. Truly enemies meet on a narrow path." A figure blocked the few people at the front. It was none other than precisely Zhuge Qingxian. Yi Yuan snorted coldly and said, "You're really a ghost that lingers on persistently. Brat, you ruined my million years of painstaking effort. Could it be that you think this deity will let you go?" Li Gui said. Yi Yuan's expression darkened, and he said, "Where's Zhuge Qingxian? Dead? Humph. Not watching you die with my own eyes. How can the seat die?" This time, it switched to Zhuge Qingxuan's voice. Yi Yuan swept a glance over him nonchalantly and said with disdain, "Looks like you're not planning on making a move yourself anymore. Hoo-hoo, looks like your confidence is worn away by this young master. The Divine Realm's #1 is merely like so." Yi Yuan had long figured out Zhuge Qingxuan's temper. Even if the other party knew that this was a goading technique, he would fall for it too. But this time, Yi Yuan miscalculated. It was only to hear Zhuge Qingxian give a cold snort and said, "Humph, you want to go me into fighting with me? I'm afraid that I'll have to disappoint you. Because as long as I can watch you die, this seat is willing to be mocked by you. Jeej, boy, I have to admit that you're very impressive." Someone as prideful as Zhuge Qingxian actually forcefully had his pride effaced by you. Your talent is even greater than absolute heaven. It's too bad that You were born in the wrong time. Li Gui had an appearance of taking delight in others' misfortune. Clearly, these two people had long reached some kind of tacit understanding already. With regard to dealing with Yi Yuan, their objective was to kill Yi Yuan. For this, Zhuge Qingxian even gave up on personally taking action, because he knew that no matter how hard he tried, he could not kill Yi Yuan too. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "Like that, I got it. Looks like today, we can't end things without a BLOOD. Why battle?" Finished talking, Yi Yuan put the others away inside the vast heaven pag. Oda, when Li Gui saw this scene, he said with a faint smile, "BLOOD, why battle? Boy, you're thinking too much. With this deity's strength, you can only contend with me by using the voice of the Dragon G. OD. It's a shame that displaying the voice of the Dragon G. OD with tier 9 strength, you can at most only last 3 breaths of time, right? As long as this deity tides over these 3 breaths, you're dead." Yi Yuan used 2 breaths of time the last time, and Li Gui calculated his limits. Although the voice of the Dragon G. OD was strong, his divine Tao laws were too powerful. The voice of the Dragon G. OD that had always prevailed could not achieve a certain kill effect with him. Since it could not achieve a certain kill effect, using this move was equivalent to seeking death. Yi Yuan smiled slightly, but did not take it seriously at all and said indifferently, "Is that so? If my conjectures are right, your current strength is also less than 10%. Since I can't deal with you in my current state, then I'll break through then." Done talking, all the essence energy in Yi Yuan surged. A surge of terrifying essence energy undulation roused the entire G.O.D. forbidden region until a storm raged and clouds gathered. Li Gui's expression changed, and he said in terror, "This, Tier 9 Grand Completion, Half-Deity Realm." Chapter 1263, Half-Deity Realm. Chapter 1263, Half-Deity Realm. To other people, Tier 9 Grand Completion and Half-Deity Realm still had an immense gap. Because even if one's essence, energy, and spirit all reached Grand Completion, it was also not Half-Deity Realm. Heart Realm Grand Completion. This hurdle stumped countless heroes. But what Yi Yuan was lacking was merely just on aspect of Essence Energy Realm. Of course, Essence Energy Realm reaching peak Divine King also could not be accomplished with one stroke. But Yi Yuan could. Exchanging blows the last time, Yi Yuan had merely just stepped into becoming a first-rate Divine King. They had just separated not long ago, and Yi Yuan actually directly broke through already. This was the part that Li Gui was really shocked at. Even when placed in their era, he had never seen before such rapid breakthrough as well. What are you still waiting for? Take the opportunity when he's breaking through and directly take his life. Zhuge Qingxuan's tone was somber, but revealed some anxiousness. What the H.E.L. I do you know, he has already triggered Half-Deity Realm and merged the essence, energy, and spirit, 3 paths, achieving Half-Deity Realm. Going forward to kill him at this time is opposing the heavenly Tao. You'll be annihilated straight away. If you want to die, go forward. At most, this deity will find another physical body. Li Gui scolded angrily. Humph! Didn't you claim to be a peak heaven glimpse deity realm powerhouse? To actually not even dare face the breakthrough of Half-Deity Realm. Zhuge Qingxian said with a cold smile. It's useless even if you goad me. If it were 1,000,000 years ago, this deity really wouldn't take this level of heavenly Tao seriously. But now, heh. The meaning of his words was naturally that he did not dare to make a move against Yi Yuan anymore. Although Zhuge Qingxian was anxious, he also knew that Li Gui's hatred toward Yi Yuan was even stronger than his. If the tribulation was able to kill him, Li Gui absolutely would not make a move. Then could it be that we're going to watch him break through just like this? Zhuge Qingxian said solemnly. Even if he breaks through to the Half-Deity Realm, it's also merely the strength of Divine Tao second stage. Although your physical body is a little shabby, this deity still has some confidence in dealing with him. Li Gui said. Zhuge Qingxian unexpectedly did not refute Li Gui's words. Yi Yuan breaking through to half-deity realm, he could already completely crush him in terms of realm. Actually, Zhuge Qingxian had long cultivated essence, energy, and spirit, 3 paths to grand completion already. Except that final heart realm boundary kept failing to break through to the realm of heaven-man unity. This disparity with Yi Yuan was not a tiny bit. Li Gui was not S-H-I plus ting on him, but merely stating a face. At this moment, Yi Yuan finally experienced what was called heaven-man unity. That moment when his essence energy reached grand completion, Yi Yuan produced a kind of wondrous resonance with the heavenly Tao. His essence, energy, and spirit, 3 paths, reached unprecedented harmony at this moment. Mortals come from the earth is born from heaven originates from Tao is the source. This is the half-deity realm. Yi Yuan felt that he was unprecedentedly powerful. Previous life, Yi Yuan had similarly reached peak divine king. But this feeling now was completely different from that time. Essence, energy, fleshy body, divine soul, under the mediation of heaven-man unity, became an ent. 1. Tai form by nature. No matter which path one chooses, the other 2 paths would provide a massive compounding power. Just a step, and Yi Yuan felt a world of difference from his strength before. No wonder Fang Tian was able to have an earth-shaking great battle with Kanoa. Such strength had virtually reached the limits under deity realm already. But Yi Yuan sensed that he was currently in a kind of critical state. That fleeting and ephemeral deity realm seemed to be within arm's length. In the divine Tao era, there was originally no so-called half-deity realm. Being able to cultivate the heart realm to the heaven-man unity grand completion, breaking through to the deity realm was virtually something that happened without extra effort, because this step was the critical step to break through to the deity realm, with the heart realm as the mediator, perfectly reconciling essence, energy, and spirit, touching that fleeting and ephemeral heavenly Tao. This was the crucial step to become a deity. But when Yi Yuan attempted to touch that heavenly Tao, he discovered that he could not touch it at all. Not too high to reach, just unable to touch. That sort of feeling was just like someone who used strength to grab something. As a result, the person grabbed too hard and missed, extremely dispirited. That heavenly Tao was absent. It did not exist. At this moment, Yi Yuan finally understood Fang Tian's feelings. This feeling of being within arm's length, but also out of reach, simply made people go crazy. Geez, this feeling of wanting to break through, but being unable to break through is unpleasant, right? Li Gui said sarcastically. Yi Yuan shot him an indifferent glance and said, "Aren't you even more pitiful than I am? Clearly have peak heaven glimpse deity realm's divine soul, but you're being suppressed at half-deity realm. It's very unpleasant, right?" Li Gui's expression turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, "What a razor-tongued brat. You ruined my 1,000,000 years of bitter effort. Today, I'll make your blood dead in blood." Sure enough, even though Yi Yuan had touched upon heavenly Tao, he had not experienced it personally before. But Li Gui clearly had that strength, but was forcefully suppressed at half-deity realm. This made people even more depressed. That sort of feeling was like he wanted to emerge out of the surface of the water, but forcefully had his head pressed down by someone. And yet he could not lift his head. Bring it on. I want to experience a bit just what kind of strength peak heaven glimpse deity realm is like, Yi Yuan said disdainfully. Li Gui's fury was finally incited by Yi Yuan. It was only to see his face turn cold. The surrounding S.P.A.C. immediately wailed with ghostly shrieks and howls. Countless savage, ghostly figures blotted out the skies and covered the earth and chomped down towards Yi Yuan. 100 ghosts devouring the soul. This move was the sea. Mutilation of essence, energy, and ghost Tao. Not only did it harm the person's body, it similarly had tremendous damage on the divine soul. With Li Gui's law's boundary, this move naturally could not be underestimated. However, Yi Yuan did not have the slightest change in countenance on his face. The evil extermination sword suddenly attacked. An incomparably pure sword energy flew everywhere, charging over towards those fierce ghosts. Monumental sword. With righteous air in one's chest, heroism was unbeatable. Sup 1/sup. The moment this move was unleashed, it possessed the might of heaven and earth, and at the same time, it was the jinx of those ferocious ghosts. Yi Yuan displaying this move with half-deity realm. The power naturally could not be mentioned in the same breath. It was no idea how many times stronger than before. In less than 10 breaths, those ferocious ghosts were slaughtered clean. Seeing this scene, Li Gui's expression could not help changing. He naturally knew about Yi Yuan's monumental sword. He did not hope for this move to be able to cause any damage to Yi Yuan's main body. His true target was Yi Yuan's divine soul. But Yi Yuan seemed to be completely fine. He was utterly immune to this divine soul attack. "What moves do you still have? Feel free to use them," Yi Yuan said coolly. Yi Yuan naturally knew that this move of Li Gui's contained an exceedingly powerful divine soul attack. But regarding divine soul attacks, he did not need to defend at all. With the soul-suppressing pearl around, any divine soul attacks were existences like paper tigers. In absolute heaven, truly lingering on persistently. Since that's the case, I want to take a look at whether or not your successor can withstand my undying ghost slaughter move. Li Gui smiled coldly. A terrifying divine soul power spread out. Heaven and earth changed colors because of it. Chapter 1264. Getting completely out of hand. Chapter 1264. Getting completely out of hand. This human race martial artist's pinnacle great battle aroused the attention of quite a number of powerhouses in the G.O.D. Forbidden region. Of course, this level of fight was not considered some unparalleled great battle to them. When that pair of father and son saw Li Gui's terrifying undulations, they said indifferently, "The laws are not bad. It's just too bad that what he cultivates is ghost Tao." Using the ghost Tao in front of the soul-suppressing pearl, isn't this simply like an elderly person eating ice? Enoch, seeking death? The soul-suppressing pearl is really too scary. These few years, the Death Soul tree has cornered the Kunwa Divine wood badly. I didn't expect that it was directly annihilated, the sun said. Devouring the Death Soul tree, the soul-suppressing pearl has probably already awakened. It's just that that boy hasn't detected it yet. Nothing nice to see anymore. The guy that cultivates ghost Tao is dead for sure, the father said. Inside another deep and quiet valley, powerful undulations faintly leaked out. Suddenly, a disdainful voice came out from inside the valley. Clowns jumping around, showing off in the presence of an expert. On the mountaintop, a luxuriantly green large tree overshadowed and obscured the sun. Different from the Death Soul tree's lifeless atmosphere, this large tree was overflowing with life force. A young man sat on the treetop, looking into the distance. That gaze seemed to pierce through the void, seeing very far away places. Interesting. Using the ghost Tao in front of the soul-suppressing pearl, it's truly the ignorant is fearless. However, the soul-suppressing pearl has just regained consciousness. It probably really needs this kind of nourishment. The youngster said, "That human seems to be here to find us." The large tree suddenly emitted a voice. "How do you know?" Possessing the world-suppressing steel and soul-suppressing pearl, I wonder if this boy can save this immortal grove region that is on the brink of collapse or not. The young man said, "Probably can't. The realm locking gate isn't that easy to pass through," the big tree said. "You're so sure?" "I'm very optimistic about this boy, though," the young man said with a smile. Li Gui's martial technique was cast halfway when he detected something amiss. Undying ghost slaughter was the strongest soul technique that he could cast. If at his prime back then, Even same-level powerhouses did not dare to clash head-on either. Those capable of suppressing him was also just absolute heaven, that level of existence. If he could refine himself into an undying evil ghost and use this move again, he definitely dared to contend with absolute heaven. It was just that man proposes, God disposes. A million years later, heavenly Tao dwindled to zero. He was already unable to return to deity realm anymore. What was even more Nabal was that this boy in front of him ruined his million years of painstaking effort, making him fail on the cusp of success. Even so, the undying ghost slaughter, this move was also an unbelievably terrifying existence. But Li Gui discovered to his dismay that this move of his seemed to have set off some remarkable things. No matter how he outputted soul force, he was unable to completely execute this attack. It was as if this move became a bottomless pit. His soul force flowed into Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness unceasingly. Yi Yuan clearly also detected the soul-suppressing pearl's changes. The him who was originally akin to facing a great enemy simply just abandoned all actions at this time, allowing the soul-suppressing pearl to conduct itself freely. The situation got completely out of hand. The look of horror on Li Gui's face became increasingly thicker. He wanted to withdraw his soul force, but he discovered to his dismay that he already could not do it. Right now, his soul force seemed like floodwaters that broke the dam, flowing over toward Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness nonstop. Yi Yuan, you? What the H? E-L. L did you do? This? What's going on here? Li Gui's face was full of alarm and panic. His voice was even almost in tears. Li Gui examined himself and felt that he was already an expert on the divine soul path. There was absolutely nothing that he did not understand. But he discovered to his dismay that he completely could not understand the current situation. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "You know it, I didn't do anything." He really did not do anything, but would Li Gui believe? It was because Yi Yuan did nothing at all that Li Gui felt even more fishy. He knelt on the ground with a thud and prostrated to Yi Yuan and said, "Young Master Yi, Sir Yi, Master Yi Yuan, I was wrong. I beg you to let me off. I won't ever find trouble with you again. You didn't lose anything at all, but I already have nothing at all anymore. I beg you to give me a chance to turn over a new leaf and let me off." This terrifying, devouring power, he was completely powerless to resist. No matter how he urged his divine Tao laws, he was also unable to break free of Yi Yuan's devouring power. Li Gui even had the heart to die. Just what kind of an existence did he provoke? Yi Yuan said with a helpless look, "Not that I'm not letting you off, but I really didn't do anything at all." The soul-suppressing pearl was not what he could control at all. From the start till now, all of the soul-suppressing pearl's actions were done on its own. This time was no exception as well. Huff huff. The devouring power became stronger and stronger. Li Gui's devoured was actually pulled right out of Zhuge Qingxuan's body in the end, converging into Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness in the end. Zhuge Qingxuan's entire body trembled, looking at this scene in shock. Without Li Gui, he also lost his final reliance. The current him facing Yi Yuan, he did not have any strength to retaliate at all. "Why, Yi Yuan, I... Zhuge Qingxuan's expression was deathly pale. He completely did not expect that such a drama-like scene would actually occur. In his view, no matter how miserable, this was also a great battle evenly matched on both sides. Who knew that in a blink of an eye, Li Gui was devoured until not even dregs remained. He retook his body's control right to new now. But he had never lost all hope like this before, resulting in him not even knowing how to word it. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "You want me to let you go, right?" Zhuge Qingxian was stunned and nodded his head desperately. But Yi Yuan said disdainfully, "Our enmity is also not irresolvable. But too bad you sought refuge with the fiend race. This is something that this young master cannot tolerate. Therefore, sorry. Your life, I must take it." Hearing Yi Yuan sentence him to death, Zhuge Qingxuan's face turned ghastly pale. Suddenly, he lifted his head to the sky and gave a long howl and said, "What a joke! Yi Yuan, you don't really think that you're the savior, right? Do you know how strong Kanua is? He's a former origin deity realm powerhouse. Do you think that you can be his match?" Yi Yuan said very indifferently, "Otherwise, why do you think this young master would come to the G? Oh, it's Fall Mountain Range. You want to become a deity? Ha ha! This is even more unrealistic than suppressing Kanua." Zhuge Qingxian said with a crazed laugh. Yi Yuan pursed his lips and said scornfully, "That's not something you have to be worried about anymore. Either way, you can't see it anymore." Finished talking, Yi Yuan directly used the monumental sword. The half-deity realm, Yi Yuan displaying this move again, the power already could not be mentioned in the same breath. Zhuge Qingxuan's gaze revealed a savage look, and he said ferociously, "Your father, I will fight it out with you." Profound divinity finger. Before Yi Yuan had broken through to half-deity realm, Zhuge Qingxian was already not his match. How could this half-baked move currently be Yi Yuan's match? A sword unleashed. H.I. Plusing swept away all obstacles in the way. Zhuge Qingxian did not even let out a scream and was directly annihilated by this sword. The heaven-stabilizing divine king, who had commanded the divine realm for over 2,000 years, perished here. Chapter 1265, World Tree. Chapter 1265, World Tree. Yi Qing, can you feel the aura of the Kunwa divine wood? There's a very strong wood spirit energy ahead. I feel like that being seems to be guiding us forward. Yi Yuan was stunned when he heard that. Guiding us forward? Yi Qing nodded his head. To be able to release such terrifying wood spirit energy, that being is too strong. It's completely not what we're capable of surmising. I think he should have discovered us long ago, and even already knew our objective of this trip. Because apart from the Kunwa divine wood in this place, I can't sense the auras of any other existences. Yi Yuan nodded his head and did not reveal a surprised expression. The existences in this forbidden region were all what they were unable to imagine. Just talking about that death soul tree, Yi Yuan could not even move a finger in front of him. Yi Qing was the most sensitive towards wood spirit energy. Hence, that was why he had Yi Qing lead the way. Sure enough, before long, Yi Qing detected a powerful wood spirit energy. "Big brother, I wonder whether the Kunwa divine would taking the initiative to expose itself is a fiend or foe." White Light said. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Whether friend or foe, we have to make this trip." Under Yi Qing's lead, the party arrived under a mountain peak very soon. Above the mountaintop, an enormous tree towered above the clouds. That tree trunk was seemingly a heaven-supporting pillar. Even 1,000 people might not be able to wrap around it either. The thick life force made Yi Yuan and the others who were far away at the foot of the mountain feel completely relaxed and refreshed in spirit. Is this the Kunwa divine wood? What a terrifying existence! White Light exclaimed with a sigh. Rumor has it that the Kunwa divine wood is the source of the divine realm's wood spirit energy. It can be called the world tree and is a part of heavenly Tao laws. This Tao-defying pill formula that I created was originally just a fleeting and ephemeral hint of enlightenment. But now, I'm already certain that I'm adding the finest. H.I. Plussing touch to heavenly Tao, remaking divine Tao within my body. Yi Yuan's gaze radiated rays of brilliant light as he said B-R-I-M-I-N-G with confidence. Yi Yuan's words made everyone endlessly shocked, especially S.H.I. plus Patian. S.H.I. plus Patian had experienced the divine Tao era before and understood heavenly Tao's intangibleness more than Tao profound realm martial artists. But Yi Yuan actually wanted to attempt to reforge heavenly Tao within his body. This kind of thinking was too conceited, too arrogant, too insane, too unthinkable. But thinking carefully, they all could not help praising the brilliant idea of Yi Yuan. Cultivating by following the routine, no one could break this heavenly Tao's rules at all. This point was already proven for over 100,000 years. Someone as powerful as Feng Tian was also unable to break this shackle. But if one simulated heavenly Tao using alchemy Tao, remaking a divine Tao law within the martial artist's body, this was indeed a fantastic idea. Haha, a fine reforging of divine Tao, well-deserving of being immortal Grove Empyrean's successor. This kind of inconceivable thinking simply takes people's breath away in wonder. A voice suddenly sounded out, giving everyone a fright. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's and the rest only felt a blur before their eyes. Their figures already involuntarily disappeared from where they stood. When they appeared again, they were already on top of the mountain peak, at the foot of the large tree. A young man was currently looking at them with a wide grin. That gaze was rather ruminating. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he asked probingly, "Could your esteemed self be the Kunwu Divine Wood?" The young man sized Yi Yuan up, seemingly very interested in him. Hearing Yi Yuan ask this, the young man said with a smile, "You're pretty good, worthy of being Old Fart Immortal Grove's successor. This idea of yours sounds crazy, but in fact, it's the method that's most likely to break heavenly Tao's shackles." Yi Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard that and said, "Senior also feels that this method can work." Of course, heavenly Tao collapsed, divine Tao dwindled to zero. No matter what method is used, it also can't resist the decline of heavenly Tao. But the spirit medicines that have experienced the divine Tao era before contains a part of heavenly Tao. They are unable to independently resist the decline of heavenly Tao. But if consolidating them together, there's a possibility of constructing an independent heavenly Tao within the martial artist's body, breaking this shackle from there. One has to admit that this idea is very genius. The young man said with an emotional sigh. Hearing the other party's words, Yi Yuan felt extremely excited. Following his understanding of the divine realm becoming increasingly deeper, Yi Yuan also had more confidence in the feasibility of the Tao-defying pill. Since heavenly Tao was already gone, then he would just remake heavenly Tao, a heavenly Tao that belonged to him, one that only existed in his body. This train of thought was increasingly clear. This idea seemed to be very insane, but to Yi Yuan, it was not impossible to actualize it. The heavenly Tao that Yi Yuan needed to construct was not a complete heavenly Tao. He was just going to construct an initial stage grotto profound deity realm's heavenly Tao, letting him be able to break through to deity realm successfully. Previous life, this idea was still very vague. But by relying on his exceedingly high comprehensions in alchemy Tao, he faintly sensed this existence. 1,000,000 years old spirit medicines did not just have these 9 types, but these 9 kinds of spirit medicines that Yi Yuan selected secretly contained heavenly Tao. This was the 9 kinds of spirit medicines that Yi Yuan selected only after going through repeated research. Talking about it was kind of vague and insubstantial, but by relying on his comprehension toward alchemy Tao, Yi Yuan felt that these spirit medicines combining together would be able to achieve an unexpected effect. In this life, Yi Yuan's comprehension of heavenly Tao became increasingly profound. Coupled with his understanding of the medicine D soul canon getting increasingly deeper, Yi Yuan's train of thoughts also became clearer and clearer. As for how to refine, he was even more certain in his heart as well. Therefore, that was why he wanted to enter the Fall Mountain Range and search for this last spirit medicine, the Kunwu flower. Then Senior's meaning is the Tao-defying pill can really help this Yi break through to the deity realm? Yi Yuan could not refrain from asking. The young man smiled and said, "Oh, I didn't say that. Whether or not you can break through, it will depend on your good fortune. This kind of thing, even if Old Fart Immortal Grove personally comes around, he also would not dare to say that it can 100% succeed. I can only say that there's a possibility." Yi Yuan's entire body trembled. The young man's words undoubtedly boosted him much confidence. This one before his eyes was an existence that rode above deity realm. For him to say that it was possible was already extremely hard to come by. In these 100,000 years, no idea how many people had once attempted to break through to deity realm before, but they all failed without exception. Since that's the case, pardon this junior for being impetuous, but I wonder if senior can gift a kunwa flower. Yi Yuan said with clasped hands. The young man froze and suddenly burst into laughter and said, "Interesting, really interesting. Brat, your guts are really not small." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Not that junior is gutsy, but that junior is already driven to the wall. The kunwa flower might be very important to senior, but to junior, to the divine realm, it's even more important. I think that since senior is willing to show yourself and meet up, you don't wish for the divine realm to fall utterly into enemy hands, right?" From the Kunwa Divine Woods, ATTI, Tude, Yi Yuan concluded that the other part at least did not much hostility towards him. Otherwise, he would not talk so much rubbish. You, brat, are really quite interesting. No wonder Old Fart Immortal Grove picked you." As the young man said, he held a palm up. A pink flower appeared in his hand. Chapter 1266. Empyrean Spirit Treasure. Chapter 1266. Empyrean Spirit Treasure. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, looking at the young man in amazement. He really did not expect that he actually obtained the kunwu flower so effortlessly. Before this, Yi Yuan thought of countless possibilities and was even prepared to fight to the bitter end. The only thing that he did not think of was that the other party actually gave it to him so magnanimously. Receiving the kunwu flower, Yi Yuan even had a feeling like he was dreaming. "Senior, this? Why?" Yi Yuan said in wonder. The young man smiled and said, "I've long already found that death soul tree to be an eyesore, and you did it beautifully. In addition, I have to give face to Old Fart Immortal Grove's successor. As for whether or not it can succeed, that will depend on you." Yi Yuan was stunned. He already heard Immortal Grove, this name more than once, but he did not know why this divine realm would be called Immortal Grove region. Looking at it now, this Immortal Grove seemed to be a person's name. "May I ask, senior, just what is this Immortal Grove? Why do a lot of people call the divine realm as Immortal Grove region?" Yi Yuan asked. Kunwu smiled and said, "Divine realm is just what you yourselves call it. The path of martial Tao, the so-called deity realm, is merely just the starting point. The reason why the divine realm is called Immortal Grove region is naturally that its sovereign is Old Fart Immortal Grove." "Old Fart Immortal Grove?" Yi Yuan frowned and said. Kunwa nodded and said, "Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove is this Immortal Grove region's founder, and also sovereign. Cultivation reaching a certain realm, one can hew open a world. This Immortal Grove region is the world that Old Fart Immortal Grove opened up." Not just Yi Yuan, everyone trembled all over when they heard these words. Establish. Plusing a world, this was simply inconceivable means. This divine realm that they lived in was actually established by a martial Tao powerhouse. Could a person really accomplish to this extent? Establish. Plusing a world. Senior, you aren't joking around, right? Even if Yi Yuan was experienced and knowledgeable, his expression currently also became incomparably fascinating. The impact of Kunwa's words on him was too great. I'm not so free to crack jokes with you. Establish. Plusing a world isn't considered some noteworthy thing. But establish. Plusing a world like the Immortal Grove region, that's not what an ordinary person can accomplish. Telling you now, you can't understand either. If there comes a day where you can leave this Immortal Grove region, you'll naturally understand, Kunwu said. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath. This Kunwa's words simply subverted the understanding of martial Tao. He had never thought that this divine realm was actually established through artificial means, and also never thought that the human's martial Tao could attain such a terrifying realm. This kind of thing, if not for Kunwu personally saying it, no one could imagine it. Empyrean this term, Yi Yuan remembered it firmly in his heart. In an instant, he was filled with a yearning for this realm. A realm, when achieved, one could establish a world. Just with his current strength, there was completely no way of imagining it. Only after a long time did Yi Yuan come back to his senses from the shock and said to Kunwu, "Senior, Heavenly Tao is missing. So why do the existences inside this forbidden region seem to be unaffected?" Yi Yuan was very curious. Regardless of whether the Death Soul Tree or this Kunwu Divine were in front of him, Yi Yuan could not fathom it all. This indicated that their boundary was what he was incapable of imagining. Unlike the old ancestor as well as S.H.I. plus Patian, Yi Yuan could clearly sense that their realms were being suppressed. Kunwu smiled and said, "Because we all don't belong to the immortal Grove region and didn't attain Tao by practicing the laws here. So we won't be suppressed by Heavenly Tao." Yi Yuan was incredibly shocked. Turned out that all of them came from another world. But very soon, Yi Yuan's eyes lit up and was just about to speak, but was beaten to it by Kunwu. "Don't think anymore. This forbidden region's existences all can't leave this region. Moreover, the Immortal Grove region is already an arrow at the end of its flight and can't endure us taking action at all. The moment we act, this Immortal Grove region will probably not be far from utterly collapsing," Kunwu said. Yi Yuan had a look of disappointment on his face. He was just thinking that the Kunwu Divine was not restrained by that Heavenly Tao, so maybe he could make a move to deal with Kunwu. Yi Yuan did not expect that it was actually this situation. He could not help saying gloomily, "Senior, what in the world happened to the Divine Realm? Why would Heavenly Tao be missing?" Kunwu shrugged his shoulders and said, "Because Old Fart Immortal Grove died." This one sentence made Yi Yuan inwardly alarmed. A powerhouse that could establish a world would actually die, too? Then what kind of existence would the powerhouse who killed him be like? Kunwu continued, "However, the Immortal Grove region's decline originally shouldn't be so quick either. 5 million years ago, Old Fart Immortal Grove severed his connection with the Immortal Grove region. 10-1, the odds are he's dead. This Immortal Grove region naturally declined with each Sing day. But 100,000 years ago, his lifeblood Empyrean spirit treasure should have been refined by others. That's why it would make the Immortal Grove region's Heavenly Tao become defective. Mystic Chi was drained empty. That's why you all are unable to achieve Deity Realm." Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, and he muttered, "Lifeblood Empyrean spirit treasure?" Kunwu looked at Yi Yuan with a smile that was not a smile and said, "Don't you have it too? Furthermore, it's even more than one." Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, and he opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief, "Senior is talking about the vast heaven steel and soul-suppressing pearl?" Kunwu smiled and said, "Otherwise, apart from the soul-suppressing pearl, what else can finish off Death Soul Tree that guy?" These words, they actually carried thick grievances. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he knew that the Kunwu Divine would seem to be on rather bad terms with the Death Soul Tree. However, Kunwu's words still stirred up monstrous waves in Yi Yuan's heart. He could not figure out all along just what origins the vast heaven steel and soul-suppressing pearl had. Yi Yuan did not expect that they were actually the Empyrean spirit treasures of the Immortal Grove region's sovereign, Immortal Grove Empyrean. This level of supreme existence was not what the average person could conjecture at all. No wonder even absolute heaven, that kind of peerless powerhouses, could not figure out the vast heaven steel's depths. Old Fart Immortal Grove had 3 Empyrean spirit treasures. One is the world-suppressing steel, one is the soul-suppressing pearl, and one is the universe sword. These 3 Empyrean spirit treasures are closely related to the Immortal Grove region. Old Fart Immortal Grove used them to nurture these 3 Empyrean spirit treasures. So the moment the universe sword was lost, this Immortal Grove region suffered a heavy blow. From then on, there was no longer divine Tao. Kunwu spoke with confidence and composure. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath, but the astoundment in his heart kept failing to calm down. The impact that Kunwa's words brought to him was too great. Every sentence that Kunwu uttered was this immortal grove region's extremely great heaven's secret. The people of the divine realm lived here one lifetime after another, but they never knew that this was merely just A-S-P-A-C that someone else established. In the end, they were merely frogs at the bottom of a well. Outside had even broader S-P-A-C. This 100,000 years mystery was finally uncovered today. How could Yi Yuan not be shocked? And what Kunwa disclosed was far more than this 100,000 years mystery. Yi Yuan never dreamed that the two inconceivable treasures which he obtained by chance were actually Empyrean spirit treasures. Chapter 1267. 10 Directions, Heaven-Seizing Art. Chapter 1267. 10 Directions, Heaven-Seizing Art. Senior, this junior still has a query. Speak. Breaking through deity realm requires mystic qi flooding the body. I wonder if there's still any mystic qi in the divine realm? Mystic qi flooding the body was also the most crucial link to breaking through to deity realm. This was not just the step that Feng Tian they all were most worried about. It was actually the step that Yi Yuan was most worried about as well. Even if his Tao-defying pill was really able to succeed, without mystic qi, he was likewise unable to break through to the deity realm. Kunwa smiled and said, Mystic qi? Hoo-hoo, don't you have it on you? I have it on me. Yi Yuan had a blank look. Heaven and earth essence energy is merely the low-level form of mystic qi. Not reaching the deity realm, this immortal grove region's martial artists are totally unable to withstand mystic qi flooding the body. One Empyrean spirit treasure is sufficient to support the immortal grove region's martial artists to break through to deity realm. These few years, the Empyrean spirit treasure that sustained the divine realm's mystic qi was precisely the universe sword. Now that the universe sword was refined by someone, mystic qi is naturally siphoned empty too. But inside the other two Empyrean spirit treasures, there's naturally mystic qi too, Kunwa said. Yi Yuan said in amazement, You're saying that inside the vast heaven steel and soul-suppressing pearl both have mystic qi? But how should I guide them out? No need to guide them out. If you can remake heavenly Tao within your body, mystic qi will naturally come out. If you fail, it naturally won't come out either, Kunwa said. Yi Yuan did not expect that inside the vast heaven steel actually hid mystic qi. 5 million years ago, Feng Tian had once attempted to break through to the deity realm before, but did not arouse mystic qi. If Feng Tian was able to find a method to add the finest plussing touch to heavenly Tao, perhaps he would break through to the deity realm first. Of course, whether or not he could draw out mystic qi, even Kunwu was also uncertain. Maybe Yi Yuan was the same as Feng Tian, the final outcome being failure. Many thanks for senior resolving my doubts. Yi Yuan is forever indebted. Yi Yuan said with clasped hands. After a bout of preparations, Yi Yuan planned on refining the pill on the spot. Kunwa didn't want to interrupt Yi Yuan. He just quietly watched by the side. On a table, over 100 kinds of spirit medicines were arranged very densely. These 100 over types of spirit medicines were not anyhow picked. In order to select these 100 over kinds of spirit medicines, Yi Yuan had done D knows how many deductions and experiments before. By relying on his tiny hint of response towards heavenly Tao, it was sifted out. In this life, when he was idle, he did countless deductions and verifications again. He did many modifications before finally deciding on this never-existed-before pill formula. Big brother, don't know why I'm so nervous. White Light said with an anxious look. Yi Yuan scolded with a laugh. You rascal, it's just refining a medicinal pill. Is there a need? That might be the case, but this medicinal pill of yours concerns the divine realm's life and death. Can I not be nervous? If it fails, there won't be a chance to do a second try. When have your big brother fail before on refining pills? Yi Yuan looked at White Light and said with overflowing confidence. White Light thought about it and said, "That's true. Big Brother's alchemy skills have long attained the acme of perfection already. However, can the 9 stars Imperial Heaven Art refine this Tao-defying pill?" 9 stars Imperial Heaven Art was already the strongest alchemy technique under Deity Realm. But for this alchemy technique to refine this never-before-seen medicinal pill, White Light was not confident either. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Not using the 9 stars Imperial Heaven Art this time." White Light was stunned and said, "Not using the 9 stars Imperial Heaven Art?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "If talking about refining methods, barely anyone is more familiar with it than me. Even if it's the 9 stars Imperial Heaven Art, it's also impossible to refine the Tao-defying pill. Since I created this medicinal pill, I naturally have to create an even more impressive alchemy technique." Even more impressive alchemy technique? Big Brother, you concealed your skills so deeply. White Light drew a cold breath. No one understood Yi Yuan better than him. He had never seen before Yi Yuan used any alchemy skill that was even more powerful. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This alchemy skill was created in my previous life. After perfecting in this life, it should be sufficient to take on great responsibilities." Big Brother, what is this alchemy skill called? Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp, and he said, 10 Directions Heaven-Seizing Art. This was an experience that was hard to come by. Naturally, the situation could not be without Ren Dong, Xiao Rian, as well as Grand Pupil Guyu. They were all called out by Yi Yuan to watch and learn. Putting aside Ren Dong and Xiao Rian, Guyu's strength these past few years also advanced by leaps and bounds. Of course, he learned from the fundamental level. Hence, he was much slower than Ren Dong and Xiao Rian. But his strength was indisputable. The pill refinement this time is where the quintessence of everything that Master learned in his lifetime lies. You all watch carefully. How much you can comprehend will depend on your individual fortunes, Yi Yuan said to the 3 people. The 3 people all nodded their heads solemnly, all being incredibly excited. They already knew that what Yi Yuan was going to refine this time could be said to be the #1 pill in 100,000 years. As for the 10 Directions Heaven-Seizing Art, it was also their first time hearing. But they did not doubt in the slightest that this was an alchemy skill that reached the acme of perfection. Taking care of everything, Yi Yuan started refining the pill. Yi Yuan dripped a drop of blood essence into the Dragon's Sovereign Cauldron. The Dragon's Sovereign Cauldron's dragon pressure immediately billowed into the sky. With Yi Yuan's current peak sacred rank dragon blood, he could already deploy the Dragon's Sovereign Cauldron's power to the greatest. The current Dragon's Sovereign Cauldron was already a half-divine artifact, rivaling the vast Heaven Pag. Oh duh. But the refinement this time was greatly different from everyone's impression in the past. In the past, the feeling that Yi Yuan's pill refinement gave them was exhilarating. Not just exhilarating, but breathtaking. But this time, just extracting and purifying the medicinal embryo, Yi Yuan spent a full 3 days' time. Spirit medicines being many was one aspect. But Yi Yuan's method of purification was vastly different from before. The medicinal embryos that Yi Yuan refined, in the end, was not 1 but 9. Each main ingredient, he would refine a medicinal embryo on its own. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ruyan and the rest were all extremely amazed. What's Grandmaster doing here? Could it be that he's going to refine 9 medicinal pills? Guyu said in wonder. Xiao Ruyan rolled her eyes at him and said, "Do you think that the Tao-defying pill is 9 medicinal pills?" Ren Dong said, "Refining these 9 medicinal embryos doesn't have any difficulty to master. But refining these 9 medicinal embryos into 1 medicinal pill is as hard as ascending to the heavens." Xiao Rian nodded and said, "Refining the Tao-defying pill is not mixing these spirit medicines together, but combining into a complete heavenly Tao. In the process of refinement, not only does one have to focus on the medicinal pill's refinement, they even have to rely on their comprehension toward alchemy Tao and fuse these medicinal embryos together organically. One can say that refining this Tao-defying pill is a tiny little world. Refining the medicinal embryos, Yi Yuan finally started refining. But the moment he made his move, Xiao Ruyin and the others were all shocked. Isn't this the refining method of the greater phaseless art? A Tier 1 alchemy skill to refine the Tao-defying pill? Guyu said in shock. Xiao Ruyin was likewise incomparably shocked and exclaimed, "You guys look? It became the lesser phaseless art. No, wait, this is another skill. What in the world is going on here?" Kunwu originally watched Yi Yuan refine and purify the medicinal embryos calmly. But the moment he took action, his gaze revealed glimmers of brilliant light. Chapter 1268, Great Tao Resonance. Chapter 1268, Great Tao Resonance. Among the people present, no one understood what Tao was better than Kunwu. Yi Yuan's refining method looked simple to the extreme, but every movement contained the lingering charm of Tao. His disciples exclaimed with admiration because they could not understand Yi Yuan's Tao. The two parties' realms were too far apart. Kunwu clearly did not know alchemy, but from the disciples' marveling exclamations, he could guess that what Yi Yuan used were all the most basic alchemy techniques. But what Yi Yuan used was not the most basic alchemy skills. Seemingly contradictory, this was actually the sublimation of returning to one's original simplicity. This was the 10 Directions heaven-seizing art. Somewhat interesting. This boy might really succeed, Kunwu said with a laugh. Xiao Ruyin looked towards Kunwu in surprise, plucked up her courage, and asked, "Senior, did you perceive something? I see that what Master used are all Tier 1 alchemy techniques. We all know them. Can this kind of technique refine the Tao-defying pill?" With her asking, everyone perked their ears up, wanted to hear Kunwu's evaluation. Especially White Light. He still heard that Yi Yuan created some 10 Directions heaven-seizing art previously. In the end, what he used was all some of the simplest refining techniques. He naturally knew that Yi Yuan was not joking around, but he really could not tell what difference Yi Yuan's techniques had from Tier 1 alchemy techniques. Tier 1 alchemy techniques? Nay. Your master has already reached the boundary of seeing the mountain as a mountain still and seeing the water as water still. Your disparity with him is too far away, so you can't understand, Kunwu said with a loud laugh. Xiao Ruyin's eyes lit up, and she made a detailed inquiry. "Senior, please resolve my confusion." Kunwu gave her a glance and said with a smile, "One will never achieve their goals without doing things a step at a time. Not ACCU, mulating small streams. There's no way to become a river or sea. Where Tao lies isn't fleeting and ephemeral, but inside every little bit. I don't know alchemy, but myriad great Taos all lead to the same destination. Tier 1 alchemy skills are the simplest, but also where the roots of alchemy techniques lie. When you guys cultivate to an extremely high realm, then turn back to look at it, maybe there will be a different feeling. Of course, with your current realms, it's still far away." When everyone heard that, they were all dumbstruck. Only then did they know what kind of profound realm Yi Yuan's alchemy, Tao, already reached. This kind of realm completely had no way of using words to describe. Xiao Ri and Trio exchanged glances, all smiling bitterly in the end. Yi Yuan, letting them out, was naturally in order to let them sense the true alchemy, Tao a little. Unfortunately, no matter how they looked, Yi Yuan was also refining a Tier 1 medicinal pill. The three of them had all been drilled by Yi Yuan before and were all too familiar with Tier 1 alchemy techniques. All of them, any one of the techniques, could easily achieve entering the legendary realm. But now, only when they watched Yi Yuan refine pills did they know that their road was still long. Time went by day after day. In a blink of an eye, it was 10 days. In these 10 days, there was nothing exciting. Yi Yuan was constantly using the simplest alchemy techniques to refine the pill, unhurried and unremarkable. But the expressions on the faces of Xiao Ruyin, they all gradually became solemn. Yi Yuan was refining 9 medicinal embryos at the same time. But with 10 days, they gradually gained some level of attainment. At this time, they finally somewhat understood Kunwu's words. Ordinary Tier 1 alchemy skills were absolutely unable to refine these 9 medicinal embryos at the same time. 9 medicinal embryos. Inside them contained over 100 types of spirit medicines. The difficulty of control was absolutely the entire divine realm's peak. But in 10 days, Yi Yuan did not make a hint of mistake. This was simply something that one did not dare imagine. Hence, the only possibility was that Yi Yuan's alchemy techniques they really could not understand. Too profound. Suddenly, everyone's faces changed. Clouds gathered in the sky. Rays of sunglow fluctuated as if something major was going to happen. Kunwa took a look at the sky and laughed as he said with narrowed eyes, "Haha, aroused the resonance of great Tao. This boy is truly remarkable. Old Fard Immortal Grove might have a qualified successor." Rumble. Above the skies of the entire divine realm, multicolored sunglow rippled, S-H-I, plus Ning upon the land until it became a gorgeous color. Above the ninth heaven, thunder clapped and clouds rolled, heading over to the south. At the Dragon Clan in the Demon region, Fong Tian raised his head and looked at the sky, rays of brilliant light glimmering in his gaze. What happened? Who can actually cause such a heaven and earth phenomenon? Fong Tian said in shock. Senior, looking at this commotion, it seems to be heading south. It's precisely the direction of the Fall mountain range. Could Yi Yuan have broken through to deity realm? By the side, Tung Yun's eyes lit up and said in surprise. Fong Tian darted him a glance and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "You're thinking too much. Forget about breaking through to the grotto profound deity realm. Even if breaking through to the origin deity realm, it's also impossible for the entire divine realm to have such a heaven and earth phenomenon appear. Such celestial phenomena, there's probably only those existences in the forbidden region that can trigger it. I'm afraid that Tung Yun's hopes that had just ignited was extinguished by Fong Tian. Indeed, this kind of heaven and earth phenomenon already lasted a full 3 days' time. Moreover, the scope spread to the entire divine realm. Even if Yi Yuan broke through to deity realm, it was also impossible to cause such a terrifying heaven and earth phenomenon. This kind of heaven and earth phenomenon, there were no records of it in the divine realm's history at all. Even if those origin deity realm powerhouses, it was also not possible to make the entire divine realm so turbulent. Suddenly, Fong Tian shut his eyes. When Tung Yun saw the situation, he exclaimed, "Senior, you mustn't." His voice has yet to fade, and then only to see Fong Tian spewed out a mouthful of blood with a puff. All of a sudden, Fong Tian seemed to have aged considerably. Fong Tian looked up at the sky and murmured, "Heaven Tao can't be pried into. I hope that Yi Yuan can return safely." At the same time, Kanua slowly opened his eyes, his expression becoming very ugly. This is great Tao resonance. That brat wouldn't really have succeeded, right? That's scared. You, this old fellow, are also nothing more than this. Yuji suddenly appeared and said with a cold smile, "Humph. Right now, it's him and me competing on time. When this deity has swept across the divine realm, even if he attains Tao and becomes a deity, so what? Dispatch the orders. 3 days later, launch a general offensive against the demon region. We have to exterminate the demon race at all costs. This deity doesn't believe that Fong Tian can still stop at this time." Kanua said disdainfully. Yuji's eyes lit up, and she said, "You already recovered your strength? Otherwise, what do you think? Relax. Everything is under this deity's control. Even if that brat really becomes a deity and returns, he can't escape the palm of my hand either." Huh. Talking to the back, Kanua let out a wild laugh. Yuji's gaze flickered, but did not know where Kanua's confidence lay. In the Fall mountain range, rays of sunglow descended from the sky, converging into the dragon's sovereign cauldron. Xiao Ruyin and the rest who were by the side were long dumbfounded from watching already. They had never seen before that refining medicinal pills could trigger such a heaven and earth phenomenon. Rumble. Suddenly, the dragon's sovereign cauldron started trembling violently. This scene made everyone's faces change. Boom! It was only to hear a loud bang, and that dragon's sovereign cauldron actually directly exploded. A terrifying energy swept out. Chapter 1269, Great Tao Pill Refinement. Chapter 1269, Great Tao Pill Refinement. Big Brother Yuan. Big Brother. Master. Several shouts sounded at the same time, the voices full of panic and fear. The half-divine artifact, Dragon's Sovereign Cauldron, actually could not withstand the pressure of heavenly Tao and broke down at once. The Dragon's Sovereign Cauldron's fragments scattered everywhere. A tremendous impact force flew towards everyone. Kunwen just casually waved a hand and completely wiped out those fragments. But this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the medicinal cauldron exploded. What should Yi Yuan do about the medicinal pill? When they focused their eyes and looked over, they could not help being pleasantly surprised. In front of Yi Yuan, a Tai Chi diagram formed. In the center of the Tai Chi diagram, 9 medicinal embryos were still being smelted by the cleansing sandal's sacred flame. That Tai Chi diagram was incomparably profound. Yi Yuan took his time to perform the alchemy skills and was not the least bit moved by the Dragon's Sovereign Cauldron's collapse. The current Yi Yuan already entered an extremely profound state. Yi Yuan was clearly refining pills there, but Xiao Ruyan, they all had an unreal feeling. It was as if there was no Yi Yuan there. What was there was just the vague and insubstantial heavenly Tao. The current Yi Yuan seemed to have incarnated to become heavenly Tao. This kind of wondrous spectacle was simply inconceivable. Great Tao Pill Refinement. This is the legendary Great Tao Pill Refinement. Ha ha! I didn't expect that this kind of marvelous spectacle actually appeared in an Empyrean world. Old Fart Immortal Grove. Oh, Old Fart Immortal Grove. I really didn't expect that your Empyrean world that's about to collapse actually produced such a figure. I look forward very much to whether or not he can give off a brilliant light over there. Kunwu suddenly laughed loudly and said, Xiao Ruyan, they all were drawn over by Kunwu's laughter. Clearly, they were also very curious about Yi Yuan's current state. Senior, what's this great Tao pill refinement that you speak of? Xiao Ruyan asked. At this time, Kunwu's gaze when looking at Yi Yuan already became different. Before this, he was using a talking down ATTI to view Yi Yuan. There was even a tiny hint of pity. The Kunwu Divine would have lived for D knows how many years. One could even say that he was an existence that watched the immortal Grove regions rise and decline. Toward this Empyrean world's humans, they were lowly existences to him. This sort of condescension was born in the bones. He could not change it. But at this moment, Kunwu unknowingly got rid of that unconscious superiority feeling. When he saw the scene happen, he finally looked squarely at Yi Yuan, this lowly person of an Empyrean world. Saw that Tai Chi diagram? Kunwu said. Xiao Ruyan froze and saw it. Isn't that condensed and formed by Master with the power of array formations? Kunwu laughed in spite of himself and said, Array formation? Ha ha! That isn't array formation. That's this immortal Grove region's heavenly Tao, materialized heavenly Tao, remaining heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao. Senior, you aren't joking, right? Xiao Ruyan's mouth opened into a circle and was incredibly shocked. Not just her, everyone had disbelieving looks. They all thought that Kunwu was joking. What was heavenly Tao? That was a fleeting and ephemeral existence. And completely intangible existence. Martial artists could go and comprehend heavenly Tao, but how could one possibly use heavenly Tao to refine pills? This was too ludicrous. It was something that was completely impossible to happen. But Kunwu said with a disdainful smile, Heavenly Tao isn't as mysterious as you all imagine. The heavenly Tao that you all cultivate is merely the Tao of someone else. This place is Old Fart Immortal Grove's Empyrean world. So the heavenly Tao that you guys cultivate is all just as Tao. Therefore, as long as you all are still inside this immortal grove region, it's forever impossible for you all to Serpa. S him. In fact, you guys can't even touch the heels of his feet. If you guys can cultivate to 1/10,000th of his, that's already an invincible existence. Everyone exchanged glances, wanting to refute, but was also unable to refute. Kunwa's words were naturally strategically situated in an advantageous position. The things that he knew were what they were unable to imagine. Furthermore, according to the situation that they knew, what Kunwa said was totally right. Looking at everyone's astonished faces, Kunwu continued to speak with fervor and assurance. However, that's impossible. The realm of Empyrean is what you all are completely unable to imagine. At old Fart Immortal Grove's prime, it was also when the Immortal Grove region's heavenly Tao was at its most powerful and flurries. I plusing. That heavenly Tao. Even I have to give way to avoid conflict too. But unfortunately now, a hairless phoenix is inferior to a chicken. This, Senior, you haven't said what is great Tao pill refining? Kunwu disparaging the divine realm's heavenly Tao like this. Xiaorian naturally felt a little upset in her heart. It was just that she also knew what Kunwu said was the truth. If not because of this, how could deity realm dwindle to zero? Kunwu glanced at her and said with a smile, "The little Loss isn't willing to submit still, but my old Kuan's mood today is pretty good. I won't fuss over it with you." Saying that the heavenly Tao is not good actually doesn't have the intention of belittling it, but it's saying that that master of yours is very strong. Great Tao pill refinement is refining medicinal pills with great Tao as the furnace. That master of yours triggered great Tao resonance. This in itself is already something very seldom seen. But I didn't expect that he could actually even harness heavenly Tao, refining the pill with great Tao. Truly inconceivable. When a few people heard Kunwa's words, all of them were shocked until they could not close their mouths. Using heavenly Tao to refine pills, this kind of thing, just thinking about it made one's back run cold. If not for Kunwa's guidance, they would not dare to imagine at all that the Tai Chi diagram was actually the incarnation of heavenly Tao. Spreading this sort of thing, other people would definitely think that they were lunatics. Kunwu said slowly, "For this boy to be able to harness heavenly Tao, it shows that he has already obtained the Immortal Grove heavenly Tao's recognition. This is naturally not unrelated to the world-suppressing steel and soul-suppressing pearl. But to be able to accomplish this step, it isn't merely related to those two items. Starting from today, he is different from you all already. He shall lord over all of you, becoming this Immortal Grove region's true G.O.D. The more they heard, the more shocked they became. They were naturally very happy in their hearts to hear Kunwa's words. But there was even more incredulity. Kunwa's every word struck viciously onto their hearts, making them feeling breathless. The few people's gazes when looking at Yi Yuan again all became different, especially Lier, who was his lover. Her lover was actually going to tower above all life now. The feelings at this time were very complicated. Kunwu continued with his words, all bent on shocking people to death, and said, triggering heavenly Tao with alchemy Tao and obtaining Immortal Grove's recognition from there. This boy truly amazes people. From now on, he can be said to have truly inherited Immortal Grove's mantle. When his strength reaches a certain realm, he will be able to become this Immortal Grove region's new master, even though this is just a dilapidated world. But regarding all this, Yi Yuan himself seemed to be oblivious to it. He was already immersed in his own Tao. Refining the Tao-defying pill was no longer a mission to him. It was to savor the feeling of sensing the heavenly Tao. This kind of feeling made his entire person feel like he was walking on clouds. Chapter 1270, Tao, Defying Formed, Divine Realm in Danger. Chapter 1270, Tao, Defying Formed, Divine Realm in Danger. In order to take revenge in this life, That was the reason why Yi Yuan stepped onto the martial path. Even though his martial Dao talent was exceedingly high in his bones, he was still that alchemist who pursued the limits of alchemy, Dao, unrelentingly. Before reincarnating, Yi Yuan's comprehension of alchemy, Dao, already reached a profound level. Otherwise, he also could not create the Dao-defying pill, such a fantastical medicinal pill. But in the previous life, his divine soul realm was lacking and kept feeling that there was a layer of windowpane paper not poked through. In this life, not only did he obtain the medicine G.O.D. soul canon, he even obtained several divine Dao cultivation methods and martial techniques, and his comprehension towards heavenly Dao was even deeper. In addition, he acquired the world-suppressing steel and soul-suppressing pearl in this life. All of the elements added up formed the present Yi Yuan. This 10 directions heaven-seizing art. As Yi Yuan refined the pills using this technique, his entire person gradually became sublimated. Through this Tai Chi diagram in front of him, Yi Yuan actually felt a sense of looking down on all life. Right now, he felt like he was refining a medicinal pill with heaven and earth as the furnace. Finally, the Tao-defying pill's refinement entered the final juncture. That Tai Chi diagram suddenly released a dazzling light, piercing until everyone could not open their eyes. With Yi Yuan as the center, it formed an enormous vortex. Terrifying essence, energy, swarmed over towards this vortex. It was akin to trickling streams, converging to form a sea. Yi Yuan was completely enveloped by the light. Outside, Lier and the rest already completely could not see what was happening inside anymore. They only sensed that it was as if the entire world was exerting great efforts for Yi Yuan to refine the medicinal pill. If not for seeing it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe at all that one could still refine like this. This is the true perfection of alchemy Dao. Gu Yu said with an emotional sigh. He was born in an alchemy path in, belief family, his horizons exceedingly high. But this spectacle in front of him, he did not dare to imagine at all. This sight was deeply engraved in his mind, becoming his lifelong pursuit. Of course, not just him. Rindong also smiled bitterly and said, "These few years, I cultivated bitterly every minute and second. Originally, I thought that I could approach Master a little, but only now do I know that we are people from completely different worlds with him. However, I'll definitely catch up to his footsteps." Spurred in emotion under this vortex, 9 medicinal embryos were currently revolving at extremely high speed. The faster the vortex spun, the faster the medicinal embryos spun as well. Gradually that sieve light contracted, becoming smaller and smaller. That Tai Chi diagram was similarly gradually shrinking. Finally, all of the storms converged onto Yi Yuan's palm. A dark red medicinal pill suspended above his palm quietly. Everyone scrambled forward, all sizing up the pill and Yi Yuan like curious babies. "Big brother, how do you feel?" White Light said. "Master, this is the Tao-defying pill. I can't tell what special aspects it has. Such a heaven-defying pill actually doesn't even have pill tribulation." Xiao said. Yi Yuan smiled, but said nothing. But Kunwu came up and said with a smile, "Refining the pill with great Dao. This medicinal pill obtained the recognition of heavenly Dao. Even heavenly Dao didn't say anything. Who would send down heavenly tribulation? Grand Teacher, you're really too amazing. In my view, an alchemy G.O.D. is nothing more than this, right?" Gu Yu sighed with admiration. Yi Yuan sized up the Tao-defying pill in the palm of his hand. But this current mood was unusually calm, far from the antic. 1. Asian and uneasiness before the refinement. He knew that he must have succeeded. Kunwu smiled and said, "Fine lad, you already obtained the recognition of heavenly Dao. In the future, when your strength is sufficient, you'll be able to replace old fart Immortal Grove, becoming this Empyrean world's master." Kunwu thought that Yi Yuan would be extremely excited by this news. After all, In his opinion, the master of an Empyrean world, that was a supreme existence. Even he could not achieve this step either. But he was disappointed. Yi Yuan's expression was very calm and was not moved in the slightest over this sentence. Master of an Empyrean world, is it? Senior, even if I really became the Immortal Grove region's controller, what I walk will just be Senior Immortal Grove's Tao as well. Although his Tao is strong, if I walk according to his path, I'll never Serpa. Essen for life, Yi Yuan said calmly. Kunwa's gaze turned intent, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. He did not think that Yi Yuan actually said such a thing. Controlling an Empyrean world, even a dilapidated Empyrean world, this was a tremendous temptation outside. Few people could resist this kind of temptation. But Yi Yuan actually said this kind of words that swept down irresistibly from a commanding height. It truly made him sigh endlessly with admiration. If this were in the outside world, Kunwu absolutely would not be surprised. But this was the Immortal Grove region. To him, Yi Yuan was a mortal. A mortal, suddenly controlling a world, becoming the hegemon of a world. How great a temptation was this? But Yi Yuan was actually unmoved. Hey, you boy are indeed extraordinary. No wonder you can get picked by Immortal Grove. What he said is right. Any great achiever must have their own Tao. It's just that even though this path has limitless potential, it's incomparably arduous. There are really barely anyone with the courage to walk this path, Kunwu said solemnly. Kunwu still had some words that he did not say. It was not that there were none who walked this path, but the majority of them all failed. In other words, to the vast majority, they were all overestimating their ability. Moreover, Yi Yuan had not walked out of this Empyrean world yet. These words were a bit too boastful. How could Yi Yuan not perceive Kunwa's insinuation? It was just that he did not care, and said smilingly, I'd rather be ground to dust than fade into mediocrity. Seeing Yi Yuan's resolute eyes, Qinu fell silent and did not speak. In his heart, he was somewhat disdainful. Yi Yuan's talent was indeed terrifying, but that was also merely just in this Empyrean world. The outside world's powerhouses' starting points were different from this Empyrean world. But toward Yi Yuan's way of thinking, Kunwu still secretly praised with admiration. To be able to have such ideas, it was already not that easy. Haha, it's far away. Food has to be eaten mouthful by mouthful. Now isn't the time to sit and debate on Tao. When I resolve the crisis of the fiend race, it won't be too late to think about these again. Yi Yuan laughed loudly and said, Master, are you going to consume this Tao-defying pill right now? Xiao Rian said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Time won't wait for me. I'm currently racing with Kanua. It will depend on who can run faster. Wait for me to adjust my breathing for a bit, and I'll prepare to break through. Yi Yuan did not have much time to waste. He knew that Kanua was also seizing every minute and second to recover his strength. Entering this its Fall Mountain range already wasted a lot of time. Now, it will depend on who could succeed first. A day later, Yi Yuan's essence, energy, spirit were all adjusted to their peak condition. He delivered that dark red, Tao-defying pill into his mouth. At virtually the same time, Kanua finally exited seclusion and led the Fiend Race army to bear down upon the borders. The Fiend Race retaliating in full force, making Fong Tian realize that Kanua was probably not far from leaving seclusion already. Hence, he pulled back all of the lines of defense and withdrew all of the humans back to the demon region, planning to deal with this final battle. Fong Tian, this deity is back. Starting from today, this Immortal Grove region belongs to me, Kanua. Kanua's voice was akin to rolling thunders, reverberating through the skies of the Dragon Clan. Chapter 1271. So, this is the deity realm. Chapter 1271. So, this is the deity realm. Fong Tian looked at the insufferably arrogant Kanua in the distance. His expression turned gloomy. In the end, Yi Yuan couldn't make it. Senior, I'll go and fight him. Tung Yin said. Fong Tian gave him a glance, said, You don't need to go and die. With his current strength, annihilating you is just a matter of a flick of a finger. You're unable to imagine how terrifying the strength, of origin deity realm is. Fong Tian comprehended for 10,000 years and only merely comprehended concepts to the heaven glimpse deity realm. It was precisely because of so that he was even more aware of how frightening the origin deity realm was. Moreover, even the absolute heaven back then was unable to kill Kanua. How great his strength was could be seen at a glance. Then, what should we do? With Tong Yun's might, he had a look of despair at this time too. Fong Tian heaved a sigh and said, "Delaying every second count, I guess. If Yi Yuan can succeed, he'll help to avenge us. If not, then the divine realm will also end here." Tung Yun could not help feeling stifled when he heard that. He had followed Fong Tian for many years already. He had never seen before Fong Tian speak with this kind of tone. He knew that Fong Tian was really at his wit's end already. Even if Fong Tian risked this old life, it was also not possible to be Kanua's match. But at this time, Chao Yunji came over anxiously to find and said, "Senior, that guy is too arrogant." The people below are all seething with righteous indignation and are all requesting to battle. I almost can't suppress it anymore. Tung Yun brows furrowed, and he said, "This bunch of guys who think themselves to be infallible. Do they really think that the fiend race is needed from clay?" Fong Tian said to Tung Yun, "You go and quell them a bit. Have everyone not to act recklessly without careful, though. They don't know the terror of a heavenly fiend G." "Oh, D. So being like this is also understandable. I'll go and face off with Kanoa." Finished talking, his figure moved vanis. Plussing from where he was. With a medicinal pill entering his abdomen, Yi Yuan felt like he was about to explode. The surging medicinal strength gushed forth wantonly inside his body. Finally, his body could not endure it anymore and directly exploded into pieces. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Big Brother Yuan, Big Brother, Young Master, Lier, they all were dumbfounded by this scene that arrived unexpectedly. All of them screamed and sprinted towards Yi Yuan. However, barely taking 2 steps, they were stopped by a powerful force and were unable to move an inch forward. A calm voice sounded out beside their ears. "He's not dead yet. Don't shout and wrangle. You all look." Kun was said. Everyone was shocked. Focused their eyes, and looking over, they discovered that the shattered Yi Yuan did not scatter everywhere, but coagulated and did not dissipate. An enormous Tai Chi diagram appeared out of thin air once more, condensing Yi Yuan's flesh and blood inside. "Senior, what's going in? Is Big Brother Yuan all right?" Lier was uncertain what it meant, and still asked incomparably nervously. The scene just now was truly too frightening. At that moment, she only felt her head buzz, her mind a total blank. But Kun was said with an indifferent look, "How can a mortal fleshy body withstand heavenly Tao? Reestablish. Plussing after being broken, he remolded heavenly Tao with a medicinal pill. Right now, his lesser heavenly Tao is going to remold essence, energy, and spirit so that it can withstand his heavenly Tao." Everyone exchanged glances when they heard that. All had looks of incredulity. They had never heard before that achieving deity realm would have such a thing happen. Yi Yuan's way of breaking through was truly too frightening. Seeing the expression on everyone's faces, Kun was smiled and said, "If it was 100,000 years ago, him breaking through to deity realm naturally doesn't need to be like this. But now, one naturally can't use normal means to break through. His current situation is tantamount to operating a miniature heavenly Tao within his own body and has no correlation with the outside world anymore. But you guys rest assured. When he breaks through to Grotto, profound deity realm, his strength will be much stronger compared to ordinary Grotto, profound deity realms." Even though Kunwa's explanation was well-grounded and reasoned, with everyone's relations. Plus P with Yi Yuan. Not seeing Yi Yuan recover his original appearance with their own eyes, how could they set their minds at ease? But Yi Yuan's current state was totally different from that horrifying sight that everyone saw. He felt like he seemed to have returned to his mother's womb. Everything was so serene and peaceful. At this moment, he felt like he had floated above the ninth layer of heaven, overlooking all life. As if the divine realm's everything. He was able to take it all into his sight. This is Endless World, Wufang City. Yi Yuan's gaze was currently staring at the lower realm's Wufang City at this time. The city was still as busy as ever. Everyone came to this alchemy holy land to make a pilgrimage. Ever since this place produced a Yi Yuan, the reputation of alchemy holy land could no longer be shaken. That is, Father. Yi Yuan was pleasantly surprised. Who he saw was precisely Yi Hang. Yi Hang at this time was currently sitting high above at the City Lord Manor, signing something for the people below. Turned out that he was actually Wufang City's City Lord already. 10 years, Father really did it. Even though there was Yi Yuan around, the 10-year covenant originally was already nothing. But Yi Hang still did not be laid back. Within 10 years, Yi Hang broke through to peak alchemy sovereign, becoming this Wufang City's lord. His grandfather, Ren Xingchuan, had clearly relinquished his throne already. Yi Yuan's heart stirred and saw that Ren Xingchuan was currently cultivating in close seclusion inside a secret room. In addition, Ren Hongling was currently talking to a teenage girl. That little girl was actually 70% to 80% similar to Ren Hongling between the brows. She also looked somewhat similar to him. Could it be that this little girl is actually my sister? Haha, with a sister to carry out filial piety on my behalf. It also put my heart at much greater ease. Discovering this scene, Yi Yuan was pleasantly surprised too. Yi Hang's and Ren Hongling's age were not considered old. They, who were without children, gave birth to a sister for him, alleviated Yi Yuan's sense of guilt significantly. Following that, Yi Yuan's gaze swept over and saw the tranquil cloud sect that was like the noonday sun. The current tranquil cloud sect was goodness knows how many times grander than before. Inside the sect, Long Tang was dressed in the sect master's attire. He actually became the master of the tranquil cloud sect already. Seeing all these, Yi Yuan could not help feeling vicissitudes of emotion. In a blink of an eye, it had already been close to 20 years since he left the Endless World. Even though the Endless World was just a small world, it had a tremendous impact on Yi Yuan's this lifetime. Of course, in the eyes of the current Yi Yuan, the Endless World did not even count as a small world, because even this divine realm was also merely an Empyrean world. Outside, there was an even broader S-P-A-C. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's mind stirred, and he turned his gaze to the divine realm's dragon clan, and it involuntarily became intent. Above the sky, Fong Tian and Heavenly Fiend Ji defaced each other from a distance, seemingly talking about something. Heavenly Fiend Ji Kanhua actually came into being once more. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan could not help panicking greatly in his heart. He did not expect that it was still Kanhua who was a step faster in the end. Just as Yi Yuan was burning with anxiety, Yi Yuan's consciousness was abruptly pulled away. He only felt his eyes blur, the scene returning to the Fall mountain range again. Sensing this brand new body, Yi Yuan felt like he possessed limitless power. It was as if the entire world could be used by him. So this is the deity realm, Yi Yuan muttered. Chapter 1272, Brahma True Fiend, One Palm, Destroying Worlds. Chapter 1272, Brahma True Fiend, One Palm, Destroying Worlds. Isn't this the senior who defeated that Fiend G? D on that day? Haha, he finally took action. With him around, the human race is all guaranteed. Who's that lord? Is he very strong? Yeah, more than strong. The last time that Fiend G took advantage of the heaven-surmounting Divine King and Zhuge Qingxian fighting until both sides suffered heavy losses and ambushed the Dragon Clan. It was this lord who made a move to repel him. So formidable, that fiend race fellow is too COCKY to actually say whatever the divine realm is his. Really bullying that my divine realm has no one. Fong Tian's sudden appearance gave the dragon clan's powerhouses a heart-calming pill. The scene of him defeating Kanawa that day was still vivid in everyone's mind. That heaven-shocking attack left an extremely deep impression on everyone. And only then did those human race powerhouses know that turned out the human race still had an existence comparable to the heaven-surmounting divine king. With this, their hearts finally went back in place. They did not know how strong Kanawa was, and also did not know how strong Fong Tian was. In their view, the heaven-surmounting divine king battling three great fiend DS alone, and even slaying one of them, was already powerful to the extreme. No matter how strong these two people were, they also would not be stronger than Yi Yuan. Therefore, the ignorant were fearless. This sentence still made a lot of sense. Fong Tian's emotion was far from as relaxed as them. Fong Tian, brat, you and I have fought for 50,000 years. Today, this deity is finally going to banish you into the dirt. Kanawa said with a cold laugh. Ever since being suppressed by absolute heaven a million years ago, Kanawa could be said to be depressed to the extreme in the Immortal Grove region. All the way until 50,000 years ago, he saw heavenly Tao dwindle to zero, and humans were no longer able to step foot into deity realm. He thought that his chance had come. Did not expect that the little-known Fong Tian came soaring into existence, severely injuring him once more. Toward Fong Tian, Kanawa hated to the extreme. Now, he finally returned to the peak, returning as a king with the realm of a heavenly fiend how could there be the logic of Fong Tian not dying? But first level, said with a face like an old well without ripples. Kanu, you didn't succeed even after struggling for 1,000,000 years. Could it be that you still remain too obstinate to realize your error? This divine realm's heavenly Tao cannot tolerate you. Even if you return to the peak, do you think that you're this old man's match? Don't you forget, even if you're any more powerful, you're also merely a half-deity realm. There isn't an insurmountable gap between us. Fong Tian's words made Kanua's heart thump. Fong Tian's words. The mark. Back then, Lord Fiend Empyrean made him and UG search for the Immortal Grove region and find Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's Empyrean Spirit treasure. They found the region and entered it, but 1,000,000 years passed, said, and they still did not complete the mission. Not that their strengths were not strong enough. It was because this Immortal Grove region's heavenly Tao rejected their appearance. Could it be that this Fong Tian obtained some trump card again? That was why he was so confident? Empyrean spirit treasures could not be surmised with common sense. At this time, Fong Tian already had no other means and could only put on an empty fort strategy, scaring Kanua away. But it looked like this empty fort strategy seemed to be somewhat effective. So what then? You're indeed very formidable, but compared to the absolute heaven back then, you're still a little inferior. Even absolute heaven couldn't do anything to this deity. Could the likes of you? Moreover, this deity has obtained the fiend source bead now. My strength is even greater compared to back then. Today, I want to see if this Immortal Grove region's heavenly Tao is really that so powerful. Kanawa said with a cold smile. He was not so easy to bluff. Preparing for so many years, how could he easily give up? Rolling fiend energy spread out from Kanua's body. Clouds of black gas virtually blotted out the sky and obscured the sun. Only at this time did those humans before know how terrifying this Kanua's strength was. Fong Tian's expression was incomparably ugly. He also did not expect that this Kanua was actually so decisive in going for the kill. He could not even delay for half a second. He knew that that was already no way out. Fong Tian did not value his life. He just could not bear to see 10,000 miles of land become a sea of blood. Without the slightest hesitation, Fong Tian removed his seal on the essence energy sea. A powerful essence energy undulation made the human race powerhouses extremely inspired with enthusiasm, evenly matched in strength. Just looking at the magnitude of the essence energy, he and Kanu both belonged to half-deity realm. barely any difference. But following the release of the Essence Energy Seal, Fong Tian's appearance aged at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Kanual was first stunned, then burned with a monstrous rage. In the end, he let out a wild laugh. "Ha ha! It turns out that you're already an expiring lamp that ran out of oil. What a terrific Fong Tian! You've bluffed this deity so bitterly these few years. Today, this deity is going to ground you to dust. Only then can it give vent to the hatred in my heart." Kanual laughed from extreme anger and said, only now did he know that Fong Tian was long a dying lamp already. If he was not scared away the last time, there would not be today's matter long ago already. He would not need to recover his peak strength and would be able to capture all of the people that posed a threat to him in one fell swoop. Now, he wasted the greater part of a year's time in vain. But what he waited for was such a result. "Senior, will fight side by side with you." At this time, over a dozen figures arrived in the air, standing together with Fong Tian. Tung Yun, Long Min, Zhong Zizhen, and the rest revealed decisive looks. This scene was rather solemn and stirring. "Humph! A bunch of ants. This deity will let you all take a look today at just what kind of being a heavenly fiend G. Oh, D is." Kanual looked at everyone in disdain, both hands forming a seal. A terrifying power of law wafted between heaven and earth. Above the void, that monstrous, fiendish energy gradually condensed to form a gigantic, true fiend Dharma idol. The power emitted by that true fiend Dharma idol made everyone's faces change drastically. "Brahma true fiend, one palm destroying world." Kanua's cold voice sounded out as if he blew the horn that was destroying the world. The true fiend Dharma idol slowly opened its eyes. Everyone felt their blood run cold. That feeling was really like it was Armageddon. This true fiend Dharma idol was too terrifying. The people's gaze all involuntarily gathered on those dozen over-profiles in the air. That was their final hope. Fong Tian's complexion was deathly pale. No one was sure if it was because he was already a dying lamp, or because of the pressure that the true fiend Dharma idol gave him. The true fiend Dharma idol slowly raised its palm. A scent of despair instantly swept across the human powerhouses. "Ha ha! Enjoy this final despair. After today, the human race shall be thoroughly erased from the Immortal Grove region. This Immortal Grove region is my fiend race's," Kanuwa said with a crazed laugh. A palm slowly pressed down. The entire S, P, A, C seemed to be squashed. World-destroying power, it was really not a brag. "Do it." Fong Tian mustered up all of his final essence energy. A palm burst forth brazenly. A terrifying force welcomed the true fiend palm. Fong Tian's strength could not be said to not be strong. This place actually just nice blocked the true fiend palm. The other powerhouses also did not have the slightest hesitation, bringing out all of their strength one after another, welcoming the true fiend palm. "Blocked it. Haha, blocked it. Saved. If this palm were to land, we'd be dead for sure." This senior has such formidable strength to actually be able to block such a terrifying palm. However, the people's excitement of surviving a disaster had yet to last for 2 breaths of time, and everyone's faces already changed drastically. Chapter 1273. Supporting the Sky with One Hand. Chapter 1273. Supporting the Sky with One Hand. Poo, poo, poo. In midair, the human race and demon race powerhouses virtually spewed blood at the same time. The barrier that a group of powerhouses used every last ounce of strength to create crumbled with a loud bang. Over a dozen figures fell down from the air powerlessly. The fiend palm continued to land neither too fast nor too slowly. "Senior Fong Tian," Tung Yun yelled out, mustering the not much remaining essence energy, bundling up Fong Tian, who was on the brink of death. What's going on here? How could he be so strong?" Human and demon, 2 races dozen over peak powerhouses, actually couldn't even last past 2 breaths of time? My eyesight isn't failing, right? This fiend G. Oh, D seems to be somewhat different from those previously. He's so strong. Where's the heaven-surmounting divine king? Why hasn't the heaven-surmounting divine king showed up until now? Could it be that only at this time did the human and demon, two races martial artists, know how powerful Kanoa's strength was? That apocalyptic palm was not shouted out to scare people. Under a palm, Fong Tian plus over 10 human and demon, two races pinnacle powerhouses, were all defeated. What trump cards did they still have to resist? At this time, someone finally thought of Yi Yuan and discovered that he never appeared before from start to end. This human race's leader actually fled on the eve of battle. For a moment, resentful scoldings spread among the crowd. Of course, even more were feeling fearful. The true fiend Dharma idol's palm was still slowly landed. The earth was trembling. The more it was this sort of time, the more they hoped for there to be the appearance of a savior, and were also disdainful towards Yi Yuan's action of fleeing in the face of danger. More and more people scolded him, getting increasingly nastier. All of the spearheads were all pointed at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan left in secret. The people who knew were not many. Even the two races' upper echelons. Those who knew were also a meager lot. Seeing this scene, Tang Yun seriously could not resist and shouted angrily, "All shut up for me." Tang Yun's voice was akin to a great bell, directly suppressing all of the rebuking voices. "You all these ignorant fools." Yi Yuan, he entered deep into the D forbidden region to search for an opportunity to become a deity in order to deal with Kanoa, facing certain death. "You all, these useless fellows, each and every one of you only know how to blame heaven and other people. Think carefully. Have you worked hard before yourselves?" Everyone all quiet and down, their faces revealing abashed expressions. They suddenly discovered that Yi Yuan really had not appeared in a long time. No one thought that he actually entered the D forbidden region. That was a place that even deity realm powerhouses did not dare to step foot into. Looks like the heavens surmounting divine king, they all had long known that this fiend D's strength was unstoppable. That was why he would use this kind of extreme method to search for a last hint of turning point for the human race. But could he succeed? It had been over 100,000 years. How many peerlessly talented people were unable to open that magical door too? Could the heavens surmounting divine king succeed? Tremble, despair, everything that heavenly empyrean immortal grove created, this deity is going to utterly destroy it today. In the air, Kanoa's high and mighty laughter came over. In this day and age without deity realm, he was an invincible existence. Quick, open up the 28 constellation, spirit guarding, grand array. At this time, that feeble voice of Fong Tian came over. Tang Yun was uncertain what it meant, but he still reacted at the first moment. Quick, the four symbols family clans activate the spirit guarding grand arrays at the same time. Tang Yun roared loudly. Even though the four clans were not together, they had an array formation that transmitted news amongst themselves. Tang Yun's order spread across the four clans right away. The grand arrays activated. The spirits of the four symbols surged to the sky, working in concert with each other from a distance. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, the spirits of the four symbols seemed to have obtained impel, converging above Dragon Clan's sky in an instant. The spirits of the four symbols each gave a long roar, forming a terrifying resonance with each other. An enormous barrier condensed and formed at the Dragon Clan sky. Seeing this scene, everyone's gaze that despaired revealed hope once more. Everyone did not expect that the four clans activating the spirit guarding grand arrays at the same time could actually have such an effect. Boom! The giant black palm landed right onto the barrier, shaking until the earth quaked. Blocked it. Didn't think that the four symbols family clans still had such a formidable grand array. A series of thrilled voices came from the crowd. Seeing that the barrier was actually effective, Tang Yun was greatly surprised too. He had never heard before that the four symbols family clans, spirit guarding grand arrays, actually still had such an effect. Senior, it worked, Tung Yin said with joy. Fong Tian shook his head powerlessly and said, it's useless. The current Fong Tian had already reached the brink of death. He was just hanging in there with one last breath and might die at any time. But Fong Tian's words made Tung Yun's heart sink. But Kanua looked at this scene coldly and said with a cold sneer, For symbols' resonance? Ha ha, if it's the four clans' progenitors here, this four symbols' resonance would naturally be powerful. But it's a shame, it's a shame. A black bead was faintly discernible on Kanua's forehead. His fiendish energy skyrocketed several times all of a sudden. That true fiend Dharma idol's power similarly skyrocketed several times. Crack, crack, crack. Under the demonic palm, that barrier only lasted for several breaths of time, and cracks actually started to appear. That ear-piercing sound made the faces of the two races' martial artists turn deathly pale in an instant. Still could not work. The cracks on the barrier became more and more. Finally, unable to withstand the power of the palm, it thoroughly collapsed. The spirits of the four symbols could not withstand this kind of power either, directly turning into nothingness. Rumble. The gigantic palm came closer and closer. The pressure got increasingly closer. Split. The giant palm had yet to completely land, and a group of martial artists whose strength was slightly weaker already could not withstand this pressure, vomiting fresh blood in large mouthfuls. Bang, bang, bang. Landing a fraction more, quite a few martial artist bodies exploded straight away, being convulsed in a meat paste. The faces of Tung Yun and the rest were incomparably ugly. This Kanua was too strong until it made people despair. He finally knew now why Yuan wanted to enter deep into the forbidden region, to seek out that virtually impossible hope. Without deity realm, they had no chance of victory at all. Poor. The giant palm was already hanging over their heads. Tung Yin finally could not resist spewing out a mouthful of fresh blood. That attack previously already exhausted most of his strength. Currently, he was already a spent force, and he still had to branch out a portion of essence energy to go protect Fong Tian. He was already almost at his limits. Could it be that it ends here? Tung Yin said with unwillingness. Ha ha! Immortal Grove, heavenly fiend G. D is nothing more than this. You suppressed this deity for 1,000,000 years. Today, this deity shall get it all back. Both prink. 1. P. Allen interest. Brahma true fiend, kill for me. In the midst of Kanua's wild laugh, the giant palm landed with a loud bang. Looks of despair surfaced on everyone's faces. This front and back 100 breaths of time, they had seemingly fallen to the 18 levels of H and L. In the crowd, tragic cries rose one after another. This was the cry of despair. Boom! Right at this time, the giant palm suddenly stopped. Air billows rolled out, directly sweeping out 100,000 miles away. The air billows swept up a series of fierce gales, blowing until everyone's eyes could not open. When they came back to their senses and focused their eyes to look over, only to see a tiny and frail body actually use one hand and supported the Brahma True Fiend's palm. Chapter 1274. In a flick of a finger, an army is reduced to dust. Chapter 1274. In a flick of a finger, an army is reduced to dust, insignificant and weak. That was in comparison to a true fiend Dharma idol. Facing that true fiend Dharma idol akin to beholding a great mountain, that figure was simply insignificant. But he only used one hand and propped that enormous palm up. Yi Yuan, heaven surmounting divine king. It's the heaven surmounting divine king. Ha ha! The heaven surmounting divine king finally rushed back. Yi Yuan's appearance made everyone incredibly excited. Previously, the spirit bristle divine king said that the heaven surmounting divine king entered deep into the forbidden region, searching for the opportunity to become a deity. Now that the heaven surmounting divine king returned, Could it be that he succeeded? With that in mind, they felt like their hearts were almost leaping out. When Fong Tian saw Yi Yuan's figure, there was actually an additional trace of use in those dead eyes. Tung Yun even started trembling with excitement. He grasped Fong Tian's hands and said agitatedly, "Senior, he came back. Ha! He really came back. I say, could he have? Fong Tian was powerless to speak, but he still nodded his head firmly. Right now, he could confirm that what caused these few days of heaven and earth phenomenon was definitely Yi Yuan. As long as he came back, he must have broken through to the deity realm. Furthermore, Fong Tian's concept comprehension was more than a magnitude stronger compared to the others. He could feel that elusive and intangible aura on Yi Yuan's body. That sort of feeling was as if what he was facing was the heavenly Tao. Kanua's eyes became wide circles, looking at this scene in disbelief. He knew how strong the Brahma true fiend was, but Yi Yuan actually blocked it with just one hand. Brahma true fiend, crush for me. Kanua urged the fiend source bead to the limits. The power of the Brahma true fiend's palm surged. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort and gave a palm with a flip of a hand. The tiny flesh palm came into contact with the Brahma true fiend's palm once more and actually directly shocked the Ma's palm back. The Brahma true fiend's Dharma idol seemed to have been struck by lightning. Its entire body started trembling. Finally, with a loud bang, it directly dissipated into nothing. When the fiend race powerhouses saw this scene, their S popped out. What kind of joke is this? The Brahma true fiend was actually scattered by a single palm. The one who spoke was Fiendji. D Jialan. When he saw this scene, he even suspected that there was a problem with his eyes. How strong was the Brahma true fiend? Back then, when absolute heaven faced off with Lord Kanua, he also kept a good distance away from this move. But now, it was actually scattered by Yi Yuan's one palm. Yu Ji's pupils also constricted. Likewise, as a heavenly fiend, she was naturally aware of the formidable aspect of Brahma true fiend. This move, this martial technique was set down by His Excellency, Fiend Lord, and its power was boundless. Even though Kanua was unable to unleash its true power, it was also absolutely not what an Empyrean world's aboriginal could defeat. The only possibility was that Yi Yuan corroborated his Tao and became a deity. But how was this possible? Yi Yuan did not care about everyone's astonishment. His figure suddenly vanished. When he reappeared again, it was already beside Fong Tian. Senior, Yi Yuan came late and has made you suffer. While talking, Yi Yuan extended 2 fingers. A ball of green light appeared on his fingertips. It was only to see him lightly tap at Fong Tian's glabella. The green light flashed and disappeared, injecting itself into Fong Tian's body. A colossal life force instantly shone inside Fong Tian's body, making him a lot more energetic. Yi Yuan, this is... Fong Tian looked at this scene in disbelief. His bodily functions obtained restoration virtually instantly. The him that was already close to death actually revived miraculously. Yi Yuan said, "This is the lease of life that I sought from Senior Kunwu. With this wisp of vitality, it can guarantee you 100 years of lifespan." 100 years. Fong Tian drew a breath of cold air, looking at Yi Yuan like he had seen a ghost. Previously, Yi Yuan expended a Herculean effort before refining the arcane insight rank heavenly fragrance life extending pill, extending his lifespan by 30 years. Now, just a wisp of vitality could guarantee him 100 years of longevity. This was simply something inconceivable. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "That's right. Senior Kunwu's strength is what we're unable to imagine. If not that you've already reached the point where you're an expiring lamp that ran out of oil. Just this wisp of vitality is sufficient to extend your lifespan by as long as 10,000 years." Everyone was taken aback by shock. Even the most powerful medicinal pill was also unable to extend lifespan by 10,000 years. Yi Yuan sought for a total for 2 wisps of vitality. One was for Fong Tian, but the other was for his mother. Yi Yuan, could you have... Tung Yin was not a person who did not know how to convey the meaning of his words. But at this moment, he really did not know how he should word it. He was very afraid, terrified that Yi Yuan did not break through to the deity realm. But this sort of thing was truly unimaginable. Under the circumstances where heavenly Tao was missing today, was there really someone capable of breaking through to the deity realm? Yi Yuan smiled and nodded his head. When everyone saw the situation, their minds all buzzed, becoming blank, all unable to think anymore. It was true. Yi Yuan really broke through to the deity realm. Ha ha. Ha. Yi Yuan, congratulations to you. Ha. There was a look of wild elation on Tung Yun's face, and he could not even quite choose his words anymore. He was even happier than himself breaking through to the deity realm. After the astonishment, the others were likewise greatly surprised. Yi Yuan breaking through to the deity realm indicated that they no longer needed to be afraid of Kanua. Furthermore, Yi Yuan broke through to the deity realm. That meant that they could all break through to the deity realm. Perhaps deity realm would descend upon the divine realm anew. How could this sort of thing not make them wild ecstatic? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Talk about this later. I'll be right back." These words were domineering. To be able to say this sort of words to heavenly fiend Ji. Oh, Kanua, there was probably only a deity realm powerhouse, right? With a flash, Yi Yuan appeared in the sky once more, overlooking all life. Even someone as powerful as Kanua was also merely a slightly stronger ant in his eyes. All under the deity realm were ants. This was not just lip service. After breaking through to the deity realm, Yi Yuan deeply sensed the power of the deity realm. He saw Fong Tian and Kanua's confrontation in his consciousness, then broke through to deity realm very soon and begged Kunwu for 2 wisps of vitality, crossing hundreds of millions of miles in an instant, arrived at the Dragon Clan, and just nice caught up to the Brahma True Fiend's palm. Kanua, you don't belong here. You have plagued the Immortal Grove region for as long as 1,000,000 years. Today is your judgment day. Those indifferent words of Yi Yuan's directly sentenced Kanua to death. Kanua's expression changed, and he said in a stern voice, "Fiend race army, attack for me. Kill this kid." In the fiend race, there was only obedience. Even if ahead was a blade mountain and sea of fire, those fiend race powerhouses would also proceed without hesitation. For a moment, a horde of momentous and title-like voices sounded out. The fiend race powerhouses and fiend slave numbered far more than billions. Including Jialan, these fiend G, O, DS, each and every one of them brought out their strongest attack, wanting to drown Yi Yuan using human wave tactics. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort and said coolly, "Humph, dull and thick-head." Finished talking, Yi Yuan suddenly smacked a palm out. Heaven and earth changed colors. A berserk giant dragon rose into the air, charging forth and meeting those countless attacks. Rumble. After 10 breaths, there was a stretch of scorched earth before one's eyes. In a flick of a finger, an army was reduced to dust. Chapter 1275, Kanua's Trump Card. Chapter 1275, Kanua's Trump Card. Between heaven and earth, there was a dead silence. There was only a trace of cool breeze reverberating between heaven and earth. The human martial artists felt like there was something stuck in their chest and had to get it out of their chest. This scene deeply astounded them. Slaughtering billions of powerhouses in one move. Such means was simply inconceivable. My eyesight must be failing. It must be going blurry. This isn't real. T2 strong. Deity realm. This must be the deity realm. The heavens surmounting divine king. He must have broken through to the deity realm. No wonder everyone says that all are ants under the deity realm. Deity realm is truly too strong. Such a spectacle was seriously too impactful. Even the Fiendji, Dijalan, and 4 great Fiendji, DS who had once considered themselves without equal in the world, all turned to dust under Yi Yuan's attack. This was already another kind of realm, a realm that they were unable to imagine. Such might, even his own people shuddered. Is this deity realm? Looking at that slightly thin and weak figure above in the sky, Teng Yin muttered to himself. The powerful strength that Yi Yuan displayed struck his heart directly, making his heart quiver with excitement. The thirst towards deity realm, these powerhouses who stood at the pinnacle of the divine realm, yearned for it the most. But even if they stood at the summit, they could not touch that layer of membrane either. Yi Yuan's breakthrough gave them hope. Don't think anymore. Yi Yuan's success cannot be replicated. Fang Tian heaved a sigh, shattering Teng Yun's dream to pieces. He turned around to look at Fang Tian and said unwillingly, "Why?" Fang Tian sighed again and said, "If my conjectures are right, Yi Yuan has already obtained heavenly Tao's recognition and became a true deity that towers above all life. The strength that he displayed earlier was far greater than a true initial stage grotto, profound deity realm. His attacks carry the might of heavenly Tao. That's why it's so powerful. And might of heavenly Tao." Teng Yin felt like his brain was somewhat short-circuiting. Fang Tian's words made him somewhat unable to comprehend. What was heavenly Tao? That was the thing that all the martial artists had to comprehend. Vague and intangible. The most mysterious of the mysterious. Heavenly Tao towered above all life. How could it possibly be used by others? Fang Tian's astonishment was no less than Teng Yun's. It was just that his understanding of the heavenly Tao was far deeper than Teng Yun. So the things that he saw were far more than them. Heavenly Tao being absent, no matter how brilliant one was, it's also impossible to break the shackles. Yi Yuan blazed another path and created the Tao-defying pill, and refined it successfully, completing heavenly Tao within his body. The heaven and earth phenomenon a few days ago was probably a process of heavenly Tao's recognition towards him. Fang Tian said in a solemn voice. Teng Yin was utterly in disorder and said in disbelief, But why? The current Teng Yin seemed to only have this one phrase, why? Because he really had too many unsolved questions. Fang Tian smiled bitterly and said, "What I can understand is also just this much. This divine realm doesn't seem to be as simple as we understand. But I suspect that beyond the divine realm, there might be a higher-order world." Teng Yun's entire body trembled, his face full of disbelief. This news was simply too astonish. Plusing. Yi Yuan stands proudly in the air, akin to a divinity. That feeling of beholding a great mountain was established on strength. Kanua's eyes were filled with a look of fear. Using overwhelmed by terror to describe was not over the top in the least bit. He used a tone like he had seen a ghost, and said to Yi Yuan, "You actually obtained heavenly Tao's recognition, and became the new master. This is impossible." Kanua's understanding was far from what the divine realm's martial artists could compare to. The moment he saw this move of Yi Yuan's, Kanua realized the severity of the problem. Yi Yuan's palm was absolutely not just the strength of just entering the deity realm. That majesty of heavenly Tao could not be concealed at all. Didn't you see it? Kanua, you've plagued the Immortal Grove region for 1,000,000 years. Now it's time to end it. Yi Yuan said coolly. Impossible. Impossible. You didn't obtain Immortal Grove, that old thing's Tao fruit. How can you possibly become the new master? Kanua's words were full of incredulity. Hearing that, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said, "Tao fruit." Yi Yuan realized that this might be the real objective of Kanua entering the divine realm. Kanua realized that his tongue slipped, and he said unresignedly, "This deity is a heavenly fiend G. OD. Even if you stepped in a deity realm, what does it count for? True fiend descending upon the earth." Kanua was clearly unwilling to fail. His face fell, and monstrous fiendish energy slowly rose once more. This time, the fiend source bead suspended on above his head, amplifying his fiendish energy to the limits. A violent black gas gradually condensed and formed in the air. An enormous true fiend Dharma appeared in everyone's line of sight. Originally, that true fiend Dharma idol was merely half a body. But this time, it was a complete human form. Furthermore, this true fiend Dharma idol was goodness knows how many times more corporeal than before. This true fiend Dharma body was far from as large as before. But that horrifying pressure that exuded struck everyone's hearts with great terror. Ha ha! Yi Yuan, you're really very good. But also ends here. True fiend Dharma body. Even though the power cannot rival 1/1,000,000th of a true fiend strength, it's also absolutely not what the current you can resist. Kanawa said with a wild laugh. That black figure opened its eyes, staring at Yi Yuan coldly, a chilling intent penetrating to the bones. Is that so? The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth revealed a disdainful look of ridicule. Kanawa's expression turned cold, and he cried out, "Kill!" Whose? H. Plus the true fiend Dharma body suddenly disappeared. A terrifying apocalyptic power instantly wrapped Yi Yuan up. The true fiend Dharma body reached its hands out nimbly, a palm already pressing onto the top of Yi Yuan's head. The human race martial artists all cried out. Even they also felt the power of this blow. But Yi Yuan did not have the slightest intention of budging an inch. He just stood there and did nothing. Boom! An even more terrifying undulation that before spread out. The true fiend Dharma body was actually sent flying out backward by a recoil force. In midair, the true fiend Dharma body seemed to have suffered a tremendous impact, its entire body trembling incessantly. Finally, with a loud bang, it thoroughly dissipated into nothing. Golden light radiated on Yi Yuan's body, looking incomparably sacred. Kanawa's expression changed, and he exclaimed, 9 transformations golden body, black tortoise treasure body divine art. Even the origin deity realm Zhuozong could not breach Skydistance's defense. The half-deity realm Kanawa was far too lacking. After breaking through to deity realm, Yi Yuan's strength increase was all round. Regardless of whether it was offense or defense, it was all Una. Saleable. Yi Yuan gave Kanawa a glance and said coolly, "Now, your fiend race can utterly disappear in the immortal Grove region." Yi Yuan slowly raised his hand. The wind and clouds of the world suddenly changed. A terrifying energy undulation swept across the entire world. A hint of viciousness flashed across in Kanawa's gaze, and he suddenly burst into crazed laughter. The void trembled and actually tore apart a large gouge. A figure crucified on a cross appeared in front of Kanawa. Ha ha! Yi Yuan, even if you broke through to deity realm, you're still not this deity's match. If you have the capabilities, come and kill me. Kanawa laughed wildly unceasingly, as if he was crazy. Chapter 1276. Ice Ceiling 10,000 Miles, 1,000 Autumn Snowfalls. Chapter 1276. Ice Ceiling 10,000 Miles, 1,000 Autumn Snowfalls. Yi Yuan's mind went buzzing for a bit, feeling like it was going to burst open. The instant when he saw this figure, Yi Yuan finally understood just for what reason was his inexplicable heart palpitation. Back then, Lier was fine, and a chord in Yi Yuan's heart loosened up. Yi Yuan also did not go and bother about that inexplicable palpitation anymore. But it was precisely because of so that the self-reproach in his heart right now was even more severe. Ha, what's with your expression? Is it very surprising? Is it very delightful? Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Kanawa laughed loudly and said. Yi Yuan's expression instantly darkened to the extreme. His heart was dripping blood. On the cross, for elegant limbs were nailed on it by 4 nails. Fresh blood had long dried up. That nail, Yi Yuan recognized it. It was called soul-locking nail. It was capable of nailing a person's divine soul, making it unable to escape. Even a divine king powerhouse could not either. The cross also faintly had law undulations. It was clearly not an ordinary object. Yi Yuan saw through at a glance. That array formation was precisely used for sealing essence energy. On the cross, that kingdom-toppling face had a look of calmness and did not seem to have much fear. On the contrary, there was actually still a hint of smile on her face. But that hint of smile was even more like a steel needle, jabbing onto Yi Yuan's heart. Yi Yuan understood the meaning of that smile. She did not blame, did not resent. She just wanted to look at her heart's intent. Meeting under this kind of circumstance to her, it was instead a most welcomed situation. She was the divine realm's #1 beauty. Mu Ling Xue. Haha. Little girl, looks like there isn't you at all in his heart. Back then, he nearly fell into depravity for the Yu family's little girl. But he has never cared about you before. Kanawa said with a loud laugh. Mu Ling Xue ignored him. Looking at Yi Yuan, she said faintly, "Looks like you're really very surprised." Yi Yuan's heart twinged fiercely. He opened his mouth, but did not know what he should say. What could he say? Say that I had actually had sudden impulse before, but I never thought of you at all? Mu Ling Xue smiled. The Ice Beauty's smile was peerless and kingdom-toppling. It was as if heaven and earth were melted away. The Mu Ling Xue at this time gave people a heart-wrenchingly beautiful feeling. Below, everyone was completely silent. Everyone knew that there was an unclear relations. H.I. plus P entanglement between the heaven-surmounting Divine King and the Spirit Snow Divine King. Back then, how many amazingly talented geniuses pursued the Spirit Snow Divine King? But she only had feelings for the heaven-surmounting Divine King. It was unfortunate that the heartless brook babbled on while the dropping flowers pined for love. The two people did not walk together in the end. Time had passed, said in circumstances have changed. The former Ji Qingyun returned with the domineering ATTI, to the heaven-surmounting Divine King, but he walked together with Bright Moon City's proud daughter of heaven. This was originally something that followed a logical train of thought as well. No one dared to say anything much. After all, it was basically an outcome that happened without any external stimulus between Ji Qingyun and Mu Ling Xue. Body could not have thought that, just as the war was about to settle down, Kanua actually used the Spirit Snow Divine King as a hostage to threaten Yi Yuan. Very clearly, it worked. You don't need to say anything. I'll just ask you one sentence. Mu Ling Xue said calmly. Yi Yuan really did not know what kind of words to use to describe his current emotions. If Mu Ling Xue let loose a torrent of abuse to his face, he might be able to feel a bit better in his heart. But Mu Ling Xue was too calm to the point where it made people terrified. Mu Ling Xue's every word was like a blade, cutting on his heart blade by blade, making him feel unspeakable agony. Only at this moment did Yi Yuan knew the deity realm was not omnipotent. At this very moment, even if he grasped heavenly Tao, he was also that powerless. Was there really no Mu Ling Xue in his heart? No. A person was not a stalk of grass, or a tree. How could one be heartless? Previous life, he sought Tao wholeheartedly, feeling that attachments were a burden. Towards Mu Ling Xue's feelings, he was not willing to accept. But he did not really have no feelings for Mu Ling Xue. If not so, how could he refine pills for Mu Ling Xue and save her life? Later on, Yi Yuan met with a catastrophe and was stranded at the Endless World, but ran into Yu Mengli in an accident arising from many causes. This disaster changed Yi Yuan far too much. Not only did he embark on the martial path, but he also opened up his heart and let Yu Mengli walk into his heart. The two people experienced life and death together. Yu Mengli also finally moved Yi Yuan, and Yi Yuan did not wish to let Yu Mengli down. That was why he would force himself to forget that past relations. H.I. plus P. Want to blame? Could only blame fate for making a mockery out of man. The two people just set each other by. Even so, she did not blame him for anything either. She did not even go and find trouble with Yu Mengli. Instead, when Yi Yuan was in danger, she saved Yi Yuan's life. Later on, She disappeared completely in Yi Yuan's life again. From start to end, Yi Yuan had never met her and did not even get to say a word of thanks. The hardest thing to bear was a beauty's favor. Toward Yu Mengli, toward Mu Lingxue, how was it not like so as well? Mu Lingxue was the divine realm's well-renowned ice beauty. Towards anyone, she had an icy cold attitude, but only when facing him, her entire person seemed to be thawed out. This was a treatment that No body had. Different from the warmth of Yu Mengli's love, Mu Lingxue's love was like her personality, cold and silent. Leaving the Medicine King Hall back then, Mu Lingxue never took a step into the Medicine King Hall again, entering close seclusion since then. All the way until the Medicine King Hall's change and the news of Ji Qingyun's demise, his Dao vanis. Ing came to her attention. She exited seclusion. What Yi Yuan did not know was that Mu Lingxue had once gone up to the Medicine King Hall by herself and fought with Ji Kanglin for several days, returning with serious injuries. Later, Mu Lingxue knew that she was not Ji Kanglin's match. Hence, she paid attention to the Medicine King Hall's movements in secret before there was that day's rescue. These 30 to 40 years of suffering, only Mu Lingxue herself knew. But she had never gone to meet Yi Yuan to recount about everything before. She just loved him in solitary in her own way. Why you say? Yi Yuan said with his tongue dry. These few years, for the sake of Li'er, he practically sealed Mu Lingxue, this person, from his heart. Therefore, even if it was sudden impulse, he also did not expect that it was actually related to Mu Lingxue. But today, seeing Mu Lingxue, that seal was broken without the least bit of resistance. Was it all life or Mu Lingxue? This was a multiple-choice question placed before Yi Yuan. Clearly, this multiple-choice question had no solution. Even if he grasped heavenly Tao presently, even if he looked down upon the world at present, even if he no longer had rivals in the world, it was also not possible for him to save Mu Lingxue from Kanua's hands, because he knew that Kanua absolutely would not give him a chance. Mu Lingxue was the final hidden card that Kanua specially prepared for Yi Yuan, and it was also a trump card. How could Kanua possibly give him a chance? Compared to Yi Yuan's dilemma, Mu Lingxue seemed calmer. In everyone's view, she did not have any awareness of being a hostage. Although her appearance looked very bleak and forlorn, it gave people a calm and magnanimous feeling. The corners of Mu Lingxue's lips curled up. She smiled. It was only to see her lightly open her red lips and slowly recite, "Ice sealing 10,000 miles, 1,000 autumn snowfalls." Chapter 1277. A storm overnight thaws it all away. Chapter 1277. A storm overnight thaws it all away. Lingxue, This poem was the last sentence Mu Lingxue said to Yi Yuan before she left the Medicine King Hall back then. Ice sealing 10,000 miles, 1,000 autumn snowfalls seemed like it was just a grandiose, snow-covered landscape. Actually, it was Mu Lingxue questioning Yi Yuan. Of course, it was also a sentence that expressed her true feelings. Back then, she used this sentence to force Yi Yuan to pour his heart out. But Yi Yuan fell silent. He did not give a response. Mu Lingxue smiled mournfully at that time and left abruptly with a flick of her sleeves and never turned her head back again. The meaning of Mu Lingxue's sentence was, "If you don't accept my true feelings, then my heart shall be locked in ice henceforth and never open my heart for anyone again. In this life, the door to my heart would only open for you." Yi Yuan's silence made Mu Lingxue heartbroken to the extreme. She returned to the Snow D palace from then and sealed off the gates. Under this scene presently, Mu Lingxue asked this sentence once more. If you feel troubled, you can still choose to be silent. Mu Lingxue still said with a faint smile. Haha, you little girl, are really an infatuated one. It's too bad that the heartless brook babbles on while the dropping flowers pine for love. You've done so much for him, but he doesn't appreciate the favor at all. Presumably, even your life or death, he won't care either. Kanua said with a laugh. Yi Yuan's face fell, and he said with seething, killing intent, Kanua, if you dare to touch a hair of hers, this young master will make you never reincarnate for all of eternity. Kanua burst into laughter and said, Is that so? What if I were to make her never to reincarnate for all of eternity? Finished talking. An additional bone all suddenly appeared in Kanua's hand and plunged straight into Mu Lingshue's chest. Ugh! A heart-piercing pain spread throughout Mu Lingshue's entire body. Mu Lingshue's brows furrowed tightly. The originally already deathly pale face became even more without a trace of blood. But she stubbornly did not cry out in pain. Lingxue, Yi Yuan exclaimed. Heh, the soul-locking nail's prowess. You should know, said Kanua, as he looked at Yi Yuan with a smile that was not a smile. The soul-locking nail's prowess. Yi Yuan naturally knew it. It was able to cause irreversible damage to the divine soul. Furthermore, this kind of damage was continuous. It would torment the martial artist's divine soul unceasingly until the divine soul was destroyed. One could imagine just how much torment Mu Lingxue was currently suffering at this time. Yi Yuan's face was grim to the extreme, and he said in a solemn voice, What the H.E.L. I do you want? Kanua said with a sinister smile. You die, or she dies. Ji Qingyan, you haven't answered me. Mu Lingxue said feebly. This nail ramming down, Mu Lingxue's vitality was seriously injured. But her two eyes stared at Yi Yuan even more incisively. Yi Yuan's mind trembled, and he blurted out, A storm overnight thaws it all away. Lingxue, sorry, it is I who let you down. Mu Lingxue's chest heaved unsteadily. Even breathing became very difficult. However, this sentence of Yi Yuan's was like the warm sun in winter, instantly thawing her long, already frozen heart. She had never been so happy before. The human race martial artists were all besotted by this smile of hers. At this moment, they finally understood what was called toppling all life, even though they all knew that this smile only belonged to the heaven-surmounting divine king. With this sentence of yours, it's enough, Mu Lingxue said with a smile. Haha, what a fine pair of cruel, fated mandarin ducks, parted in life and separated in death. It's too bad that you guys have no chance to continue your former destiny anymore. Yi Yuan, I'm only giving you 3 breaths of time. Every 3 breaths that I'll drive a soul-locking nail in her body. Now the countdown starts. Kanua said and burst into laughter. Yi Yuan's chest was almost exploding. He really did not know how to choose. What was certain that upon his death, the divine realm would no longer have hope. But to make him helplessly watch Mu Lingxue be subjected to all kinds of torment and die. How could he do it? This was an unsolvable question in the first place. Yi Yuan, I hope that you can grow to a ripe old age with her. With this sentence of yours, Lingxue has no regrets in death. Suddenly, Mu Lingxue incomprehensibly gave this sentence. In her eyes was full of tenderness, making Yi Yuan feel like a knife was being twisted in his heart. Only then did Yi Yuan know that Mu Lingxue was really very easy to satisfy. The moment Kanua heart, he let out a wild laugh and said, Die? In front of this deity, you can't die. As you please. Your essence energy is sealed. Divine essence is locked. Use what to die? Ha ha. Mu Lingxue's eyes finally landed on Kanua, but it was icy cold. Kanua, you captured me to threaten Qingyan. Actually, you didn't know that this was also what I hoped for. If not for the sake of waiting until today, how could I give you this opportunity? Mu Lingxue gave a cold laugh. A freezing to the extreme aura emitted from her body. This freezing to the extreme aura instantly swept across the entire stretch of heaven and earth. The previous moment, it was still clear skies for 10,000 miles. The next instant, it was overcast with dark clouds. Very soon, goose feather-like heavy snow fell. Lunatic! You mad woman! You! How did you do it? Kanua's voice was filled with terror, as if the end of the world had arrived. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, seemingly remembering something. Yi Yuan, do you know what the 9 Divine Link Meridian's most powerful move is? The 9 Divine Link Meridian is just a type of spirit physique. It's also not a cultivation method or martial technique. What strongest move can there be still? Of course, this is the move recorded in the Heaven Illusionary Ice Soul. Its name is called Ice Ceiling 10,000 Miles. Upon unleash, H.I. Plusing this move, within 10,000 miles will turn into an ice plain, snow falling in the sky for 3 years. Even peak void mystic powerhouses will also be frozen immediately. So strong? Then isn't your snow D Palace the true #1 under the heavens? But why have I never heard of it before? Because utilizing this move requires reversing the meridians and sacrificing the divine soul. It's a mutual destruction move. If you don't promise me, I'll use this move and perish together with you. Oh, what kind of joke is this? I'm not joking with you. Ji Qingyun, I'll gift you a poem. If you can't match with the second half, I'll launch this move right now. Ice ceiling 10,000 miles, 1,000 autumn snowfalls. Mu Lingxue naturally did not unleash this move. She left. Yi Yuan thought that she was joking all along, thinking that she only came up with this strategy in order to force himself. He did not expect that she really unleashed it. There really was this move. A terrifying, freezing air reverberated throughout heaven and earth. It was as if it could make time in S.P.A.C. freeze. The power of this move was truly very terrifying. If it were before, this move was sufficient to freeze Yi Yuan to death. But she knew that Yi Yuan, who had already become the #1 person through the ages, did not care about this bit of cold air. Her goal was suicide. She used this move to break through Kanua's restrictions, destroying this trump card in Kanua's hand. Lingxue, stop! Quickly stop! Yi Yuan shouted until his throat hoa. R.S.E. resounding through the clouds. Yi Yuan's figure instantly appeared beside Mu Lingxue, holding her in his arms. When Kanua saw this scene, his expression changed several times. His figure moved. He sped away toward the horizon. But right at this moment, a terrifying power of law descended from the sky, like a cage, thoroughly confining him. Kanua's figure abruptly came to a stop. A shrill and miserable scream sounded out. Chapter 1278. Spiritual Consciousness Not Extinguished. H.I. Plusing. Chapter 1278. Spiritual Consciousness Not Extinguished. H.I. Plusing. Kanua's howl was akin to slaughtering a pig, divulging terror and despair. This power of heavenly Tao was not what he could withstand at all. Yi Yuan did not kill him. He just shackled Kanua, making him unable to move. Noisy, hearing that pig slaughtering like howl, Yi Yuan was extremely irritated in his heart and fired out an arc of light with a wave of a hand. Boom! Kanua's voice immediately went mute and could not emit any sound. His physical body directly collapsed under this blow, leaving behind only a cloud of black gas. The black gas was also dim without light under this blow, almost dissipating. Now it was finally quiet. Yi Yuan directly fired his remaining ball of vitality into Mu Lingxue's body. But there was not a hint of color. Mu Lingxue's aura was still in the midst of dissipating. Yi Yuan shed tears as he poured colossal amounts of soul force, as well as divine essence, into Mu Lingxue's body. But this was still unable to stop the elapsing of Mu Lingxue's life. Drip! Drip! Yi Yuan cast spells as he cried tears. Tears dripped onto Mu Lingxue's face. In his embrace, Mu Lingxue's eyes were already gradually lax. But one could tell that she did not have any regrets. On the contrary, a faint smile hung on her face, appearing very satisfied. Your dream finally came true. Congratulations. One sentence, it virtually exhausted all of her strength. She knew that Yi Yuan's lifelong pursuit was the alchemy G.O.D. realm. At present, Yi Yuan stepped into deity realm. This dream naturally came true as well. To be able to witness this scene, and also obtain Yi Yuan's answer, and even saw Yi Yuan's true sentiments pour out for her, she had nothing to be dissatisfied with. This move, ice ceiling 10,000 miles, was a true mutual destruction. Reversing the meridians was the maximum degree of damage to a martial artist's bodily functions. What was even more terrifying was sacrificing the divine soul. Once the divine soul was wiped out, there would no longer be this person in the world. Once this move was unleashed, it would be irreversible, all the way until one's life was exhausted. Even though Yi Yuan grasped heavenly Tao, he was not omnipotent. Facing the elapsing of life, he also appeared so powerless. No matter what methods he used, he was unable to stop the elapsing of Mu Lingshue's life. Don't speak anymore. You fool. Why did you have to do this? Don't die. You can't die. My promise hasn't been fulfilled yet. Yi Yuan's heart ached to the extreme. Mu Lingxue opened her mouth, wanting to speak, but she already could not say anything. Color was fading frenziedly from that stunning face. Her vital functions were also rapidly dissipating. Her divine soul was already not left with much and could not support her to talk anymore. Seeing this scene, the human race powerhouses were all extremely moved. Quite a number of people already had their faces covered in tears. Sigh, stubborn boy. Stubborn boy. On Fang Tian's face, tears were already flowing from aged eyes. Mu Lingshue's deep love deeply shook him. To be able to have such a soul mate was Yi Yuan's blessing. But it turned into such an ending. The Spirit Snow Divine King's feelings touched the ninth heaven. To be so decisive for the heaven-surmounting Divine King. She saved the heaven-surmounting Divine King, and even saved the entire Divine Realm. The Spirit Snow Divine King's feelings for the heaven-surmounting Divine King is known by all in the Divine Realm. She waited silently for many years, just to wait for the heaven-surmounting Divine King's one sentence. While talking, that person already choked up. The Spirit Snow Divine King is our benefactor. She saved all life under the heavens. Let's pray for her together. This suggestion immediately obtained everyone's recognition. Thud, thud. One set in motion a bunch spurred on a large swath. The human race martial artists actually knelt down collectively. Spirit Snow Divine King, please take care. Spirit Snow Divine King, please take care. Spirit Snow Divine King, please take care. The tumultuous voices reverberated throughout the firmament, echoing through the entire firmament. Yi Yuan shouted tremblingly. Lingxue, did you hear that? Not just me, everyone in the Divine Realm, they all don't wish for you to leave. You can't die. However, no matter how he shouted, Mu Lingxue was already unable to hear his voice anymore. She slowly shut her eyes, looking like a peaceful, sleeping beauty. Yi Yuan exhausted all of his means and was also unable to salvage her divine soul from collapsing. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth, picked Mu Lingxue up, and immediately vanished in everyone's line of sight. When he appeared again, he already crossed hundreds of millions of miles and arrived in the Fall mountain range. The him who grasped heavenly Tao could travel unhindered within this immortal grove region. Senior, your means are exceedingly formidable. Please save her. Yi Yuan placed Mu Lingxue flat on the ground and directly knelt down toward Kunwu. Kunwu gave Mu Lingxue a glance and said with a sigh, You research the divine soul path quite deeply and should know that sacrificing the divine soul is unsalvageable. Forget about me. Even if a mortal grove that old fart revives, he can't save her either. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, and he said in disbelief, How? How can that be? Isn't he the person who created this world? Kunwu said, Creating the world doesn't mean being able to control everything in the world. Humans are the most magical species in this world. Even if he created the immortal grove world's humans, he also can't control their birth, old age, illness, and death. His heavenly Tao was also merely comprehended. It's just an incomplete heavenly Tao, that's all. After creating this world, everything was all heavenly Tao operating on its own. Crack, crack. Yi Yuan's finger joints cracked, his heart aching until he was unable to breathe. This outcome, he was really unable to accept it. Could Could it be that there's really no way? Yi Yuan said unwillingly. Kunwu said, not that there's no way, it's just too difficult, too difficult. When saying the too difficult at the back, Kunwu involuntarily aggravated his tone. It could be seen the degree of this method's difficulty. But to Yi Yuan, this was undoubtedly a heavenly melody. He looked at Kunwu with an excited look and said, Senior, please advise. No matter how difficult, Yi Yuan has to accomplish it too. Kunwu said with a smile, something that even Immortal Grove couldn't accomplish. Can you do it? Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, but his eyes revealed a determined look very quickly, and he said, Senior, please advise. Kunwu sighed and said, no harm in telling you, but the likelihood of you accompli. Plussing it is negligible. Before that, I'll cast a secret art first. It can protect a trace of her spiritual consciousness from extinguish. I plussing. As for the matters later, it will depend on you. Yi Yuan's face revealed a look of wild ecstasy, and he hurriedly said, many thanks, Senior. Yi Yuan retreated. Kunwu casually fired out 9 streaks of light, inserting around Mu Lingxue. Yi Yuan was startled, aware that those were 9 branches of Kunwu divine wood. This thing was equivalent to a part of Kunwu's body, incomparably precious. First was the Kunwu flower, then it was Kunwu branches. This favor, Yi Yuan remembered it firmly in his heart. Kunwu recited a spell. Those 9 tree branches gave off a dazzling light, simulating into Mu Lingxue's soul. Mu Lingxue did not react in the slightest, but Yi Yuan could sense that her last trace of divine soul was finally preserved. Chapter 1279, Heavenspan World. Chapter 1279, Heavenspan World. Old fart dustless. This kid already grasped control of heavenly Tao. Until when are you planning to hole up like a turtle? Kunwu suddenly said. Yi Yuan was stunned when he heard that, somewhat uncertain what it meant, because Kunwu said it to him. Suddenly, a faint gray shadow appeared in front of the two. It was an old man who had experienced many vicissitudes of life. The old man's figure was very faint until it was about the same as a transparent person. You piece of wood. You clearly know that I'm very weak right now. Still want to call me out. Dustless smiled as he scolded. Kunwu smiled and said, not that I wanted to call you out. It's him who requires your help. Dustless said with a bitter smile, you all right then. Since it's his matters, it's not up to this old man to turn it down either. While talking, Dustless lightly swept at Mu Lingxue. A surge of mysterious power instantly wrapped her up. Following that, Mu Lingxue turned into an arc of flowing light, and actually entered Yi Yuan's glabella. This scene made Yi Yuan jump in fright. Mu Lingxue actually entered inside the soul-suppressing pearl. Senior, this, Yi Yuan said in wonder. Kunwu smiled and said, Old Fart Dustless is the soul-suppressing pearl's artifact spirit. That move of mine can only preserve a trace of that law S's spiritual consciousness from extinguish. Plussing. But it can't last for a long time either. Want to maintain her life force, you must borrow the soul-suppressing pearl's power. Yi Yuan's shock was by no means insignificant. He did not think that this old man was actually the soul-suppressing pearl's artifact spirit. He hurriedly gave a bow toward Dustless and said, Please, Senior. Yi Yuan could sense that Dustless's condition was not very good. Taking Mu Lingxue's physical body into the soul-suppressing pearl already expended considerable amounts of his strength. Dustless smiled and said, You're the soul-suppressing pearl new master. This is naturally what I should do. Moreover, without you, I wouldn't be able to reawaken as well. It's just that my current state is very unstable. Maintaining that little lot S's life force still requires the supplementation of soul force. Yi Yuan suddenly thought of that death soul tree and Li Gui. Could it be that that death soul tree and Li Gui were actually devoured by this old man before his eyes? This idea gave Yi Yuan a fright. Someone as powerful as the death soul tree was actually devoured by the soul-suppressing pearl so effortlessly. The soul force supplementation that Senior talked about Could it be devouring divine souls? Yi Yuan asked. Dustless smiled and said, That's right. The immortal grove region's life forms, their soul force is too weak and is completely insufficient to let me recover. Only a fellow like the death soul tree can barely manage to satisfy my appetite. Want to eat? Yi Yuan was speechless for a while when he heard. The death soul tree was already an invincible existence in the divine realm. It was actually just barely able to satisfy his appetite. Want to eat? But thinking about it, Dustless only recovered this tiny bit after gobbling up the death soul tree. He was also relieved. The artifact spirit of an Empyrean spirit treasure was not what he could conjecture. The soul-suppressing pearl is a divine soul, defensive type Empyrean spirit treasure. Its power is boundless. If old fart Dustless can recover to his peak state, even if a heavenly Empyrean arrives in person, they won't be able to attack your divine soul either. This kind of Empyrean spirit treasure, even in the heaven-span world, it's also exceedingly rare. Clearly, Kunwu held the soul-suppressing pearl in very high esteem. But, Dustless said with a smile, in my current state, I can at most only withstand the divine soul attacks of Heaven Glimpse deity realm. Any stronger, and I'd probably have to fall into slumber again. Yi Yuan said curiously, That death soul tree. The death soul tree was born in the immortal grove region, while I'm immortal grove's Empyrean spirit treasure. No matter how strong he is, he can't escape the palm of my hands either. Moreover, he was imprisoned in this forbidden region by this old man in the first place, originally planning on devouring him. The result was, I fell asleep myself first, Dustless said. Yi Yuan clicked his tongue in wonder when he heard, not expecting that there was actually still such a thing. Messing around for so long, this death soul tree was actually just a nourishment that the soul-suppressing pearl was rearing in a pen. No wonder he cursed that old fart so fervently. Turned out that it was actually Dustless. Yi Yuan cupped his fist towards Kunwu and said, Senior, I wonder what the method to save Ling Xue is. What he was most concerned about right now was still this. Without a doubt, the method to save Mu Ling Xue was definitely in the world outside. Something that even Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove could not accomplish. It could be imagined how difficult that was. This path was even more densely covered with thorns than his road of revenge. Kunwu smiled and said, You don't be anxious first. Since you're going to the Heavenspan world, I'll tell you about the Heavenspan world situation first. Then you consider whether or go or not. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and said, Senior, please say. Kunwu nodded his head and said, Heavenspan world and the Immortal Grove region are two totally different concepts. It's not a higher-level S.P.A.C. compared to the Immortal Grove region, but a world that existed since time immemorial. The reason why it's called Heavenspan world is that there's a divine mountain there called Heavenspan Mountain. In a Heavenspan world, your so-called deity realm is only the starting point. Yi Yuan's expression changed. The meaning in Kunwu's words was that this existence that stood at the very summit of the Immortal Grove region, was only the most ordinary person if he went there. Just like a mortal, but toward the Heavenspan world, Yi Yuan still yearned for more. He very much wanted to see just how strong that world's powerhouses are. Heavenspan world? Heavenspan mountain? Senior, then what kind of existence is Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove in the Heavenspan world? Yi Yuan muttered. Kunwu smiled and said, Deity realm has a total of 6 major realms, namely, Grotto Profound Deity Realm, Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm, Origin Deity Realm, Divine Lord Realm, Celestial Deity Realm, as well as True God Realm. Above True God Realm is the Heavenly Empyrean Realm. Heavenly Empyreans are also major power CLAs existences in the Heavenspan world, towering above Deity Realm. And above Heavenly Empyrean Realm, there's even Heavenly Emperor and Tao Ancestor, 2 great realms. The true masters of the Heavenspan world are the Tao Ancestors. Yi Yuan had his breath taken away from listening to it. He did not expect that the deity realm actually still had so many realms. Empyrean in his eyes, is already in existence too lofty beyond reach. He did not expect that above heavenly Empyrean, there were actually still even higher realms. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Kunwu smiled and said, "Don't have that sort of unrealistic ideas anymore. The realm of Tao Ancestor is not what you can imagine. The heaven-span world only has 9 Tao Ancestors. They are all paramount existences who obtained the recognition of Allah, and they have already existed for countless billions of years. They are invincible existences, Allah commanding recognition of a Tao Ancestor, unless they die. Otherwise, even if your talent is even more heaven-defying than the Tao Ancestors, it's also impossible to reach their realm." Yi Yuan drew a cold breath when he heard that and said in horror, "There's actually still such a thing?" In Yi Yuan's understanding, as long as talent was sufficient, as long as effort was enough, one could step foot in a supreme realm one day. But his way of thinking did not seem to work in the heaven-span world. Only when a Tao Ancestor died would a law become vacant. But a Tao Ancestor was a powerhouse standing at the summit of the entire heaven-span world. Who could make them fall? Unless they killed each other. But Kunwu said that they had already existed for D knows how many billions of years. This indicated that neither one of them could do anything to the others. Hence, this became a paradox. What Kunwu said was right. Even if your talent was any more heaven-defying, it was also impossible to become a Tao Ancestor. Kunwu looked at Yi Yuan's expression and smiled again as he said, "I've said, this isn't a thing that you should consider now. What you have to consider now is how to pass through the turbulent spatial flow." Chapter 1280, Tears of Life. Chapter 1280, Tears of Life. Spatial turbulent flow. Yi Yuan had a bewildered look, not sure what it meant. An Empyrean world is a sealed-off small world that is incompatible with the heaven-span world. In an Empyrean world, even if one cultivates the true D realm, they will also be unable to ascend to the heaven-span world, because every Empyrean world has a world-locking gate. This world-locking gate cuts off the Empyrean world and the heaven-span world. In between is endless spatial turbulent flow, Kunwu said. Yi Yuan was startled in his heart and said, "Then the deity realm powerhouses 100,000 years ago, didn't they all pass through the world-locking gate and entered the heaven-span world?" A hint of disdain flashed across the corners of Kunwu's mouth, and he said, "They went out through the world-locking gate. As for how many were able to reach the heaven-span world, there's no way of knowing." Yi Yuan's eyes became wide saucers, finally understanding Kunwu's meaning. This turbulent spatial flow was too terrifying. The deity realm powerhouses that left the immortal Grove region 100,000 years ago were at least no less than 100 people. Even though the deity realm had declined, there were definitely heaven-glimpsed deity realm existences among them. Such a powerful lineup, but Kunwu used how many this quantifying term to describe it. It could be seen how many people would die in the turbulent spatial flow, sup 1/sup. One had to know that those deity realm powerhouses were all the immortal Grove region's apex existences. Those who survived in this turbulent spatial flow was actually not even 1/10. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Kunwu knew that Yi Yuan understood and said with a smile, "Now, you still want to go to the heaven-span world?" A hint of viciousness flashed across in Yi Yuan's gaze, and he said, "Even if this turbulent spatial flow is any more terrifying, it's also not as terrifying as losing Lingshu. The heaven-span world, I must go and brave it. Senior, please point out the right path." Kunwu laughed in spite of himself and said, "Truly an infatuated one. But this turbulent spatial flow is just the first test that you have to face. The second condition is the truly difficult one." Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and said, "Senior, please say." Kunwu was also solemn as he said, "Legends have it that on the Heavenspan Mountain, there's a kind of spring water called Tears of Life. In the legends, this Tears of Life flows down from the top of the Heavenspan Mountain. As long as one consumes a drop, Even if they only have a trace of spiritual consciousness existing, they can come back to life too. It's rumored that very, very long ago, somebody had once found this tears of life before. But that's just a rumor. Body has really found it before. At least, with Immortal Grove's realm, he had never seen it before. Hearing Kunwu said so, Yi Yuan also heaved a sigh in relief. Senior, even if this junior has to dig 3 feet deep into the Heavenspan Mountain, I must also find this tears of life. Yi Yuan said firmly, heaven rewards the faithful. If there was a glimmer of hope, he would not give up. He believed that there would come a day where he could find this tears of life. It was just that his words made Kunwu and Dustless laugh at the same time. Yi Yuan had a blank look, unsure what was going on. Dustless smiled lightly and said, Kid, you're really an ignoramus who's fearless. That heaven pious Sage Mountain isn't what you can dig as you like. That's the Heavenspan world's Tao enlightening holy land. Only when you reach the Divine Lord realm and open up an inner world can you step onto the Heavenspan Mountain. Otherwise, you'll be crushed into meat paste by the Heavenspan Mountain's power of laws. And Divine Lord realm powerhouses can only climb up 10 miles. Further up, only by reaching Celestial Deity realm can one set foot on it. The things that Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove haven't seen are at least above 10,000 miles. Even if you can cultivate to the Heavenly Empyrean realm, no idea what year it will be already. Yi Yuan drew a cold breath when he heard. Only then did he know this Heavenspan Mountain's extraordinariness. He was still curious before why the world outside would be named after a mountain. It turned out that it was actually this reason. Kunwu added, I forgot to tell you, the 9 great Tao ancestors gained enlightenment on Tao above 1,000,000 miles on the Heavenspan Mountain, and from there obtained the recognition of a law, becoming a Tao ancestor. Many people all speculated, if there's really tears of life, it's very likely above 1,000,000 miles. But how much assurance do you feel you have in cultivating to become a Tao ancestor? Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, finally knowing why Kunwu said that it was virtually impossible. Because wanting to become a new Tao ancestor, there must be an old Tao ancestor who set away. This difficulty was simply comparable to ascending to heaven. Yi Yuan's expression instantly became incomparably ugly. He suddenly discovered that Kunwu saying so much was equivalent to wasting his breath. Senior, could it be that there's no other way? Yi Yuan said helplessly. Kunwu gave him a glance and said with a nod, There are 2 more ways. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, not expecting that Kunwu actually said 2 more ways all of a sudden. Senior, please say. A glimmer of hope could be seen in Yi Yuan's eyes again. Kunwu let out a sigh and said, The first method is to invite one of the Tao ancestors to take action and have him help look for the tears of life. The second method is to invite the life Tao ancestor to take action. What he obtained was the recognition of life laws. If he's willing to take action, he should be able to save this law. Of course, this is just my conjecture. In the Heavenspan world, the strongest person that one is able to see is also just Heavenly Emperor. Tao ancestors have already not appeared for goodness knows how many years. Body had seen them before it all. Yi Yuan's mind was in a mess. Saying these words was pretty much the same as not saying. Summing these 3 methods up only had one point. That was that he must have a Tao ancestor take action or reach the realm of Tao ancestor. This was virtually something impossible. Seeing Yi Yuan's absent-minded look, Kunwu and Dustless exchanged a glance and was also helpless. They could see through Yi Yuan's feelings for Mu Lingxue. But, wanting to save a person who only had a trace of spiritual consciousness remaining, this difficulty was too great. Give up. This matter to you is simply impossible. In fact, in my opinion, the likelihood of you seeing through the turbulent spatial flow is virtually 0. Stay in the Immortal Grove region to be your controller well. Kunwu let out a sigh and said, After a long time, Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath. His emotions seemed to have calmed down considerably. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Kunwu and Dustless also let out a sigh in relief at the same time. If Yi Yuan died in the turbulent spatial flow, the immortal Grove region would become a masterless Empyrean world again. Before long, it would thoroughly decline and wither away. Their relations, H.I. plus P with Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove, was not shallow, and they were naturally unwilling to see this kind of thing happen. Senior, please tell me the way to Pa S through the world-locking gate, Yi Yuan said with a resolute gaze. Kunwu, the two of them, were greatly surprised. They even thought that they heard wrongly. They already stated the pros and cons very clearly. But Yi Yuan was still obstinately stuck in a delusion. For a girl, taking a completely impossible path, and might have the possibility of losing his life at any moment. This was simply incomprehensible. The powerhouses of Heavenspan World were not what an Empyrean world's ant could be presumptuous enough to surmise. Even if Yi Yuan controlled the Immortal Grove region, he was still the bottommost level existence in the Heavenspan World. Even if Yi Yuan was amazingly talented in the Immortal Grove region, reaching the Heavenspan World, even a dragon had to coil up too. You have to think carefully, Kun was said in a deep voice. Yi Yuan's expression was a never-before-seen determination. He nodded and said, I've thought of it very clearly. If I must become a Tao ancestor to save Ling Xue, then I'll become the Heavenspan World's 10th Tao ancestor. Chapter 1281. Heavenly Emperor Jiushang. Chapter 1281. Heavenly Emperor Jiushang, wildly arrogant. Ignorant. Kunwu and Dustless virtually said it in unison. This kind of word could only be spoken by ignorant people. In the Heavenspan World, gifted powerhouses would boast exaggeratedly, saying that they could achieve Heavenly Empyrean, even Heavenly Emperor. But even for Heavenly Emperors, they also never dared to blow this kind of trumpet about becoming a Tao ancestor. Yi Yuan's gaze was an unprecedented firm, and he said lightly, Ignorant is fine as well. Wildly arrogant also works. In this life, if I can't save Ling Xue, I'm willing to sink into depravity for all ages. Kunwa's emotions finally calmed down a little. He was indeed given a fright by Yi Yuan's words earlier, because in the Heavenspan World, Tao ancestor this realm was more like a totem. The ones active in front of the public were only Heavenly Emperors and Heavenly Empyreans. But this time, Kunwa still felt Yi Yuan's powerful determination. The resolve to put everything on the line to save his beloved. Forget it, you humans' feelings. I'm unable to understand. Since you want to seek death, then I'll tell you. The key to unlocking the world-locking gate are the 4 symbol spirits. Kunwa said and heaved a sigh. Yi Yuan was stunned. Only then did he understand the objective of Kanua capturing the spirit of the white tiger back then. It was actually to unlock the world-locking gate. This way, back then when the Dragon Clan's old patriarch brought the sacred dragon token and left the Dragon Clan, as well as Long Zhan's departure, it was probably all related to the world-locking gate. It was just that, don't know if they pious, said through the turbulent spatial flow or not. Many thanks for Senior's guidance. This Junior still has some matters to deal with, and will take my leave first. Yi Yuan's figure moved, returning to the Dragon Clan sky once more. Kanua was still in Yi Yuan's imprisonment. Yi Yuan did not say a word and directly nailed a soul-locking nail onto Kanua's body. Howl! A scream that sounded like ghosts wailing and wolves howling reverberated throughout heaven and earth, making everyone get goosebumps. You, MPS. No idea where Heaven's surmounting Divine King went to previously either, but his mood seems to be a lot better. The Spirit Snow Divine King is gone. Maybe the Heaven's surmounting Divine King really has a way to save her. Sigh. Hope that the Spirit Snow Divine King is fine. No matter what, that Kanua is dead for sure. Now, it's time for him to suffer the wrath of the Heaven-surmounting Divine King. Yi Yuan did not say anything at all. He just nailed one soul-locking nail after another onto that cloud of black gas. These soul-locking nails were all pulled off from Mu Lingshua's body. This cloud of black gas was similar to the fiend race's divine soul. It was just that this kind of divine soul was exceedingly difficult to be killed. Even though Kanoa was already very weak currently, these soul-locking nails still could not kill Kanoa. However, it was plenty to make him wish he was dead. The pain that Ling Xue suffered, I hope that you can savor it well for a bit. Yi Yuan took his time and said. Yi Yuan could maneuver the power of heavenly Tao. Wanting to kill Kanoa was seriously too easy. But how could killing him directly vent the hatred in his heart? At present, the human race's territory was virtually already a piece of scorched earth. The humans who died in this war numbered more than billions. All of these were caused by Kanoa single-handedly, including the grudge of murdering his father. Mu Lingxue on the brink of death was also Kanoa's meritorious deed. Yi Yuan's killing intent towards him could practically burst through the clouds. If Kanoa had 10,000 lives, Yi Yuan would definitely kill him 10,000 times. Yi Yuan, spare me. I can't take it anymore. Kanoa howled like a pig being slaughtered and finally could not bear it anymore, opening his mouth and begging Yi Yuan for mercy. Yi Yuan's eyes were cold. Toward Kanoa, he only had a monstrous hatred, without a shred of compa. Shaun, the pain that you suffered is not yet 1/10,000th of Ling Xue's. Just this, and you can't stand it already? Rest A.S. Sure, this is just the beginning. Before I leave the Immortal Grove region, I'll make you experience what is called true despair. Yi Yuan said coldly. Yi Yuan researched greatly into the divine soul path in the first place. Regarding methods of torturing people, he could be said to have it at his fingertips. Now, he stepped into the deity realm and took control of heavenly Tao. Dealing with Kanoa, he could switch things up and play for as long as several years. It was just that normally, facing the enemy, he was disdainful to do so. That was all. But toward Kanoa, it was an exception. The crimes that Kanoa committed were too numerous to be recorded. He must suffer endless agony and die. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, the cloud of black gas gave off a tremble, terrified to the extreme. Yi Yuan, I was wrong. I really know that I was wrong. Since you know that you were wrong, then you have to make atonement. Now is the time where you atone for your crimes. Yi Yuan said lightly. You'll die a horrible death. Do you think that by breaking through to the deity realm, you can pass through the turbulent spatial flow? You're alone. It's impossible to pass through the turbulent spatial flow. You're dead for sure. That I don't need you to worry about. Before that, you'd definitely be dead already. Yi Yuan lightly threw down a sentence, but turned around and walked to another place, leaving Kanoa there howling miserably. He already set up various means, taking turns one by one. It would make Kanoa ecstatic to the extreme until he wished he was dead. Not far away from Kanoa, a beautiful woman was similarly shackled in the air. This person was naturally Yuji. Compared to Kanoa, Yuji's treatment was much better. It was merely being imprisoned. Seeing Yi Yuan walk in, a thick look of fear revealed in Yuji's eyes. She completely did not expect that this young man actually inherited this dilapidated world, taking control of heavenly Tao. Even if Yi Yuan really broke through to deity realm by relying on the fiend source bead, it was also not possible for Kanoa to be defeated so thoroughly. But under the heavenly Tao, they did not have the least bit of strength to resist at all. Kanoa's outcome, you saw it. Say the purpose of you guys coming here, I can give you all a quick death, Yi Yuan said coolly. Under Yi Yuan's means, they could not even commit suicide. Hence, granting Yuji death was already the greatest grace to her. That extremely pitiful voice of Kanoa's still entered Yuji's ears repeatedly. Yuji's face changed, falling silent. Yi Yuan did not urge either, quietly waiting for Yuji to open her mouth. He knew that Yuji would definitely capitulate. Sure enough, before long, Yuji opened her mouth. We're here for those 2 Empyrean spirit treasures in your hands. Of course, We were even planning on cultivating a demonic skill with the help of the living creatures here and break through to the Divine Lord realm. Yu said. When saying these, she secretly looked to size up Yi Yuan, fearful that he would suddenly rampage. However, Yi Yuan did not reveal any expression on his face. She could not guess what Yi Yuan was thinking at all. "Who sent you all here?" Yi Yuan said coolly. Yuji's gaze turned intent, and she said, It was Heavenly Emperor Jiushang." The expression on Yi Yuan's face finally had a hint of change. He never would have thought that behind Kanoa and Yuji was actually a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. A Heavenly Emperor powerhouse that was a powerhouse at the very apex of the Heavenspan world. Originally, Yi Yuan was still planning on finding their main instigator behind scenes. After he cultivated to a certain realm, he would then take revenge. Looks like now, he had to give the matter further considerations. There's enmity between Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove and Heavenly Emperor Jiushang. Yi Yuan asked again. Chapter 1282. An ant trying to topple a tree. Chapter 1282. An ant trying to topple a tree. Yuji nodded her head and said, Heavenly Emperor Jiushang was a fiend race newly ascended Heavenly Emperor 1,000,000 years ago. Back then, he was an Empyrean powerhouse at the height of his popularity, along with Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove and several others. They all had extremely high hopes of breaking through to the Heavenly Emperor realm. And among them, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove and Heavenly Emperor Jiushang had been enemies for a long time already. After that, Heavenly Emperor Jiushang obtained a Heavenly Emperor Dao fruit in a Heavenly Emperor world and broke through to the Heavenly Emperor realm first. Yi Yuan's face fell, and he said, It was Heavenly Emperor Jiushang who killed Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove, and then sent you all here to seize treasures? Yuji gave a bitter laugh and said, In the eyes of a Heavenly Emperor, we're merely ants. We haven't even reached the Divine Lord realm. So how can we possibly reach Heavenly Emperor Jiushang's level? Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was also not killed by Heavenly Emperor Jiushang. His means were exceedingly formidable. Even a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse found it difficult to kill him too. Heavenly Emperor Jiushang just severely wounded him. As for who killed him, it's unknown. From Yuji's words, Yi Yuan had a preliminary impression of the Heavenspan world as well. The Heavenspan world was similarly a world filled with slaughter and struggles. In fact, it might be even more brutal than the Immortal Grove region. Yi Yuan even suspected that because Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was too severely injured, he was killed by some thieves and the likes who were coveting treasures. Except that had nothing much to do with Yi Yuan anymore. Yi Yuan knew very little about Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove and was far from talking about love or hate. The Immortal Grove region, choosing himself, was just a kind of instinctive protection towards the Heavenly Tao itself. It just thought that he could take on the responsibility. Putting it bluntly, it was a kind of mutual exploitation. While he did not fail to live up to the Heavenly Tao's expectations either, achieving his present realm. This kind of inheritance was different from Long Tang's inheritance. Yi Yuan did not have the obligation to go and help him take revenge. But Kanoa and Yuji were sent by Heavenly Emperor Jiushang, so that was different. Disregarding that he was Heavenly Emperor Jiushang, even if he was Tao Ancestor Jiushang, Yi Yuan would definitely eradicate him too. It was just that looking at it now, the hope was very slim. Yi Yuan did not speak, waiting for Yuji to continue talking. Heavenly Emperor Jiushang had always coveted Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's soul-suppressing pearl and wanted to make it his own. Hence, that's why he sent Kanoa and me to search for the Immortal Grove region. As a result, it was indeed found by us. Yuji said. Yi Yuan's gaze was scorching as he said, Heavenly Emperor Jiushang already ascended to the Heavenly Emperor realm, so why would he still covet an Empyrean spirit treasure? Yuji smiled bitterly and said, The rarity of Heavenly Emperor spirit treasures can be described seldom seen, and the soul-suppressing pearl could be said to be top grade among them all. SES. It was precisely because Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove had this Empyrean spirit treasure that he had always suppressed Heavenly Emperor Jiushang. It's just that didn't expect that Heavenly Emperor Jiushang's luck was better than Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's. In the end, it was he who broke through first. Yi Yuan nodded his head, finally having a rough understanding of the beginning and end of the Fiend Race's invasion. Heavenly Emperor Jiushang, is it? One day, I'll let you know that ants can topple trees too. Yi Yuan's gaze was sharp, seething with killing intent. Seeing this scene, Yu Ji could not help being stunned. This kind of big talk, only this one in front of her dared to say it. A heavenly emperor was the strongest existence in the heaven-span world. Even Heavenly Emperor Jiushang, who had just ascended 1,000,000 years ago, was also not what an Empyrean world's ant could resist. The great battle already stopped, but the divine realm was still making progress with no signs of stopping. The entire human territory was already utterly destroyed by this war. The original human race setup was already thoroughly smashed. Countless human martial artists were turned into fiend slaves by Kanhua and then utterly obliterated by that attack of Yi Yuan's. The remaining humans returning to the human region anew were bound to experience a very long period of shuffling. However, these were all not what Yi Yuan was concerned about. Humans were especially adept at the law of survival. Once time passed, said they would definitely establish a new order. When Yi Yuan returned to the Dragon Clan, Feng Tian led everyone over. They naturally inquired about Mu Lingshue's situation right away. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, Lingxue is fine for the time being. It's just that her situation is very bad. Senior, I came back to tell you all that I'm leaving. Brother Tung, the divine realm's matters in the future will have to trouble you. Yi Yuan's words made everyone startled. Feng Tian's expression changed, and he said, Sure enough, are you going to the outside world? Yi Yuan revealed a look of surprise and immediately smiled and said, Looks like Senior already guessed it. This world that we're in is merely a small world that a martial Dao powerhouse opened up called Immortal Grove Region. Outside, there's an even broader world. Want to save Lingxue? I have to go there. Even if Feng Tian already guessed it, hearing Yi Yuan say it out, he was still shaken to the core. Yi Yuan, just what realm are you at right now? It seems like the deity realm isn't as strong as you. Feng Tian drew a deep breath and said. When the others heard this, they also could not help perking their ears up. This was the question that every one of them paid attention to. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I'm indeed initial stage grotto profound deity realm currently. It's just that my situation is somewhat special. If I really have to say, I'm barely considered half-master of the Immortal Grove region. Everyone drew a cold breath. This matter was not difficult to understand. That was also to say that Yi Yuan was the Immortal Grove region's true G-O-D. A G-O-D that towered above all beings. Recalling Yi Yuan's growth experiences, everyone felt like they were dreaming. Then do we still have hopes of breaking through to the deity realm? Tung Yun asked with fear and anxiety in his heart. This question was similarly the question that everyone was most concerned with. Since Yi Yuan broke through to deity realm, then could they break through to the deity realm or not? But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I induced heavenly Dao with alchemy Dao, completing the heavenly Dao of initial stage grotto profound deity realm within my body, obtaining heavenly Dao's recognition from there. You guys are unable to replicate it. Hearing Yi Yuan's reply, everyone's faces all involuntarily revealed a look of disappointment. Yi Yuan smiled and continued, but everybody rest as. Sure, this is just temporary. As long as I can reach the outside world, when my strength increases in the future, I'll naturally have ways to make Immortal Grove heavenly Dao rise again. At that time, all of you will be able to break through to the deity realm. One sentence made everyone pleasantly surprised. Except, Feng Tian's expression was still somewhat unnatural. He discerned the overtones in Yi Yuan's words. Everyone dispersed. There was only Feng Tian and Yi Yuan left inside the Great Hall. Fong Tian said. Yi Yuan, tell me honestly, this departure for the outside world probably won't be so smooth, right? Yi Yuan smiled. He knew that he could not hide from Fong Tian. Hence, he briefly recounted the matters of the turbulent spatial flow, including the riddle of the disappearance of the deity realm powerhouses 100,000 years ago. Fong Tian's heart shook when he heard this. He was aware how perilous that turbulent spatial flow was. No way. You definitely can't go. Over 100,000 years ago, there were at least 100 deity realm powerhouses. They faced near certain death when banding up together and entering the turbulent spatial flow. You by yourself, how can you possibly pass through the turbulent spatial flow? Fong Tian said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, Senior, my mind is made up. Don't urge any more. Ling Xue sacrificed her divine soul for me. How can I watch her die helplessly? Don't talk about near certain death. Even if it's a certain death, I have to brave it too. Seeing Yi Yuan's attitude, Fong Tian knew that he could not persuade. Hence, he let out a sigh and said, You're a good boy that regards feelings and ties highly. Forget it. On your trip, you must be careful.